have everybody. Beth,
We were kind of waiting for Ed
Oh, that would be good.
yeah.
before we started. Let me see if he's on here.
I see his user, but no video, no audio. So we'll give him a minute.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's doing his blinds.
All right, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
Oh,
Just
you
gather.
wouldn't believe what you missed. It was amazing.
Meeting done?
So we are now live.
Okay, we've got all 7 good to go.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to convene this Palo Alto City Council meeting for Monday, September 14th. It is 5:03 p.m. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filseth,
Here.
Mayor Fine,
Here.
Councilmember Niss,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you. We now move on to item number 1, appointment of 1 candidate to the Human Relations Commission for a partial term and 2 candidates to the Public Art Commission for 3-year terms. Any comments from staff on this or how we're gonna, I know we spoke about earlier, what we're gonna do for voting is go alphabetically by council member. And if you could vote in the affirmative for the people you would like on these commissions.
Mayor Fine, what we were going to do is put up a tally sheet so that when each council member voted who they were voting for, everybody could see who was getting the votes. And then you'd know right away who had the most votes or if we were going to have to do a second round. So if you can see on the screen at this time, we have it up there for the Human Relations Commission.
Sounds good. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Any member of the public that wishes to speak to the appointment of board and commission members, please raise your hand. Mayor, find no hands raised.
Okay, then let's please vote for the appointment to the Human Relations Commission for a partial term ending May 31 of 2021. Per our protocols, we'll begin with Councilmember Cormack, and on the next vote, we'll move to Vice Mayor Du Bois and rotate that way. Councilmember Cormack.
Sophia Fojas.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Nilofer Chalambat.
Councilmember Filseth.
Golan.
Thank you. I'm going to vote for Sunita De Torel. Councilmember Niss.
Bert Kinsky.
Councilmember Ku.
Nilofer Chalampat.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I was going to vote for Sunita.
Okay. So looking at the board, it doesn't seem like we have a winner here.
No, so we'll have to go to round 2 and she will go down to the next page and we'll have the second round.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'll stick with Chalambat.
Councilmember Filseth.
Chalambat.
I'm going to stick with Sunita De Torel. Councilmember Niss.
I will switch to Sunita.
Councilmember Ku.
Chalampat.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Same vote. Sunita.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Sunita De Ture.
Okay.
So Mayor Fine, we do have a quorum for Sunita De Torel getting 4 votes. So they will be appointed to the Human Relations Commission.
All right. Congrats to Sunita. And of course, thank you to each and everyone for applying. We do encourage you to keep an eye on future openings and apply again as you see fit. Thank you for that one.
Thanks for the tally sheet. It makes it so much easier.
It's easier for you guys to see who it is and easier for us to keep track.
Okay,
And now we'll move on to the Public Art Commission.
great, thank you. And for this one, please announce the 2 candidates you would like to support for the Art Commission for 3-year terms ending May 31, 2023. We'll begin with Councilmember Philseth.
Shannon Taylor.
Okay, Shen and
Taylor, please.
Mia. Okay. I'm voting for Taylor and Stern, please. Councilmember Niss,
Taylor and Harriet Stern.
Councilmember Ku.
Taylor and Shen.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka,
I'm voting for Shen and Marilyn.
thank you. Councilmember Cormack,
Harriet Stern and Nia Taylor.
thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Taylor and Shen.
thank you.
So Mayor Fine, we have Nia Taylor with 6 votes and Sia Shen with 4 votes. So they both will be appointed to the Public Art Commission.
Great, thank you. So congrats to our 2 incumbents who have been reappointed. And again, thank you to everyone else for applying. We do encourage you to keep an eye on future openings and apply again. We now move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Are there any from staff or council members?
None from staff, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, seeing no hands, let's move on to oral communications. And so any members of the public who wish to speak on an item which is not on the agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom and the clerk will help you provide your comments.
And if you are participating by phone, dial *9, which will raise your hand also. Our first speaker is Kat Snyder. Kat, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. I just noticed that we have the city of Palo Alto as a the city of Palo Alto and the Palo Alto Weekly have Palantir as a sponsor of the upcoming October 2nd Moonlight Run. And I just wanted to remind everyone that Palantir played an instrumental role in last year's Mississippi workplace raid that rounded up 280 Mississippi workers and put them in ICE detention. I also wanted to let you know that this company buys access to public and private databases and tailors the data to help surveil and track people. And by doing so, they help ICE subvert our sanctuary state and sanctuary county laws. In point of fact, Representative Eshu, along with a number of other reps, sent a letter to the California DMV asking for the identities of all of the buyers of the information that the DMV sells for up to, I think, about $50 million. Our representatives point out that, in particular, a large number of immigrants' driver's licenses are in that database. What's more, this past Wednesday, the ACLU came out in favor of the No Tech for ICE campaign. They call out Palantir by name in their press release. I think it's time to reconsider what our relationship with Palantir communicates to our fellow residents, to other members of the community, to people around the country about what we think about keeping people safe inside of our community. So please stop accepting sponsorship money from Palantir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Any other members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications? Please raise your hand at this time.
Actually, one question is, our oral communications is scheduled for 5:30. So I know some members of the public may want to call in at that time. So I don't know whether it should be, it's up to you, Mayor, but I don't know whether that's going to cause some issues for some people.
Good point. Let's come back to it maybe after the consent calendar, after minutes and consent. We'll ask again if we have a couple more speakers. Does that sound good? Okay. Great. Thank you. And thank you to our one speaker, and thank you to the clerk. We now move on to item number 2, minutes approval for August 17th and 24th. I will move those minutes.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes, thank you. I just noted on page 2 of the second one for the special meeting, August 24th, under motion part A, it says adopt a resolution amending the carbon neutral, small thing, but we should probably just say carbon neutral plan. So I'd like to suggest that we make that adjustment.
Accepted.
Accepted. Does the clerk, have you written that down, and can we incorporate
Yes,
that change?
we will take care of it.
Okay. Any speakers on item number 2, approval of action minutes? Doesn't look like it. So let's please vote. I'm first. I vote yes. Councilmember Niss,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Great. So our action minutes pass unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We now move on to the consent calendar, items 3 through 7. If any members of the public wish to speak to the consent calendar, please hit your hand in Zoom or hit *9 in your phone. And if the clerk would help me with anybody who wishes to speak on those items.
At this time, there are no hands raised, Mayor Fine.
Okay, entertaining any motions on the consent calendar.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to suggest that we remove number 4.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Niss and Tanaka are asking, or is there a third vote on that?
There is. I vote for that as well.
All right, thank you. So item number 4, approval of an extension of the pilot phase of the old Palo Alto RPP for a period of 12 months has been pulled. Mr. City Manager, would you like to hear that tonight or in the future?
Well, we appreciate getting some clarification. As per your rules, we would typically, well, first off, I would note that we had no real indication that this was going to happen prior to this afternoon. So I don't think staff is in a position to be able to discuss it. Is it the intent of pulling it off consent to have it heard as an action item? That would typically be what is involved with pulling it off consent.
Let me ask Councilmember Niss.
My intent is that we hear it at another time, having heard more information from one of those who's affected by this decision.
Any comments, Councilmember Tanaka or Cormack?
I would just say that, a resident reached out with an email to all of us this afternoon with some information. And if I reflect on the fact that we will be looking at the California Avenue garage at a later date, it seems like these two are connected. It'd be better to hear them at a similar time. I do apologize, but we just received the information this afternoon at the same time staff did.
Well, perhaps rather than, well, it is a bit awkward only to the extent that we are extending a pilot program. I believe it was originally set up a year ago to be a 1-year pilot. So presumably if we don't hear this item in October, that the pilot would sunset. And administratively, I think we can figure out how to extend it, given that currently we're not enforcing RPPs, although staff is actively in discussion on when enforcement for RPP would start up again. So we'll schedule it for an action further in the future at a date that we can find.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and the Vice Mayor and I will work with you on scheduling that before the pilot expires on October 31. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on consent calendar?
Actually, I do have a question. I don't know if we can ask a question, but so is the same measure saying that the program will continue or will not continue?
It will expire on October 31st, and we will try to hear it before then.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I will move the consent calendar items 3, 5, 6, and 7.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments from colleagues? All right, let's please vote on the consent calendar absent number 4, Councilmember Niss,
Aye.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
and I'm also a yes. That passes unanimously. As I mentioned to Councilmember Tanaka, since we are a few minutes ahead of schedule, let's please go back to the public if folks would like to speak on oral communications, items which are not on the City Council's agenda. If you'd like to speak on those items, please raise your hand in Zoom or hit *9 on your phone. And if the clerk would please help these folks provide their comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to any item not on the council agenda, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. At this time, we have 2 speakers. Deborah Simon.
Hi, so I think this is the correct time to speak. So I'm the chair of Friends of Carberley, and we are having a forum, which I think almost all of you are going to be speaking at as panelists on Thursday at 7 o'clock. We're hoping to get a large audience there as well. Look forward to hearing all of your views on the future of Carberley. If you're looking for information, it can be found at our website, which is newcarberley.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Our next speaker is Sam Kaplinski.
Hello. So I don't know if my camera's working, but I wanted to be here to discuss the possibility of a skate park in Palo Alto, because at the moment, the only park we have is Greer Skate Park, and it's just a bowl, and it's a lot of fun. I love that place. It's like I go there all the time, but I think we need an updated place for kids to learn how to skate more and have different types of obstacles, because at the moment, all that we have is a bowl, and it would be nice to have something with rails, stairs, and ledges for kids to learn on. And I think a skate park would be a good idea, especially now when a lot of uncertainty is surrounding the subject of school and sports returning due to the pandemic. And skateboarding is a great way, and BMX biking and scootering is a great way for kids to kind of find a community of other people to support them that they might normally find in school that they aren't getting right now.
Thank you, Sam. Our next speaker is Josh Below. Josh, go ahead.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I hope you are all doing well, and I thank you for your time. My name is Josh Baylog, and I've been heavily involved in the Bay Area skate park community for 25 years now. I've since worked for the city of San Jose for 7 years, managing the 3rd largest skate park in the community, located at Lake Cunningham Park. Skate parks provide a supporting family and safe place for kids to go in cities, since it's monitored and policed by elder fellow skaters. Skate parks are the new form of YMCA. They statistically receive much more use than baseball fields, football fields, basketball courts, and tennis courts due to their ability to allow more people to use at once, as well as being open at night with lights during the summer heat. You can drive by the Sunnyvale Skate Park from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and it's never empty. Moreover, the popularity of skateboarding is now exploding because of the Olympics. It is something healthy people can do to engage their mental flow state as well as artistic and athletic ability without the rules or judgment from referees or coaches. This healthy outlet for kids and adults who are battling the upcoming social media addiction and rise in suicide due to unrealistic standards advertised by AI algorithms. This is also one of the last remaining places open during the pandemic. Greer Skate Park is an iconic historical landmark for many of us, and we would like to preserve it as much as possible. But a new skate park would provide these updated obstacles that we need, as well as a free, safe place for kids and adults to exercise, build new friendships, and eventually turn it into a community. The city of Milpitas just finished their new skate park, which will include lights, and we are anticipating the grand opening soon. We all look forward to that same announcement from the great city of Palo Alto. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Josh. Our next speaker is Christian Sala. Christian, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I think the skate park would be a good thing for the community as it would bring more people together. And right now we only have one skate park around us, or we have Greer Skate Park, but that barely gets used because it's not too beginner friendly. So most people just go to Burgess Skate Park, which is like 3 miles away from Palo Alto, and it gets really packed and crowded, which makes it like hard for beginners to learn. It like turns off beginners from skating because it's so crowded. That's why I think we should build a skate park in Palo Alto, because it'd be more beginner friendly and it would just help build a better community of skaters in Palo Alto. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers that wish to speak on anything not on the agenda, please raise your hand. James Hendry. James, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you, Council, for hearing the issue. I personally am not a skater, but I know quite a few skaters, and the concerns that we're hearing from a few of the previous callers are concerns that I've heard since I was an elementary schooler. So I think it probably is time for Palo Alto to build a new skate park. I understand that the current budget would make that really difficult. So maybe just start moving on it now, maybe a study or something, and start construction in a year or two. But yeah, we should build a new skate park. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And our last speaker is Connor Burns. Connor, go ahead. Connor, you may need to unmute from your end. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, I live in San Diego now, but growing up in Palo Alto and skating and riding BMX really showed me that having a place like with your friends to have fun and create memories is super important, because you want to be outside and staying healthy. So I think adding a little bit more in terms of like skate parks in the Bay Area would help that, because kids would be able to go outside more and have fun, and the parents wouldn't have to worry about like them being in the streets skating as much. As it is fun to skate around on the curb, but it's just good to have a skate park for the kids that want to progress and have fun with their friends or their family.
Thank you, Connor. Our next speaker is Alex Kaplinski. Alex, go ahead.
Yep. So I just wanted to unmute myself. So just wanted to express support for this idea. I grew up in Palo Alto, and I used to skate as well. And back in the 80s, we had the same issue, right? Which is that you couldn't go to a lot of places that you wanted to be able to skate, like schools and shopping malls and things like that, where there was good surfaces, and there wasn't really a good facility. And so we ended up going to places that maybe we shouldn't have been hanging out, as opposed to going to an approved place for this. So I just wanted to voice my support for it.
Thank you, Alex. And our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hi, I'll be brief. I just wanted to do a +1 for skate parks. I too am the mom of a skater, and it's always nice to have more community services, more parks. We're a family neighborhood, and I think it's a great investment. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. And our final speaker is Veronica Sala. Veronica, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, so I'm a parent of a skating teenager, and my son and his friends are typically taking trains to other skate parks all over the area. They spend time at Greer, but they often need to go to other parks that are more spacious and have more options. And my understanding that a skate park that's more local would invite more community and also include kids at various levels. I also happen to be a youth psychiatrist, and in my practice, I see an enormous amount of burnout from kids in given the rigorous academics and also youth competitive sports that are often driven by the adults in these institutions, in these programs. What I notice about the skate parks is that it's kid driven and youth driven, and a lot of collaboration happens, a lot of creativity, a lot of community, and it's driven by the kids. And I feel like it's a refreshing sport and opportunity for these kids to bond with each other and kind of let out steam. So I hope that it's considered here in our community. There's some wonderful parks all over, and I think it would be a wonderful thing for Palo Alto, even just adding it to Greer. There's a little space there, wouldn't take away from the baseball fields or the soccer fields. It could just
Veronica, did you want to finish?
I think I added everything, but thank you for considering it.
Okay, thank you. And our next speaker is Dave Kirby.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Thanks so much for hosting this, and thanks to Sam Kaplinski for spearheading this for the community. Just wanted to say I think it'd be really fantastic for Palo Alto to expand or start a new skate park. I've got 4 children, and 3 of them are actively going to skate parks all over, the sort of the local Bay Area. But it'd be amazing if we didn't have to head down to Sunnyvale or to Menlo Park. I mean, the Greer one is a pretty good skate park, but it'd be great if it had more sort of street style things. Some of the things I think would be fantastic about it, just from a community building perspective, is a lot of times what I see at these skate parks is a lot of mentorship between younger skaters and older skaters. And so it really builds up the bonds, I think, from different age groups, and has a really great community feel. So I think we really appreciate you considering this, and thanks again to Sam Kaplinski and everyone who's been participating here. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dave. And we have another speaker. Bennett Hardy, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. I could turn on my, oh, I can't. Hello, I'm Sam's friend, Bennett. I skate with him all the time. I love skating, and I think it's awesome. And Greer is a great place to skate, but it can be improved a lot, because just because there's a bowl, like, I get hurt all the time, I'm gonna be honest. And if we had like more variety of things to do there, it would just work out better. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our final speaker, Mayor. Fine.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all our speakers. And just a small editorial note, it's nice to hear from the skating and being BMXing community. We don't hear from you often at City Council, so that's appreciated. Let's please move on to City Manager comments.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Let's see if I might be able to get the share screen. Oh, looks like I can. Let's see if that's working. Just a few items of note for the council. This has obviously been a very busy, year, but we'll narrow it down to the last couple of days. A few items provide some updates to the council. We have, as we are pivoting from summer streets to whatever the fall and perennial might be. Similarly, we may need to be rebranding our cooling centers to what might be called community respite centers. At Mitchell Park is now open and will be open all week for anyone wanting to stay indoors in an area or a facility with filtered air conditioning. Again, this is our Mitchell Park Community Center, open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. throughout this week. We, as always, will have safety protocols in place requiring face coverings, also provide hand sanitizers and the like there. So our city website, citypaloalto.org/cooling centers, again, until we rebrand that with the turning of the season, will be open this week. On a related note, we did receive a number of emails today related to our electric utility pole replacement project, noting that air quality has been poor, as obviously everyone has experienced, is expected at least until tomorrow, that the utility staff has been working with the contractor and will treat tomorrow as one of the delay days or rain days, as has been identified. There are provisions for in the contract. Now that said, there is, I believe, an improvement in air quality expected later in the week. So I believe that at this point, this will be a day-by-day decision. Would note, based upon prior community feedback, that staff have really ramped up the pre-noticing of this work. So we are currently have been providing notices up to 6 weeks in advance, then 3 weeks in advance, then 1 week in advance, and then day of notices for the work. So recognize that delaying will also cause inconvenience from those who have been anticipating power to be out on the 1 to 2 block, typically length that are impacted on any given day. 1 to 2 blocks of residents that have typically been experiencing a planned outage for their electrical service at home. So based upon, again, feedback and recognition of poor air quality expected tomorrow, that the contractor will not be working, and modified notifications are being handled in order to provide that word out. That said, again, as noted at the top of this screen, in the future, we do have the Mitchell Park Community Center open, as well as we are making arrangements with other options for residents that might feel the need to have alternative places to go. Next, just looking ahead slightly for planning, we have had some ongoing discussions of Halloween planning and what rules, social distancing rules and recommendations coming out of the county might be applicable. And so we have asked for some guidance from the County Public Health Department. I understand there was some discussion over the weekend. And so we'll look for more formal guidance from the county as far as recommendations on Halloween activities. Would also note that we have some upcoming dates of the county's pop-up testing here in Palo Alto through October. So our next date at the Palo Alto Art Center will be on September 25th. And then new dates, recognizing there was some conflict with well, in fact, working up to election dates, that October 9th and 23rd are also scheduled dates for the community-free testing. And also notable that the county has this pop-up testing that's happening throughout the county, basically on all weekdays. And so further information is available there and through our website at cityofpaloalto.org/testing. Then finally, also note, again, on ongoing services, there's been quite a bit of interest recently on library sidewalk services. Services are now available through Saturday, recognizing also subject to air quality. So on a day-by-day basis, we'll be making decisions based on conditions appropriate for staff as well as community members to be out and about. We are currently using guidance through library field that is recommending this 96-hour quarantine of materials that are returned to the library, and at the same time coordinating with other local libraries and the library field on looking at any evolution of those recommendations and changes that might lead to shortening that time period. But again, in the interest of both community safety as well as safety for our employees, we're going with the recommendations that are coming from the profession. And at the same time, we'll provide update to the council and community as additional information is available. We do know and are working with the county library system as well as other systems or library systems throughout the county that as early as late September or into October, there may be additional openings available. So our library department is staying in touch and will provide additional information as it is available. And then finally, something entirely new, a partnership with Canopy on what they're calling wishing trees. And that, again, I'll just read this, that we share community visions of a better world by writing a wish on materials provided near trees located at the Palo Alto Arts Center, Coverly Community Center, Hoover Park, and near Park and Margarita Avenue. These wishes will be sent to the Imagine Peace Tower Wishing Well, where they'll be added to collection of wishes from around the world. Again, this is the partnership our city staff has undertaken with Canopy. And so more information is available on this program at canopy.org/wishing-trees. And then finally, again, just look ahead on upcoming calendar items that the next monthly city council discussion on race and equity is scheduled for September 28th. And this will follow up on your last discussion. And we anticipate having the city's independent police auditor participate in that discussion. And again, for more information, cityofpaloalto.org/race and equity. And I believe that is it. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I see a hand from Councilmember Niss, and just a quick reminder, City Manager comments from council members, just quick clarifications or questions.
Can I make a comment? It's actually nice. Most of you have heard me be rather disparaging about the testing in the county. I went and got tested at the last opportunity. They did a terrific job, and the test was back the next morning, done very professionally. It was terrific to have it happen so speedily and to be done so effectively. So thank you.
Glad to hear. Thanks, Councilmember Niss, and we'll discuss that a little bit more on item number 10, I believe. Okay, anything else, Mr. City Manager? Should we move on to the action items for the night?
Ready to move forward. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Okay, we now move on to item number 8, a study session with the city's state legislative advocate regarding bills from the 2020 session. Is our friend Nicolo here?
Actually, we may be running early. So let's see where we are with Nicolo.
If he's not here, we can potentially switch something out.
It looks like we're half an hour ahead, aren't we?
Yep.
Do a break.
Mayor, can we just someone that raised their hand, do you think we take their public comment or no?
I'm not going to allow more public comment at this moment. We've done 2 sections of that. We don't see Nicola, so let's take a 10-minute break. Sorry, we're a bit ahead. And Mr. Vice Mayor, what's it?
15-minute break.
Sure. Let's come back at 5:55 and hopefully Nicola's on the line. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, I think I see 4 council members and Mr. DeLuca. Welcome. So let's please begin with item number 8, excuse me, a study session with our state legislative advocate regarding bills from the 2020 ledge session. And does staff want to kick this off, or Mr. DeLuca?
I'm ready to kick it off.
To Nicolo.
Absolutely. So Mayor and members of the City Council, Nicolo DeLuca from Townsend Public Affairs, really appreciate the invitation this evening to present to you. I was going to do a quick high-level summary of what happened at the end of session, identify kind of 2 policy topics, and then what we plan for going into the next session, and of course, answer any questions. So as you all know, the 2019-2020 state legislative session came to an end. As traditional, it ended on August 31st and ran way past midnight. I must say, I've been doing this for a handful of years, probably one of the more dysfunctional ends of session. I know I'm disappointed, and I know our state legislators are also. They were able to pass some good pieces of legislation. One of them was Assembly Bill 3088 from Assemblymember Chu, which was had to do with evictions and COVID, because as you know, the state moratorium was coming to an end on September 1st. So that eviction legislation from Assemblymember Chu gets us through the year, obviously relating to COVID concerns. But the day is really going to be known for a lot of fighting between the Senate and the Assembly, fighting amongst senators between both parties, and then even fighting within the Assembly. So a day of dysfunction, a day of frustration. Obviously, due to COVID, it's been a frustrating year, but this is probably at a higher point than I've seen over the years. And the good news is that session is over. The governor has until September 30th to take any action on legislation. And I think there's going to need to be a healing process between both parties, which I'm sure will happen. Some fun data points. Each year, I would say in a normal average year, about 900 to 1,200 bills hit the governor's desk. And through Governor Newsom, Governor Brown, and other governors, there's about a 15% veto rate. This year, 428 bills have hit the governor's desk. So obviously a massive, less than, or a little bit more than 65%, a massive reduction in bills. The governor has taken action on about 30 of them, some on employee rights, some on firefighting. So we've got half of the month to go. He has about, 428, 430 bills to go. So expect a flurry of activity starting, I'd say, towards the end of this week, rolling through the 30th. So with that said, a few things to highlight, and then happy to take questions. One thing that we worked closely with the city leadership on, and it's something that Palo Alto has taken a big leadership role in, is flavored tobacco. Senator Hill, what a great champion, fought hard to get the flavored tobacco ban, especially as it relates to vaping. That was signed immediately into law, which was great. There was, up here in Sacramento, the tobacco industry was running ads up to the very last minute. Unfortunately, they are moving forward on signature gathering for a referendum. So we'd be seeing that, I think, in 22 maybe. But that was a big victory. And I know that Palo Alto's led that charge over the years. So it's something definitely to be excited about. The eviction relief bill, that was signed into law. And then the year really became a focus on police reform and housing policy. Not a lot of those are getting to the governor. When it comes to police reform, really 3 bills are going to hit the governor's desk. One is specific to Sacramento County. One relates to banning the chokehold. Another one relates to making it more difficult for police departments to hire officers with marks on the record. And then when it comes to housing, there's only really 3 bills that are going to the governor. 2 of them have to do with density bonus law. And then one of them from Senator Skinner relates to foreclosures and corporations and them essentially holding pieces of property. It relates to what happened in Oakland with the mothers, those 3 mothers that were in that vacant house. So with that said, happy to talk about what we see coming next year. Happy to answer any questions. Already working with the city manager and his team on what's our plan for next year. Keeping in mind, next year will be the first year of a 2-year session. So expect a lot more legislation. We will also have new members. We're losing some valuable senators and some valuable assembly members. So we'll have a new crop of leaders coming. So with that said, that is sort of my high level overview. Happy to get into the weeds and answer any questions you all may have.
So thank you, Mr. DeLuca, and thanks to your firm for being our advocate in Sacramento and for your report backs here in Palo Alto or virtually, wherever we may be these days. Let's please go to members of the public who wish to provide comments on this, and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the bills from the 2020 legislative session, please raise your hand or dial *9 to raise your hand.
And I do want to mention, sorry to interrupt you, Clerk Minor. Item number 11 later tonight is where the council will review and select positions on state and local measures. So tonight we have an opportunity with our legislative affairs team to question about state bills going through the legislature. Later on tonight, we will discuss state and county ballot positions.
Our first speaker is Kat Snyder, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach. Kat, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I really appreciate getting to go through this study session. I have a really big just overview question that I'm sure you'll be able to answer easily. I just want to get a sense of, from the police reform side, some of these things have been contained, possibly some of them are dead and some of them are still going through. So when it comes to something like our police department getting updated policies via Lexapol or something like that, I'm curious with some of the things that are still going through, when is the next possible time that they could be passed into law if they haven't already been signed yet? Thanks.
Thank you, Kat. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach. Winter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You may need to unmute from your end. There you go, Winter. You have 2 minutes. Winter, can you unmute from your end?
I thought I had unmuted, sorry. On,
there you go, you have 2 minutes.
On Skinner SB 776, which failed, and I believe it was Bradford, and I don't know the bill number, with being more easily able to, the state being more able to decertify police. Those 2 bills. I think I saw that Nancy Skinner was going to reintroduce 776, but could you talk about a little bit, and I don't know about the Bradford bill, if it is the Bradford bill, about the decertification. Could you say a little bit when it comes back to you about what that process would be? It's a 2-year session. So would they I assume would start all over. They would have new numbers, and it would be just as if they were brand new and possibly even rewritten. Could you just speak to that generally? Or those questions and maybe even more that I put to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. And that was our final speaker.
Thank you to both of our speakers. Let's maybe start with those 2 or 3 questions to Mr. DeLuca. So one is, what is kind of the next opportunity for these bills to become laws? Some comments on 776 from Senator Skinner. and then the decertification bill from Bradford, and what's the future look like there?
Absolutely. So the legislative session for 2019-2020 is over. If a bill is active, it is on the governor's desk. He has until the end of this month, midnight, to take action. He either signs a bill or vetoes a bill. Next year, so January of 2021, will be the beginning of the first year of a 2-year cycle. Then in January, that is when bills can be introduced. I am not surprised at all that Senator Skinner will reintroduce SB 776. It will now have a new number. More than likely, it will be very similar to what's in print now, but with some refinements. I recall on that bill, and that was a bill about public records and what you can request. That bill was being amended to the very last minute to address some of the concerns of law enforcement and others. So not surprised that that would be reintroduced. And then the speaker was correct. The other bill from Senator Stephen Bradford, Senator Bradford's down from the Long Beach area, that was Senate Bill 731. And it had to do with the decertification of police officers, meaning if you were terminated under certain causes, you would be decertified under the post example, and you would not be able to be hired as a police officer in other cities in this state. I don't know if Senator Bradford is going to be reintroducing that bill. I do know that various groups, whether it's on the reform side or the law enforcement side, have reached out to his office to discuss what he would plan to do and trying to work together. Granted, the tone and tenor from the last week of session is always, it's high, it's pressure packed, but I have a feeling that what does get reintroduced would be during this kind of off season, so to speak, different groups working together, coming up with some agreements and putting those bills out forward. So in a nutshell, the legislative session is finished. New bills can be introduced as early as January of next year. It would be a new bill number. More than likely what you see in print would probably be about 75-85% of what would be introduced. And I am confident that the housing bills will come back, the public safety bills will come back, along with other things such as COVID, any type of COVID recovery package. I expect to see a lot of that in the governor's January budget. So to directly answer the questions, January of 2021 is when bills can be reintroduced. We're already talking to many different offices and expect the public safety bills and the housing bills that did not move forward towards the end of session to be reintroduced in some form or fashion.
Great, thank you so much. I want to open it up to my colleagues for questions and comments. Just hit your hands if you have questions for Mr. DeLuca. Councilmember Hillseth.
Hey, Nicola, thanks for joining us here.
My pleasure.
There was some scuttlebutt and rumors that, maybe the governor or the legislature would call an emergency session later to address some of this stuff. Is that in the cards?
I do not see that in the cards. I don't see that in the cards due to COVID, due to November elections. You're right, Councilmember, there was a lot of discussion about that, but as of right now, today, September 14th, I do not see that happening.
Thank you. Other council members? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Mr. DeLuca, hello.
How
Hope
are
your air quality is, I don't know, we should check if it's as bad as it is here.
I've got you guys on my phone for checking AQI. It's bad. I'm looking out the window. It's bad up here.
Yeah, it's bad everywhere. Thank you so much for helping with Senator Hill's SB 793. That is important. And there were a few victories in this session. I was waiting for you to use the word unprecedented, but I assume that was implied in your coverage. I wanted to go back to ACA 1, which I think we might have talked about a couple other times. I noticed that if the funds are now used for affordable housing, that is an option. Any thoughts? I know it's a heavy lift, but any thoughts on ACA 1 as we contemplate how we're going to be able to pay for affordable housing going forward?
My thoughts on ACA 1 is, as you all know, ACA stands for Assembly Constitutional Amendment. They're always hard to push forward because you need 2/3 in both houses. However, and I know the author, Assemblywoman Aguirre Curry, was a strong champion, and she remains to be the champion and wants to push. It's been clear before COVID that one of the major factors to help with affordable housing, probably the most important factor, is the desire for funding. Senator Bell also had a bill earlier in this session about pushing for funds for affordable housing and just didn't make it through. So I know the desire's there and kind of the heart is there. It's just the actual machinations of how to create some of the funding for affordable housing. And now with some of the concerns about rebuilding from fires and what's it going to do for small businesses for COVID, I think overall the best opportunity for any economic package would be a little bit for everything, but that actually reduces the overall pot, whether for affordable housing or small business loans. I'm happy to reach out to the author's office, check in with them, and working through the city manager's office, provide another update and just kind of see what's going on. But that's what I've got right now.
Thank you for that. I remain interested in that in the long run. I know if I think about how that's helped our schools throughout the state be able to improve their infrastructure, I think that's something I know that I'd like to continue to learn more about.
Okay.
And then on the police reform ones, so we already discussed SB 731 and SB 776. What about AB 66? We've spent a lot of time reviewing our own policies here, and I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
Yes, so to the public, AB 66 from Assemblywoman Gonzalez, that has to do with essentially how you respond to unruly protests, about using projectiles, about using, for lack of a better word, tear gas. The bill got out of the Assembly, unfortunately was not taken up on the Senate floor. This was one of the bills we were watching closely for the city, and I was really interested to see how the discussion would go on the Senate. I suspect, and I would like to confirm with the author's office, that they would bring this bill back next session. It did have some amendments as it kept moving, and it addressed some of the crowd control measures. One of the concerns voiced by public safety was, during an unruly crowd, there's certain things that they need to do or need some type of tools in the toolbox. So what I will do is follow back up with the author's office, see what the appetite is for reintroducing it, and then let through the city manager's office, let you all know right away what we're hearing. But that was a good piece of legislation, and professionally, I think it's going to come back. I just don't want to say without knowing that for sure.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I have Councilmember Ku.
Hi, Niccolo. How are you?
I'm great, Councilmember. How are you?
Very good, thank you. So I wanted to ask, I'm glad that Councilmember Cormack brought up ACA 1. Now, ACA 1 is the one that is reducing the voter threshold down from supermajority of 67% or 66.7% to 55%, right?
Correct.
And so that is also looking into perhaps enacting sales tax or parcel tax in order to receive the funding?
No, this was, as I recall, this was only for property tax. It did not touch sales tax. And so that was to drop it down to 55%. They have not proposed to touch or alter sales tax this session, other than in Contra Costa County, they had a bill because they're at a cap. Relating to sales tax, and it's something that the city is familiar with, I feel another bill that would be introduced next session is how do cities and counties work with sales tax when it comes to online ordering? Is it at the delivery? Is it from the warehouse? What have you? But to answer your question directly, ACA 1 did not touch sales tax. It was only related to property tax measures.
Property tax measures involve parcel taxes then. So they might push through a parcel tax on properties in order to generate the funding for affordable housing with a reduced threshold of 55%.
If ACA 1 was
passes.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me what happened? Now on Senator Beal's 795, that's a little bit different from ACA 1, where they're also looking for funding. But what was the method behind that one?
Great question. I need a second or two to go through my notes to get the method. This time of year, it's funny, we memorize these bills, and then if they're not moving forward, that space just goes away in our brain. So I'll get you information on the methodology. He changed it a couple of times. At first, it was sort of like redevelopment 2.0, and that's how they were phrasing it. And it was specifically for affordable housing. And then was changed a little bit and then changed a bit some more. So let me go through my notes, and as you all have other questions, and I'll tell you how they plan to use that. But unfortunately, that didn't move forward.
Go through. Now, how about Senator Portantino's 1299?
1299 also did not get a hearing. That was one of the bills that just did not make it into the second house, and it did not move forward. I know that the senator put a lot of time and effort into that bill. It was basically rezoning for idle sites, and it was a way to encourage to do more affordable housing. It wasn't heard on the assembly floor.
Okay, and do you see that coming back?
Yes, I do. From him, yes, I do.
Okay. When you say idle sites, can you kind of give some example what that would mean, idle sites?
As I recall, it was for idle retail sites. And so not to be confused with Senator Caballero's bill, but it was for certain cities. As you know, there's been kind of strip malls and haven't had much action. They've been vacant for a while. So what his bill proposed to do was to give some incentives for those sites to be redeveloped, to include some housing, to include some mixed use. You had to be, I think, vacant for at least 3 to 5 years. It had some pretty high thresholds.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now, on some of the policing bills that, especially 731, how can cities help in making sure that it comes back? What are some of the processes that you would suggest or recommend for us, for a city?
For the decertification bill?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think what would be helpful would be, if we've got great Senator Hill, he's great, and Assemblymember Berman, but I think a letter overall to the delegation, which would be to not just your exact members, but neighboring members, just explaining from Palo Alto your point of view, why you would support something like this. Obviously, since it's no longer going to be SB 731, so I'd probably phrase it more by the topic. Hey, on behalf of the city of Palo Alto and to our neighboring cities, we support this policy topic because of X, Y, and Z. And so something to keep in mind. So we've got the governor working on bills till the end of the month. And then October is sort of when legislative offices start considering what they might want to do for the legislative session. Getting closer to October, it runs into November. Certainly some very big seats and races are coming up. And then I'd say probably about 2 weeks after the November election is when offices really start honing in on what they want to do for the upcoming year. So happy to work with the city manager and his team on drafting such a letter if that's the will of the council. But now is always a good time for general policy topics to write to the delegation. Of course, through our efforts, this is something we would share with the Pro Tem's office and the Speaker's office, but just explaining commonsensical. City of Palo Alto, the reason why we support policy topics such as decertification is because X, Y, and Z, and obviously having a good conversation with your chief and others. So that would be one recommendation.
And this particular bill, we would want to do it with other jurisdictions to have more, power in getting noticed by.
I think it's always helpful to work on a regional level for some pieces of legislation. Some have a good regional approach, others don't. I think when it comes to some things, to a topic such as decertification or public safety, especially as it relates to hiring or rehiring, I think it's always helpful to socialize the issue with your neighboring cities or any of your regional groups or what have you, just to hear where some of the where your neighbors are. And then I think it's helpful to just share what our position is. We don't necessarily need to work hand in hand with them or everyone agree to what the letter says, but I think it's easy to help get it out and help build coalitions running into January.
Okay, thank you. AB 2054, it's grants, it's a pilot grants for mental
Yes.
health policing. Do you see that do you see that being signed by the government?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And so to the public, it's Assembly Bill 2054 from Assemblywoman Kamlager. It's an acronym. It's called the Crisis Act. And it is to allow for appropriations in future years. And I think it's either a 3 to 5 year pilot program. And essentially it's to work with service providers and other nonprofit organizations to help address some of the issues that public safety traditionally deals with that might not, might not necessarily need a law enforcement point of view or law enforcement person doing it. Hypothetically, mental health services or interactions with teen and youths. And so it's what it's trying to do is show that there could be opportunities for others to help address some of these underlying public safety issues. And instead of having law enforcement do it, it's a grant program for 501c3s and service providers. But yes, I can definitely see the governor signing it. And hopefully in the January budget, there might even be some funds set aside for it going forward.
That's really super. I also wanted to find out if you can help me understand SB 1206 about broadband infrastructure. I'm not really understanding, the brief summary, but if you can help me understand it and then give me the pros and cons on that, I would really appreciate it.
Council member, that's a great question. Offhand, I don't know. I would have to go back and read on it and then send a note to you all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
You stumped me on that one. I admit being stumped.
Thank you. Now on AB 725 and AB 2345, those are housing, and they basically take away local control and is actually invasive into the single family neighborhoods. So with our broad directives in terms of preserving local controls, and so how are we, where are those two, do you see?
Both bills are on the governor's desk. AB 2345 from Assemblywoman Gonzalez, and then AB 725 from Assemblymember Wicks. And what they do, both bills have different ways to revise the density bonus law to increase the maximum allowable density. However, for Assemblymember Wicks's bill, AB 725, the very last minute there's amendments, and I think due to the population threshold, and I will double check, but I don't think Palo Alto is impacted by AB 725 because the population threshold was increased the very last week of session that bill was amended. If it's at the will of the council, if that's a bill you all want to send a letter to the governor, as you all know, the bills in the governor's desk, there's two types of letters, either request for signature or request for veto.
Thank you for that. Now, I just wanted to go back to AB 2345. That also decreases the percentage of lower income affordable units required by housing projects, right? And we're still giving developers concessions and incentives, though.
It does give developers incentives, and the goal is to increase the allowable density.
It increases allowable density, but it doesn't say anything about whether we have to increase the affordable units, right?
Correct.
Okay. What happened to AB 3182? This has to do with HOAs, homeowner associations. So it prohibits HOAs, homeowner associations, from enacting blanket bans on renters in their communities. Now, I was just wondering if you happen to know if it's...
If I recall, that was held in one of the appropriation committees. I think that was held in Assembly Appropriations.
So it's not going through this year.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ku. Councilmember Ernest.
The smoke has me really sneezing. My apologies. Nicolo.
Yes.
Let me ask you something far less specific. What do you think the mood is right now in Sacramento? Also, we're going into a new year. And there are some very significant propositions. One of them is Prop 15. This is a weird year. We're all functioning on Zoom. Make some comments, if you would, about where we are. We've had a Democratic controlled legislature for quite some time now. So comments.
Absolutely. So unprecedented year. Everyone's excited for this year to be over, frankly. Whether it was, the Senate Republicans at the very last week having to vote via Zoom, that was uncomfortable and many different challenges. Whether it was not being able to physically go into the Capitol to speak to live human beings face to face, that was a massive challenge. Frustration from the Senate because they made their members cut down bills, the number of bills, and there's a feeling that the Assembly did not. So council member, honestly, I feel that everyone right now, everyone's sort of in their corners. They went back to their districts. I think they're talking to their constituents. And I made the joke, remember that TV show Dallas when JR died, and the very next season, the episode was, oh my God, this was just a really bad dream. Life is back to normal again. It's sort of like that. It's just like, can we just completely erase 2020 from our minds? I think though, unfortunately, a lot of very important topics, I mean, it's one thing to vote a bill up, yes or no. You've been around for many years. You've experienced a lot of these hard discussions, but not even be able to get to some of those discussions is also the frustration. So frustration from the legislature, they're not proud of how things ended. Frustration from different constituencies, bill sponsors and others, they're not happy how things ended. And there is still a lot that's left to be unsaid. So I think everyone's happy the year's over. Exhaling, the marathon was harder than anyone thought. Let's regroup, let's go into 2021, hopefully as back to normal as possible. But at the same time, 2021 is going to be massive when it comes to legislation. There's going to be housing, police reform, COVID reform. There's going to be new members. There's going to be so much going on. And there's going to be a lot coming at us quickly and very fast. So that's the legislative side of things. The other side, the governor has been dealt a hand of COVID, extreme forest fires. And I'm gonna say how much more, the joke is what's next, the locusts.
Yes.
So I think that the administration has really done a lot. They've handled a lot. And, maybe I don't mean to be flippant, but maybe fortunately it's good that the bills are so few that are on the governor's desk because there's been so much going on outside of just legislation that we need to focus. So I'm always optimistic. I feel 2021, there's going to be greater energy, a greater sense to prove they can do better. Both parties trying to work together in a more cohesive way because that's what the state needs, that's what the state wants, and that's what the general public wants. So that's what I see. The staff I talk to, because we do a lot of work with staff, they're frustrated too.
But what that sort of implies is that we anticipate by January, this will all be over. And the general public doesn't really believe that yet. So as we look at the possibility of kids coming back to school, people are on totally different sides. Oh no, I'd never let my kids go back to school, or I can't wait till my kids can go back to school. So I think before we get out of this, there's a lot more angst we're going to go through about decisions. Who can you be with? What we're still discussing what you can touch. It's really, really troubling, I think, which is why I wonder, Do you want to say a word or two about Prop 15? You want to do prognostication, or you want to just skip it?
I'm going to skip that. I know that's your other agenda item, item 11. I still need to really like dig deep into the propositions. I'm a big, vote by mail person. So
This one, I swear, has come up so often that it's.
has it?
Oh, it's really split roll. And we've done that one before.
Yeah, I've done that before. The governor just came out in support. I mean, I will say, and it impacts you directly and indirectly, and it's something, and it's, what Caltrain's been going through. With Senator Bell being termed out, he's always been a great champion for transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be clear, with everyone staying home, there's not a lot of people riding transit. And so I've heard some discussions, and I hope it gets a little bit louder. What about all the different transit agencies? Is there going to be some type of, for lack of a better word, bailout or some type of stimulus for the various transit agencies, whether it's Caltrain, BART, Samtrans, what have you. And I'm hoping that those discussions at least happen in January, because that's something else that impacts all of us.
Well, we'll see, right?
Yeah,
I know a vaccine is coming out very soon.
we need one. We need one. Just a matter of then who can get it.
Thanks, Niccolo.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I have Councilmember Tanaka.
One quick question and one a little bit longer question. So first question is, so we're all Zooming right now, and that's because you had to kind of change the Brown Act and to enable us to do that. And one thing that we found is that it really has increased the diversity of people that are able to attend these meetings and participate, and which overall I think is a good thing, right? So I guess what is the thought about, like, okay, past COVID, let's say everything does come back to normal, right? What is the thought about still being able to use some of these modern technologies, or are we going to go back to Stone Age and we're going to have to do everything as we did before? Like, are we going to be able to modernize some of some of the Brown Act, or do you know where we are on that?
I haven't, when all this first started, there was obviously a huge discussion relating to Brown Act, Sunshine Act, noticing requirements. And I agree with you. I think a lot of this has allowed for greater participation. And I'm hopeful, and I haven't heard the discussions yet, but I haven't been part of them, that in the Capitol, they would allow for people to call in. However, something else that this has shown is the digital divide. And so I have heard a lot about, we're fortunate that we can Zoom in, or we've got good broadband or what have you, but there's a lot of folks that aren't as fortunate. So the discussions I have heard about digital divide are louder than the discussions I've heard about participation. However, that is definitely something I can add to our agenda to check in with leadership and others about, meaning specifically what's the appetite, whether it's for the local side or the state side, to continue this greater participation.
Yeah, I think to me, if we're looking at the additive part, so if let's say when we do go back to, like, hopefully we will soon go back to in-person meetings, I still think it'd be great to enable this, right? So if people want to show up in person, great, but if people want to participate via Zoom, why not, right? So to me, it's good to have participation. So I would encourage that, and then also
okay.
There's some like archaic rules that we have that, like, before you need to, like, even if you're in Timbuktu, you need to post it, post agenda, X number of hours ahead of time, which made no sense. And so, like, some of these archaic stuff should be kind of cleaned up. And so I think this opportunity should be used to try to, embrace technology, increase accessibility, modernize rules, streamline things, try to make it more efficient, right? So, like, for instance, like this meeting, which is a little bit crazy too, is right, we can't just, like, so Zoom actually has a polling function. We could actually take votes via Zoom, but for whatever reason, we have to do oral votes. We can't actually vote like we would in the council chamber. We can't actually press. You can't use the polling functionality, right? We have to roll call type of voting, right? So stuff like that, which to me is, it just kind of, why not try to use the technology we have? Why do we have to resort to kind of archaic methods that maybe aren't as efficient? So Yeah, so if you can kind of look into that and push on it, that'd be great.
Happy to push on it. In my heart of hearts, I can easily see a bill coming out in January with so many new members coming into the Capitol with a local government background. Just like you said, Brown Act, I can definitely see legislation to clean up Brown Act or the Sunshine Act, and just to allow greater participation and some of the things you say. So happy to help push those. And
Great.
Yeah, because I mean, speaking of Brown Act, this differences on the local level versus county level, right, versus federal level, which is, you know, it's a little bit inconsistent. But anyways, enough of that. The second thing I want to ask you about is just like our own city has been hit pretty hard with the finances. What's your view about the state level? I mean, I've seen like just, you know, gigantic losses from the state, and how is the state adjusting with it? And more importantly, how do you see it trickling down to cities like ours, and in terms of, you know, how are some of the funding sources that we're getting right now? How's that looking? And, you know, I'm
not optimistic for the state, at least Q1 and Q2, frankly. I'm definitely concerned about that. You know, the initial, and to an earlier question about the special session, one of the things that was expected was with the delay in state income tax, getting the numbers in August, there were some grumblings about a special session then to redo the budget. Fortunately, that didn't happen and the numbers were better than expected. As it relates to traditional programs or grants that the city's benefited from, I think you're going to be fine because most of those are bonds. Still have bonds from what I think 16, whether for water for parks or things like that. So that's good news. Something that we've been working on behalf of the city was working on direct funding, AKA an earmark, as it relates to some of the pedestrian improvements and what have you for grade separation. I don't see this next budget cycle having direct spending allocations just due to not having a lot of money involved to be flexible. I don't necessarily see the state doing what they've done in years past about taking, you know, some of your vehicle registration fees or anything like that, but we don't know. I mean, January, the governor's proposal in January versus what it's going to be in June are going to be two very separate things. So obviously we're going to be defensive of any of your fund revenue streams. I think your Q1 and Q2 are going to be tough. But I also, you know, we were fortunate that the CARES Act funding from the feds that came to the state and that went to the cities and counties, at least that was something that could help out. I think also though, when it comes to cash infusion, big money is going to come from DC, and I don't see anything happening until after the November elections.
Okay. Any thoughts on like how CalPERS is doing and any impact you think that might have on us?
I do not know. I've not seen anything on CalPERS lately, but I can happily go back and check.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I have Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think Eric was next, but
I just wanted to go to folks who haven't.
I already
spoken.
asked one. Let Tom go.
okay, good. Sorry. Anyways, Nicola, thanks for being here. I got one random question. There's a lot of discussion about sales taxes. What is the current maximum sales tax?
Not a random question at all. 2% above the state's 7.25. So you could go, your cap is 2%. In years past, past governors, there have been bills, one-offs to allow counties to go above, whether at 0.25 or 0.5. Last year, the Governor Newsom vetoed a bill for Alameda County to allow them to go over the cap. He was not a supporter of that. However, there was follow-up legislation that backfilled certain funding sources. So for example, in Alameda County and Contra Costa County, they backed out the BART portion of the sales tax and they backed out the county-wide transportation portion of the sales tax to free up space. So to answer your question directly, you cannot go over the 2% cap, which is shared between city and county. There's been legislation in the past to go over. This administration has vetoed that. They've allowed legislation to allow for you to move and play around with some of that cap space.
So we're at Santa Clara is at 9.25.
I think so. I think you are. I don't recall seeing your numbers lately, but I think you are. You should be.
Okay. So PG&E merged for bankruptcy. What happens with SB 350? Would it still be in effect if something went wrong with PG&E at this point?
That is my belief. It would still be in effect, yes.
Okay. And then back to the housing bills. So is SB 1085, is that one continuing or that one did not make it?
That did not go forward.
Okay. So the other one, 2345, what can you tell us a little bit of the details on what the density bonuses are?
Yeah, I had to go through my notes on that to give you a little bit more information. If you can give me a couple minutes, I'll happily do that.
Sure. Actually, that was my last question. So everybody covered a lot. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. I mean, one comment on AB 2345, that it doesn't reduce the affordable housing percentage, except for two incentives from 20% to 17%. Anyways, I just looked that up. Next, I have Councilmember Philseth.
Maybe another fairly quick one. You said earlier, right at the beginning, you said that when you were sort of remarking about the late night marathon, that some healing was going to be needed between the parties. I think were your words. And I gather there was a pretty big rift between the Democrats and Republicans.
It was bad.
This. Yeah. Do you see any significant fault lines within the Democratic Party itself as this went on?
Good question. I mean, I think Monday morning quarterbacking, I think it was just a hard year and everyone was tired and people were tired of traveling if they didn't need to. People were tired of wearing masks. There was concerns about, some members having to come to the floor, maybe if they had their infant with them or
with their baby, right?
Who's older in the age. I just think people were just tired and frustrated and frankly annoyed. I don't see cracks. I also see newer members coming in that I think can help out. For example, Senator John Laird used to be an assembly member, was Secretary of Natural Resources. He's running for the termed out Senate seat that touches San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz. He's been around forever. That's the type of personality I think is going to be helpful. They've been around forever. They're kind of diplomatic, like they can help massage things. The strange thing is in both houses, traditionally both parties get along well, So I'm chalking this one up to COVID, to frustration, to annoyance, to just overall frustration.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't see any other hands. If you have any last questions for Mr. DeLuca. Mr. Vice Mayor, did you have a follow-up on your previous one?
I think I'm good. That's all my house.
My dog wants to follow up with you. Sorry about that. Okay, Mr. DeLuca, any last closing thoughts?
No, just to the Vice Mayor, a lot of what the Assembly Bill 2345 from Assemblywoman Gonzalez adds a definition that to be eligible to get these incentives, you have to be located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. Mayors, you said, talked about restriction of 17% of the total units to 20%. Deletes the option for developments to receive 5 incentive and concessions. Add some clarification language. So what I can do is do a more detailed write-up and through the city manager's office, share it with you all. I do want to say I really appreciate the city manager and his staff. Great to work with, really helpful. All of you have been wonderful, turning around letters, great getting our questions answered. So whereas this year's been hard, it's been great working with you all. So appreciate it. I'll be optimistic going into 2021, and we'll just keep doing what we do, keep pounding the rock and keep pushing it forward.
Likewise, and we appreciate you and your firm's work on the city and our community's behalf. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes item number 8. We now move on to our action calendar. Our first item is a public hearing, item number 9, the adoption of an interim ordinance amending Title 18, the zoning code, to allow 24-hour safe parking on city-owned sites in the public facility zone. Does staff have a presentation to kick us off?
I would just note, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as several weeks ago, you had an evening that our Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services, Rachel Tanner, was starring, and I suspect this will be another one, as Ms. Tanner's work is covering a number of important issues for the city, one of which has been the safe parking program. So with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Tanner to walk you through an update on this follow-up to prior council discussion and direction.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shikata. I'm going to do the sharing screen tradition, and once that's up, we'll be happy to share.
I feel like I'm closing.
Okay, is that showing in presentation mode for everyone? Okay,
yes.
Great. Excellent. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. It's good to be with you tonight. I'm using 2 screens today, so I'll be looking away, but I am right here with you all. This evening, we'll be talking about safe parking and a really exciting opportunity to operate a safe parking lot here in the city of Palo Alto. So staff has 3 parts of the recommendation for you this evening. We would ask that council would find the proposed interim ordinance and approval of the lease agreement compliant with CEQA or exempt from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. We would ask that council would adopt an interim ordinance amending Title 18, which would allow safe parking on city property in the PF, which is the Public Facilities Zoning District, and establish temporary regulations related to safe parking. I would note it's temporary only in that this is an interim ordinance. It isn't that they would be regulations that expire anytime during the duration of this interim ordinance. And lastly, we'd ask that council would approve the 3-year lease between the city, which would be the landlord, and the lessee, which would be Santa Clara County. So a little bit about the safe parking program and what it is and kind of its history here locally. So safe parking provides community members living in vehicles and recreational vehicles, RVs, could be vans, could be passenger car. There are many types of vehicles that folks may be living in. It provides them a designated location, which provides them with greater security and assistance than otherwise is available to those who remain on city streets. It's a place where they can park their vehicle. In this particular case, this site would provide access to bathrooms, to lot monitoring by staff from the qualified nonprofit that is a safe parking program provider. It's especially important during these pandemic times that folks have access to running water, to restrooms, and that they're limiting their need to move around frequently throughout the region. The program also connects participants to social services to help participants find permanent housing that they can afford. So it's really important to note that as part of safe parking, it really isn't just somebody who says, oh, there's a lot over here, I'm going to go and park my car there. It's a program where folks sign up, they are screened, they become part of the Santa Clara County Homeless Services Network that provides people with resources, and again, tries to really get them into safe, stable, permanently affordable housing for them. Safe parking programs alone cannot resolve the issues related to homelessness and vehicle dwelling. I think it's important for the council and for members of the community to know that this is not going to, in and of itself, resolve any and all issues related to folks struggling to find and afford housing or folks needing to live in their vehicles. Addressing homelessness is a multi-pronged approach, which our county is leading many efforts to address homelessness within Santa Clara County, and of course, efforts throughout the Bay Area. And even with effective, safe, and successful program, there will be persons who will remain homeless or who may dwell in their vehicles in Palo Alto, either because there isn't capacity, they choose not to participate, or other reasons. So just a little history, kind of a timeline of safe parking in Palo Alto. You'll note this timeline only starts in 2019, and I'm sure many of you know that the challenges with people dwelling in their vehicles predate 2019, go back, I believe, to 2011 and even into 2009. And so there is a longer history with safe parking in this community, but this is the more recent history since June of 2019, which seems even longer ago than just last summer. So in June 2019, there was a colleagues memo that was authored, and the council supported having the Policy and Services Committee consider how to address safe parking and to develop a program. That led in January of this year to an interim ordinance for Tier 1 congregation-based program. And council may remember that program was that it could be at a congregation or religious institution housing up to 4 vehicles overnight only at those locations, again, working with a known safe parking program operator and subject to certain rules and subject to obtaining a permit through the city. The idea was that throughout 2020, we would learn from the experience of the congregations and develop tiers 2 and 3, with tier 2 being allowing private parking lots such as congregations or perhaps other uses to expand beyond the 4 vehicles. So maybe they would have 10 vehicles parked overnight. And then the tier 3 program being a program that would be on publicly owned land and could be longer than overnight, could perhaps be larger scale, and that we would kind of grow into larger and larger operations as we learned, as we understood how these programs worked in our community. Of course, then in March 17th, 2020, COVID-19, the shelter-in-place order was issued, and that really put a hold on a lot of our congregations moving forward with applying for permits for the congregation-based program, as both they are mostly closed, at least from their normal worship activities, and not able to operate. In addition, there had been efforts to try to source funding, source resources, coordinate amongst the congregations so that there could be a really holistic approach to how to operate the programs. And at the same time, an opportunity came from Supervisor Joe Simidian to think about working with the county more directly to offer a 24-hour program. And so that's where a lot of our efforts have focused, and what brings us here to tonight for your consideration, which is really kind of jumping from the tier 1 to the tier 3 to offer a 24-hour program, which is that people can stay on this lot, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're not required to just stay there. They can, go shopping and do other things, go to work, etc. But they have a place to park 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it be located on public property. The tier 1 program still exists and still is available, and this would be another opportunity. So the operational standards at these proposed tier 3 lots are very similar to the tier 1 standards. They have to have a verified partnership with the Santa Clara County Homeless Management Information System and Coordinated Entry System. Contact information for the program operation has to be posted on the site, including emergency phone numbers, after hours phone numbers. The site must be safe, cleanly, and orderly. No noise can be generated from the site that is really bothering folks on the site and also surrounding neighbors. There are required facilities such as restrooms, and in this case, we're able actually to offer showers to those folks, as well as hand washing facilities. And there can be no leakage or disposal of contaminants on site. So if there is an RV that's parked there, they would need to go to a dumping site. If you can imagine, like going to a campsite, there are a couple, particularly one in Redwood City, where RVs can go and safely dump their gray water or their black water, and it really can't be disposed of on the parking site. To implement the program in this particular case, what the city would do is we would lease the land, if council approves the lease, to the county for 36 months. And the county, through contract, has selected Move Mountain View to operate the safe parking program. And we'll hear later on this evening from Move Mountain View about their program, and you'll hear some of the great success stories that they have had and kind of how they operate, and they'll also be available for questions this evening. The county supports the program and the funding of the operator, and the county is the leaseholder and ultimately responsible for the care of the site and for returning it to the city in, as similar condition or better at the conclusion of the 3-year lease. The operator believes that they could serve up to 12 households safely at the site. That's ensuring that there is good distancing between each vehicle, which provides not just the social distancing that's necessary during COVID-19, but space for the vehicles to safely maneuver if they do need to move around, and for some privacy between the households in the vehicles. There's also before you an interim ordinance. This would allow the public facility zone land to be leased for this purpose and establishes the standards, some of which we just reviewed, as well as requiring noticing of owners and occupants within 600 feet in advance of city council considering these leases. So we did notice owners and occupants within 600 feet of the 2000 Gang Road site for this evening's hearing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the facility itself. It is not a well-known facility in Palo Alto, and so we'll share a little bit about that site. So here is a bit of a zoomed out picture showing you where it is. If you Google map 2000 Gang Road, you can see where that red dot comes up, but the site itself is a little bit back from the roadway. And so here you zoom in a little bit more, you can see Embarcadero Road, Gang Road, GENG, and then that yellow box is the actual site. You can see the Baylands Athletic facility there in the background. And then zooming in just a little bit more on the site there, you can see it has a couple buildings. That was formerly the temporary fire station during construction of Fire Station 3. There are actually a couple buildings. There is a main building where there were the dorms for the firefighters, as well as an eating facility and kitchen. There's the garage where the fire trucks were parked. And then there's a locker room that has restrooms and showers there. It's estimated again that this can serve about 12 households. It's zoned as public facilities as well. So Move Mountain View, the Lots of Love program is the operator of this site, and it's supported by the Office of Supportive Housing. We have both Amber Stein from Move Mountain View with us, as well as representatives from the Office of Supportive Housing. So I'm going to turn it over to Amber. I believe she is a panelist this evening. If you want to turn your mic off, Amber, and share a little bit about who you are, what Lots of Love does, and how the program operates.
My name is Amber Steinman. I'm the program coordinator director of Move Mountain View. The organization now has been running for almost 2.5 years. We started out simply with church lots, and we had 2 at the beginning with 4 vehicles, which eventually expanded to 6. And now since April, we have been running along with the church lots, 2 city lots, one on Shoreline, Lot B, and the other one VTA, which is on Evelyn, located on Evelyn and Pioneer. The Shoreline houses about 30 vehicles and the VTA lot 29 vehicles. And I think totally we are serving approximately 132 people individually. So that means they come in family households. We have been working with the county, and we provide the case management through a CSA, which at this point, since we're growing so much, we are in the process of hiring case managers that will be in our office, in our program. So we will have at least 3 case managers covering the lots at least we have right now. If Palo Alto was to come on, I think we would probably add on another case manager, thinking the average should be probably between no more than 16 to 20 individuals per case for a social worker. I think overall our experience running or operating the lot has been very good. It started, the big lot started right before COVID. So we became a shelter and place, and it has been a safe place for many people. And we have, they've been able to get medical that comes from the county twice a week, or twice a month, I should say, and then once a month we have a COVID test. There have been food pantries that have come in and served various meals, because one of the things that has happened with COVID is that even though this has been, this population in large is usually a working population, because of COVID, people have lost their jobs. So that means there's no income, which makes buying food that much more difficult. So we've been able to network or work with others that have the food service that bring sometimes prepared food, sometimes food that needs to be prepared to the lots for these families. It's been a positive experience. We've had some incidents here and there, but nothing that you wouldn't encounter in a semi-normal neighborhood. So I think overall, I would say the clients that we have are satisfied. And I think for us as operators of the safe parking lot, I think our experience has been very positive. We're seeing changes in the school children, at least from the district. There was a notice saying thank you for this because they're seeing so much change in their students. And part of that is we've been meeting their needs by having story time for them in the summer. And then the other is just being advocates, families saying, I don't have a Chromebook, and just helping them through the process of how to obtain that and how to get an internet connection and those kinds of things. So it's not just a parking lot to come and park your vehicle, but it's more of a wraparound service that we've been able to provide.
Thank you, Amber. Really appreciate that. And I just want to note to the council members, we have Reverend Michael Love, who also is with Move Mountain View, who's available for questions. And Supervisor Joe Simidian is also on the line with his staff, and then also representatives from the Office of Supportive Housing. So that concludes the staff presentation for this item.
Great. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. To Supervisor Simidian in your office, any comments from your team before we go to the public? I see Supervisor Simidian raising his hand, but he's an attendee. If we could promote him to panelist or allow him to speak first, please, that would be great.
He should now be a panelist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Supervisor Simidian. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Thanks. My office and I are just here on standby, as indicated, to answer any questions you have, but also, since I have the moment, to say thank you to you and your staff for taking the matter up. I thought Ms. Stein did a really first-rate job of describing how much more than, quote, just a safe parking lot we're talking about providing. The one other factor I would share with you all is what I call the multiplier effect. I know this sounds like an awful lot of time and energy for, quote, just a dozen cars, as somebody described it to me the other day. But if you think of it as a dozen vehicles with maybe 2, 3, 4 people, sometimes more in each car or RV, all of a sudden you realize you're talking about 30, 40, 50 people. And again, the goal, as Ms. Stein indicated, is to move people through the program, out of the program, into a better place, frankly, to some level of service and housing that is real and lasting and long-term. So what sounds like maybe a dozen vehicles is really 30 or 40 folks, but then if you can turn those sites over 4 or 5 times a year to move folks on to a better set of circumstances, what that means is at the end of the year, you've helped 200 folks get themselves into a better place in terms of permanent housing. And that's no small accomplishment for a single site. And after this site has proved itself to be the success that I feel sure it will be, you can be sure I'll be back chatting with you about other sites in the future. So thank you again. And do let my office and me know if there's anything any of you need as we continue to work together on the project. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and thanks for being here tonight. To the clerk, if we could please go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Sure. Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're using a telephone, dial *9. You will have 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Ryan Globus, to be followed by Mark Molyneux. Ryan, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ryan Globus. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'll be quick. I support this program. Please support this. We have a lot of folks in our town that really need this. And it's a great program with, the county and Move Mountain View doing a lot of the legwork for us, which is fantastic. They have experience in this. I'll also add that, if the council is considering amendments, which I think in and of itself is fine, just please make sure those amendments don't delay this process any further. There's folks that need this right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux, to be followed by Stephen Lee. Mark, go ahead. You may need to, there you go.
Okay,
You
I
have
think
2
now.
minutes.
Okay. Hi there, Mark Molyneux, renter. I spoke on this when you got into the tier 1 of this, or the phase 1, back in before COVID times hit, and I commented this is good. I just think it is at once way too slow and way too insufficient for the crisis we have already been as far as unaffordable housing, and that we now are deep in the throes of in the wake of the COVID health emergency. I think if you look at the amount of we have in our queues of people who cannot be housed, I think this is one of a very crucial way to use public resources to house people, and I definitely say this is a good program. You should move ahead with it. But I think we need to consider this is just not at the right magnitude we need to deal with all the people that are facing crisis. And let's be very clear: due to the insufficient state eviction moratoria, we are facing an eviction cliff in February. We are going to be facing a crisis that's going to look a lot worse, and we need to be prepared. So I want to make sure this program, which I think the details I commend, other than the speed and capacity, we need to think bigger. I hope people don't say, we've done enough. Let me wash my hands. My guilt is assuaged. Your guilt should not be assuaged. We need to be doing a lot more. We need to consider what can we be doing to create more public land acquisition. Earlier in the meeting, when I heard one council person who happens to be a realtor talk about what concerns her is destroying single-family neighborhoods, I just think we cannot afford that sort of selfishness at a time in which so many people are facing crisis. We need to consider how to change as much as possible to help people. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Stephen Lee, to be followed by Eileen Altman. Stephen, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. As a former Human Relations Commissioner, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank city staff, county staff, Supervisor Simidian, and Move Mountain View for all of the excellent work over the past couple of months and couple of years to make this happen. This is certainly a long time coming. The council and our city began this work nearly 3 years ago when the HRC came to the council to discuss the issue of RVs and finding a compassionate way to serve and address our unhoused population. I hope we build upon and expand on this success to move a little bit faster and think slightly bigger so that we can expand services to a larger percentage of the nearly 113 unhoused individuals living in Palo Alto. And ultimately, I hope we get more serious about building housing, in particular affordable housing, so that we can address this larger systemic issue. So good job, but I hope we continue to build on this success and do even more for our unhoused population. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is Eileen Altman, to be followed by Patty Rieger. Eileen, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I am one of the pastors at First Congregational Church of Palo Alto, United Church of Christ, on the corner of Embarcadero and Lewis. I wanted to speak in enthusiastic support of this effort. I think it's very important. I am among the faith leaders who have been exploring how faith communities might host vehicle dwellers in our parking lot. And one of the big challenges for us in thinking about how to do that was the case management services that are needed to make a program like this work. And so I'm very excited that Move Mountain View is going to be operating this program. And my hope would be that this beginning effort might then allow faith communities to actually partner with this effort so that we can expand the program with our faith communities in Palo Alto. So well done, and I'm hoping that you'll pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Our next speaker is Patty Rieger, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hi, I'm Patty Rieger, and I'm from the Human Relations Commissioner, and I've been chosen. We voted unanimously to support the Palo Alto Safe Parking Program, and we've sent the City Council a letter. And I just want to say thank you so much to Michaela from Joseph Median's office and to Rachel Tenner. It's been a delight working with them. We are supporting the City Council approving the safe parking lot ordinance to allow the 24/7 parking lot and approve the leasing agreement between the city. This program has been really well vetted by the Planning and Development Service and the County Supervisor's Office. I just want to say thank you. And in our work in the Human Relations Commission, we have included housing and homeless issues. And one goal was to collaborate with the county to identify the needs and create joint strategies. We are committed to this plan and hope we can work with the council to extend our finding and efforts for the safe parking. And thank you so much. I think this is great.
Thank you, Patty. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hey, thanks so much. And thanks for doing this. I 100% support it without hesitations. I just have a few comments on top of it. First is that I request that you make sure that what you pass tonight has the flexibility to apply to more than just this location so that you can expand this program beyond this one site. Additionally, I agree with the earlier comments that, as per my comment one, that we need actually to make this a bigger program. Third is, while I think that Move Mountain View seems exceptional, I was very, very impressed with the presentation. I am a little concerned that they're a small operation and they do need to do some hiring. I think we're on emergency level, terms right now. I'm wondering if you have actually spoken to Life Moves, who's a much bigger operation. Maybe Life Moves could do this alongside Move Mountain View, so not to move them aside, but rather maybe in collaboration, just to make sure that we have enough this staffed out. Also, location question. As you know, for parking of vehicle dwellers, it's very important that they're near public transportation. And I'm just a little concerned that they'll have access to that at this remote location. Oh, and by the way, I also want to say, you said that this is an unknown location in Palo Alto. I'm in that very, very, I guess, minority group that is actually there all the time because my son plays baseball 4 times a week at Baylands. And I do want to say that even though my minor child plays baseball right there, including at night, I 100% support this program because I know that vehicle dwellers do not pose any public safety hazard. In fact, they often are known for being low crime. So that's all I have time for now, but I really appreciate you paying attention to this. And hopefully maybe Palo Alto can line up to get some great grants from the state, like Mountain View got $12.5 million last week. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Evelyn Comian. Rohan, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm very glad that we're finally taking this up as a city council. I think it's kind of a bare minimum step we can take as far as looking after our most vulnerable neighbors. I think it's very important that this ordinance, that this piece gets passed right now as is, or expanded without any cuts or any delays. But I will say the fact that we are having to do this is a poor reflection on our community's lack of ability to build sufficient housing at all income levels, especially at the lowest income levels, and a lack of our ability to really step up to the challenge of addressing the housing crisis in terms of building, in terms of renter protections, all kinds of things. I think it's it's really sad that the discussion we're having is on protecting vehicle residents and doing the bare minimum and not actually and that's the discussion we're having to have. So I hope that we as a city take this as a learning experience and going forward think beyond just doing this basic relief and actually proactively build the housing that we need to address this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Evelyn Comian, to be followed by James Hendry. James, go ahead.
Hey there, Council. Thank you so much for taking up this issue. A couple of things I'd like to discuss. One is the site of this project. While I fully support the project and its intentions and its goals, I do think that this site is kind of far away from services and public transportation, which can be difficult for people. I'd also like to mention that this is similar to the 8 can't wait issue in that it really is just the first tiny drop in the bucket when it comes to the work that our community needs to do to address the homelessness crisis facing our community. While vehicle dwellers are by far the largest percentage of our homeless population, not all of our homeless population are vehicle dwellers. The chronically homeless, unfortunately, usually do not have access to vehicles and are still left sleeping on the streets many nights. So we do need to find ways to get them safe places to sleep at night. And finally, we need a housing first approach. It feels great to pass projects like this and feel like you're doing something to help homelessness in our community or address homelessness in our community. But unless we're building housing at all income levels, at all price points throughout our community, building taller, denser, along transit, this issue is just gonna grow bigger and bigger year after year. A previous caller mentioned the February eviction cliff that we're going to be looking at. That's real. We need to be prepared for that. And the only way we can do that is by increasing our housing supply. So
thank you, James. Our next speaker is Evelyn Comian. Evelyn, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I am Evelyn Kilmia, and I have been providing educational materials to children and families who live on El Camino Real in Palo Alto since the COVID through my organization. And I am calling tonight to really show support and ask that we urgently vote on this, not just that we vote, but we move it ahead, because we all see the smoke and winter is coming. When we talk about vehicle dwellers in Palo Alto, they're not just people. We have children who did not pick to live in RVs, but are living there. And they're having such a hard time with everything that is happening as it is. And so let's move this. And like the city manager said earlier, this may not look like a big number. It's just 12, but it's not going to be an action that is, or philanthropy that is 3 miles wide, but it's certainly going to be half a mile deep, and it will make an impact in our community, especially with services like Move Mountain View, what they're bringing, which is an overall, and making sure that people are getting plugged into the right services and they're moving along and they're getting solutions to their problems. And so we can move these 12 and have more come in, which in essence will make a difference in the lives of more children in our community. So tonight, as you're voting and as you're thinking about all the amazing things that all the earlier speakers have spoke about, I will really want you to picture those 7-year-olds and those third graders who are living in RVs right now who need to be in a place where they can have access to the shower and running water to be able to drink. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Our next speaker was supposed to be Kevin Ma.
Hello.
Kevin, go ahead.
Hello, City Council. My name is Kevin. I live in Ventura neighborhood. I support the safe parking program in front of you, and as everyone else has recognized, this is merely a start to a long process of trying to get people housed. As we know, the pandemic has really caused a financial crisis amongst the entire United States, and given how high the housing prices are, it's going to probably drive people into the streets. As such, things like this are required and necessary and should be sped up and encouraged across all communities in the area. So I'm encouraged that Palo Alto is taking some leadership in this. However, this upcoming thing should not be considered a one and done thing. We should be continuing this. And for the proposed restrictions on the ordinance in front of you, I do want to point out that so for RV dwellers, they usually do have a separate car to get to their place of work. And I do want that to be explicitly known. And I do want to point out that there's a no leakage contaminants restriction on this ordinance that is perhaps a bit too punishment wise towards people who are barely able to sustain themselves in this economy of ours, that we should instead be taking measures to actually try to assist them in improving what they can for their RVs, despite the environmental impacts that might exist because it's so close to the Baylands. But we need to recognize that there's a human cost to our society, that we should be encouraging people to live their fullest lives rather than punishing them for things that are way out of their control.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Kelsey Baines, who is our final speaker.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I urge the council members to approve any necessary recommendations tonight that moves your own Tier 3 initiative forward as this does. This modest proposal checks all the boxes, and it's free to us. At a time our city can't even pay to keep our children's theater or our children's library open. Here's some Palo Alto children could find a safe place to be until their families are helped to transition into permanent housing. This site will be run and monitored 24/7 by a very experienced local nonprofit that will assure things go smoothly and will be neat and clean. The site is well screened all around and is already outfitted with the necessary amenities. I have attended every meeting about safe parking, including the policy and services meeting, and I saw the difficulty it is in finding any location for such a place. So the notion of trying to find a place immediately, such as this, further in town, is just not happening. We need to take the place we have and not think about the places we don't have. This location is a rare thing, and we need to go with it. The 2019 Safe Parking Program, I want to thank Council Member Koo and Du Bois for bringing this up to the council to begin with. We must not pass up this rare opportunity and delay it any longer. Thank you, Supervisor Simidian, for thinking about Palo Altans, and that includes those living in vehicles, young and old, children and elders, healthy and disabled. Let's help some Palo Altans to move from our streets and into safety now.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by our final speaker, Jordan Grimes. Kelsey, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for taking up this important issue, which I think the previous speakers have done a great job of saying a lot of the things I had wanted to, in terms of this being a really vital service that will significantly increase the quality of life for people who are living in what are unsafe conditions under the current circumstances, where we've had very high heats, we've had unbreathable air, and if I imagine myself not having electricity right now, I would be having a lot of difficulty in terms of maintaining my health due to this air quality. So some things I like about this proposal is that vehicle dwellers are able to stay 24 hours a day, unlike our previous ordinance for church lots. I think this is really important for providing families with stability and making people feel a sense of safety and being able to better engage in case management. I think this location is fine for now, given that there is an urgency of need here. But I do think it's notable that we oftentimes cite services for unhoused people on the outskirts of town, where it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. But unfortunately, there are fewer services and less access to opportunity in those locations. So it would be great if we could identify some more central sites closer to downtown or closer to Cal Ave. So yeah, I hope we can move forward on this plan and look forward to more ambitious plans in the future, and hope there is no talk about enforcement of getting RVs out of other locations, especially given that we're kind of citing this service on the periphery of town. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. And our final speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Good
Jordan,
evening.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, council members, Honorable Mayor. Thank you for the time to speak tonight. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a member of Peninsula for Everyone and here in strong support both of this action and in support of expansion of these kind of programs. This action is good. It's necessary and you should take it, but it doesn't even come close to addressing the actual need of vehicle dwellers in Palo Alto. As others have noted, this issue is a direct result of our region's refusal to build enough housing to house its residents and workers. To be clear, this is a Band-Aid on a gushing bullet wound, one which will only get monumentally worse. As others have mentioned, we're on the precipice of a massive eviction cliff. Allowing this to move forward is imperative. It is quite frankly the very least you can do, and I urge you to support the safe parking program tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Mayor Fine, that's our final speaker.
Thank you very much, City Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers. We now return to council for comments and questions. Let's go for a round of that before motions. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I am very happy, very happy to see this come back to us tonight. It really does seem like a long time ago we started talking about this. So thank you, staff, for jumping on this opportunity to work with the county. I do want to thank Councilmember Koo for initiating this round of safe parking efforts and working with me on the colleagues memo. And when it does come time for motions, I hope you'll let us make the motion. I wish the item could have been agendized a little broader tonight. I'd really like to see us get to the tier 2 and even see the city manage some of the tier 3, like Mountain View is doing, working with partners like Lots of Love. So a question for staff is, what can we do to get the tier 1 program working with the churches? I mean, in some ways it seems like a good time to kind of get it rolling. So why has that part been put on hold?
That's a great question, Vice Mayor Du Bois. That part has not been put on hold. Any congregation could come and apply for operating a tier 1 program right now today. And we did get a note from a congregation just today that there is one considering coming and submitting for the permit to operate a tier 1 safe parking lot. So that's really exciting news. Part of what slowed us down, we really had an organizing meeting with congregations, I think a few weeks before the shelter in place started, where they were talking about, okay, who might go first, what resources might be shared amongst them, and then shelter in place happened. So I think, like many things, the delay has been caused by that. And then also just trying to find resources, how would they be able to support it? I do think that based at least with the congregation chair with us today, who's planning on working also with Move Mountain View, that there's going to be some synergy by having Move Mountain View have this slot, be able to expand their presence and some of their resources to then be able to work with those congregations and kind of achieve some economies of scale, even though the sites are distributed, not in one location.
Okay, well, that's good news.
Yeah, very good news.
And then, yeah, same kind of question with tier 2. It seems like looking at private lots, potentially commercial lots, it seems like a good time to get a lot of that legwork done and in place. And maybe there'd be some employers willing to use their lots now while they're not really using them. So I'm supporting this. I do have some questions about how it's going to work. One of the issues we discussed last year was the difference between cars and RVs and requirements under state law that if the vehicle is not moved daily, you have to comply with campground laws. And I understand we're operating under emergency ordinance currently, but what happens, how will the county deal with this when that emergency expires? Like, will people be able to stay there, not their vehicle?
Sure, it's a great question. I will give part of the answer that I know and then also invite the city attorney, Molly Stem, to add if she has additional information. My understanding is that the statewide law that allows counties and other entities to declare a shelter crisis, which previously was set to expire in 2022, is going to the governor for expansion into 2026. And so the particular nature of this crisis, which is not the COVID-19 shelter in place kind of order and that type of health order, is set to be extended. And so in 2026, we may need to figure out what the bridge is there in the future. But my understanding is that is part of the basis for the county's operating of these programs, both in Palo Alto and in Mountain View.
Okay, all right, well, that sounds good. So you said there aren't any dump stations. And I'm wondering, and maybe Move Mountain View has the answer, but will somebody be able to reserve their spot, go to a dump station and come back without fear of like losing their location?
Yes, and Amber, you can speak a little bit more to the program's operation if you want to at the facilities, but every person who's there or household is designated to be there and designated to have a particular location. So there's no worry about leaving and then you can't come back.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'm really glad we're doing social services. I really believe that's a key component. We had a discussion a year ago about maybe not requiring that, but I think it's really needed. And it really will help us, I think, understand this population and how we can help them move to permanent housing. So again, I just want to put out there that I'm a little disappointed the city isn't operating ourselves. Hopefully we can learn with the county, and I'm really happy. And thank you, Joe, for the county stepping up. Is there a way that the city can kind of monitor this and learn from it so we could replicate it?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I'm really happy to report we've had weekly calls with the county to check in really throughout the summer to get this program up and running, everything from the details of what needs to be the insurance to how are we going to do the key transfer. So it's been a really great collaborative relationship, and I would expect that would continue, both in terms of regular checking in and again, learning so we can adjust both the operations at this site as needed and, to your point, come back for expanding of tier 2 and perhaps other tier 3 sites that might be up for consideration.
Great. Okay. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So first, I just want to say thanks to staff for all your hard work, and also to City Manager Shikata. When Tom and the Vice Mayor and I first brought the colleagues memo to you, it was actually for the Los Altos water treatment plant, and you suggested 2000 Gang Road. So just thank you so much for suggesting that and looking into it. Then I also remember meeting up with Supervisor Simidian prior to the memo, our colleagues memo, and Supervisor said that if you find a site, we'll figure out the rest. And thank you so much, Supervisor Simidian. This is truly awesome. We are moving faster than we thought we would. I know that there was a few obstacles, but this is 24/7, and it's a huge step forward. I did have a question for Rachel about, there's laundry there. Is there a site for laundry, washing clothes over there as well?
There are hookups for washer and dryer. There presently is actually a washer and dryer, which I believe the fire department does not need anymore. I'm not sure how many loads it can handle. It's kind of like a home-sized one. It's not like an industrial, like laundromat style washer and dryer, but the hookups are there, and it's hopeful that they can provide the laundry services on site for the participants.
And when is this slated to start?
So we'll execute the lease if council approves it this evening. And then there are a couple things that need to take place on the site, and principally an exiting gate in the fence to make sure that if there was a fire that the participants could safely exit by walking if they needed to. But that should be hopefully fairly simple, and a couple other minor site improvements. So we're hoping that I would say within 6 weeks, we can be welcoming participants, in which case in the interim time, Move Mountain View can be doing some outreach to folks to get them, into the case management system and really, prepared to be able to enter the program.
Great, great. Thank you so much. Now, the lots on Pioneer and Shoreline, are they also 24/7? Do you happen to know?
I believe so. Amber, can you speak to the lots that you manage in Mountain View on Shoreline,
yeah.
Pioneer?
Yes, they're 24/7, and during COVID, we have one church right now that is fully functioning. That also is 24/7.
Oh, that's great. Now, the church the faith organization that submitted a permit today that you mentioned, are their sites looking to be 24/7? Or because I understood in the past tier 1 was just for overnight. So how is this one working?
Yeah, I will need to speak with the pastor via phone. It was just a quick email exchange that we had as he's saying they're getting ready and they want to submit their permit. So it was just very brief. It would be under the tier 1, which would be just a overnight program. And so if the council was interested in us expanding that or adjusting that program, that's something staff could look into and come back with.
Well, I think that might be necessitate a discussion with the organization too, whether they can support that 24/7.
So maybe I'll confer with them, and then I can let the council members know what their plan is.
That would be great. Thank you so much. Very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine, and thank you to the originators of this program. I think we are extremely lucky that the county is in a position to operate this in a way that is frankly an improvement on the way the city would operate it, and grateful to Michaela, Ms. Hellman-Tincher, and to Supervisor Simidian's whole staff. I know they're working on this throughout the community. So I wanted to start with that. I also wanted to say that the 24 hours is really important to me because it reflects an understanding of how people live and work and operate. And some of us have had the opportunity to visit sites that people do need to leave by a certain time in the morning, and then they relocate in. It's disruptive to their sleep and a whole bunch of other problems. So very pleased to see that that's happened. And then I just have a couple of quick questions about the structure. I understand from one of our colleagues in Mountain View that a fairly significant number of people have been moved into supportive housing. And so I wondered if Ms. Tanner or Ms. Stein has the numbers on that.
I will let Ms. Stein answer that question. And if we don't have the exact numbers, we can get those for you.
Ballpark is fine.
Amber?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. Maybe Michael does. Michael, are you there?
I believe that Michael is an attendee.
Well, take your time to find it. That's fine. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi, this is Michael. Thank you for the opportunity for us to be here tonight with you. The weekly Office of Supportive Housing teleconference that we sit in on tries to keep a tab on that. And I believe the latest number was somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,000 people placed cumulatively over the life of this crisis right now.
Wonderful, thank you. And then will the people who move in here be able to use the 2000 Gang Road address for voting? and receiving mail?
That's a great question. I don't know, Amber, if folks are able to receive mail at the facilities that you offer currently. I think voting under California law that they would be able to use that, and even folks who are living on a street can use the nearest address closest to them. Amber, do you know about the mail receipt?
So far, most of our people have probably other places that they've been receiving mail. We do have information from the census that they were wanting to come to the parking lot, to the safe parking, and do some of the sense numbering, and maybe then I think the advantage with Ginge Road is that it has a building. It has the ability to be able for us to collect mail and put it in a secure place for people to obtain it. So I think that could work. The Mountain View parking lots they're parking lots. There is no other structure. There are no buildings. So that kind of limits, how the mail would be distributed unless we have somebody that's there actually doing, collecting it and distributing it. But I think the Palo Alto site has that advantage. It has the advantage of the showers and all those other things because it already has the buildings there.
Great. Sounds like there's an opportunity for us to provide that, and I'll let staff work on that. And then related issue, will we be able to provide Wi-Fi for kids who are doing school during the day from the building itself?
The building certainly has the capacity to do that. Amber, is that a service that Move Mountain View is able to offer?
I think, like you said, the building has a capacity, and then also the schools do give the students their internet connection to the hot boxes. But again, because there's a facility, because it is wired, all of that is something that can be provided. I think part of that is in terms of budgeting and meeting the financial needs.
Wonderful. And that brings me to my last question, which is there are an awful lot of people in Palo Alto who are happy and excited about this and generous. And what would be the way for them to donate either items that people might need or make a financial contribution? What would be the way for people to support this program?
Think a washer and dryer, a commercial one.
Okay, and who do they need to talk to? Who do they need to talk to? What's the email address or phone number?
They can call us at Move Mountain View. Our phone number is 650-861-0181. That's
great. I'm just going to repeat that for everyone listening at home. 650-861-0181, commercial washer and dryer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. I believe you're on mute.
In that case, there's an unmute. Congratulations to everyone who's been involved in this. This has been a very long journey, and I think this site sounds like it will work well. I may have missed this, but did we talk about where these kids would go to school if they could? Did we do that, Ms. Tanner?
We did not talk about that. I have to confess, I'm not familiar with what school district this would fall into, depending on what schools are served by this area. There may also be a question if students are already enrolled in a school that may be based on some other previous address. Maybe there is a desire to work with the school district to maintain some continuity for the children who are already enrolled.
Well, I'm surprised, but it is indicating as though that time may come sooner than we had thought. I was surprised to hear about that today, whereas we've gone from purple to red. There may actually be that possibility. So I would guess if you just looked at the closest school, you'd probably be looking at Duveneck. But I think that's up to a school district to make those decisions. I remember the first time we talked about this in policy, and Amber, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Because you have made such a difference to that program. I remember hearing about it that night, and I was so impressed with all of you. Could you tell us what what are the areas that we haven't poked at yet that you think could be a problem, and that we may not have thought of? And I'm glad to know that you will be on call for advice.
Oh,
There you are.
there I am. I don't know. I think Palo Alto, I think Rachel has done a very thorough job of getting this together. And I think she has asked all the necessary questions from us as well as from the county. Some of it just depends on the people that come on the lots and their needs and just the dynamics of what's there. But we are learning, we have learned as we keep growing and as the numbers of people we're dealing with, you know, oh, we needed that, oh, we need that. But I think right now, you know, we're building on getting the garbage and, you know, we have the voucher system that individuals can have to empty their gray water matter into going by to Redwood City in terms of health-wise. Maybe one of the things to consider is I know Mountain View as a city had come and looked around for the drainage of covering so that garbage doesn't go into the water source. So maybe some of those kind of utility things to look at around the parking lot. But I think overall, I can't think of anything else.
What is the maximum that you've had in your move program?
Well, both our lots are full right now. So we have Shoreline houses 30 vehicles and then VTA 29. So both lots are full. And those lots are constructed in such a way that two of the parking lots are ADA standard. They meet that. And then we have porta potties that are also ADA regulated. So we're trying to meet everyone's needs. We are about to open a new lot on Tarabella in Mountain View, which is going to be about the same size as the one, pretty similar to the same size as the one in Palo Alto. So that will give us a little bit of an idea of what a smaller RV lot looks like.
And one more thing, what about an area for the kids to play? I think for Shoreline, they're fairly close to a park, aren't they?
Yeah, Shoreline is the whole thing is a park. So they've had the advantage of riding their bikes up and down the hills and going to the swamps, etc. Well, there's a baseball field. My son played there for years and years, and there's just all kinds of space there, not even on the field but around it to play and to bike. So in that sense, it's a very nice location to have outdoor activity.
So, and what's the longest someone has stayed in your program before they've moved on?
I think right now, on the average, we are seeing about 120 days. Am I correct, Michael? Something like that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's the average number that we have.
So, and after that, they've moved into another situation, I presume, that is, one that's going to be more permanent.
Yes, quite a few of them have moved into permanent housing of one form or another, whether it's, through affordable housing, or maybe it's going back to live with relatives or moving out of county. Some of them have done that, going where the job is. So, yes.
Well, you've done a remarkable job. I'm delighted that the county is, so involved in this. I know you must have all looked at the Santa Barbara program because Councilmember Cormack kind of inadvertently referenced it, or maybe advertently. So this is really, I think, a landmark that we can talk about having a place for people to stay in their vehicles in a comfortable, safe, and in a situation where there are services as well. And I would agree with the Vice Mayor, the services are critical. That probably is, if not the most important part, one of the most important parts of this. So thanks, Amber. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your work on this. Just a few questions here. I guess first question is for 2000 Gang Road. Well, I guess first of all, how long was this property vacant?
This property, well, the new fire station opened fairly recently. I want to say the spring of this year, if I recall correctly. And so it hasn't been vacant for very long.
And what was the planned use for this? Like, what was the city thinking about putting on this lot?
And during my research, there hadn't been any specific plans for this. I think perhaps a sense that as other fire stations were perhaps renovated, that this could serve a similar purpose of that temporary use for the firefighters.
I would also note there has been some interest by the Parks and Recreation Commission, Parks Department for additional recreational uses.
And what kind of uses were those?
I don't know that that's been specified, but again, consistent with the Baylands Athletic Center as well as the Baylands itself.
I see. Okay. And I think I saw in the staff report, although it says it's a lease, it's actually a $0 lease, right? So it's actually, is that right? Or am I missing that?
That's correct.
Okay. So the city will make no money in this, right, at all, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How many square feet is a lot?
I need to look up the lot statistics.
Okay. I guess I'm interested in knowing the square footage of the lot and the square footage of the building. Do you know either or both? Or can you find out both?
I can, yes. Just give me a moment.
Okay. And then while you're looking that up, maybe someone else on staff knows this, but if we were to lease this out, how much would we get?
We do have a lease for the other portion of the lot, which is leased to a car dealership. And I do have that number, but I need to look it up. I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka, to not have that right available.
I guess it would be great for that kind of stuff to be in the staff report, because I think what's important for us to do is to understand what is the opportunity cost of this. So while you look that up, I can ask other questions, and then maybe you could mention the answer when you find it. My other question is utilities. So who pays for the utilities?
Under this current lease agreement that's proposed, the county would pay for the utilities.
The county will, okay. And then this is a 3-year lease, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and what are the termination restrictions we have on it? Is because a lot of times contracts that have $0 are not, well, you need some sort of consideration. So what is the restrictions we have on termination? Let's say, for instance, there's some like critical use we need. What is our ability to terminate?
I'm going to ask if the city attorney can handle the questions regarding the specifics of the lease agreement.
Thanks. Deputy City Attorney Tim Shimizu is on the call. So Tim, can you describe those, please?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Tim, your voice is very faint, I believe.
Oh, can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. So under the proposed lease, the city can terminate for breach. So that would mean any kind of the county breaching the lease's performance standards or any of the other standards in the lease. So that's one thing that's very important, is that the performance standards that are in the ordinance are also in the lease. So if the county does not cure any of alleged violations of those, the city can terminate. The county can also terminate with 10 days business days notice.
Wait, so sorry, Tim. So the county can terminate within 10 days at their convenience, or upon?
Yes.
Okay. So the county can terminate in 10 days for convenience, and we have 10 days we also have 10 days that we could terminate for convenience. Is that the way it works?
No, so the county has the right to terminate for convenience, but the city has the right to terminate for breach.
Okay. And why is it not symmetric? Why do we not both have the ability to terminate for convenience?
I think that when you look at what's happening on the ground, it's important that the county has obviously some stability in terms of it would be extremely disruptive to its clients if the city could terminate that quickly. And I think the county being in a better position to better anticipate any issues that it may have can better, forecast that. And we think that, at the end of the day, this is not very likely to be used by the county. And I think the city itself protects itself because, again, if there are any breaches of things like the performance standards or any lease terms in general, the city does have that protection to notice and cure and ultimately terminate if those issues are not taken care of.
So let's say for whatever reason we need another fire station, right? Let's say there's wildfires and we really just need an extra fire station. Could we terminate and be able to use it as a fire station because we need the space, or would we not be able to do that?
No, under this lease, we could not terminate for city's priority use.
Okay, so even if it's a critical use for the city, we would be stuck. We would have to wait for the 3 years and then just make do without a fire station if that was the case.
Well, Councilmember, we would find another site.
You would find another fire site, or no fire station site.
We would find another site for any critical use that.
So we have spare property around where even if there's a critical use, it's okay. We would also have capacity to find whatever use we have. We would be able to figure that out.
Councilmember, it's pretty open-ended hypotheticals that, again, you're specifically referring to the need for another fire station. That's really not one in which we would, quite frankly, find ourselves.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand.
Councilmember, also to add, so the county is our intergovernmental partner, and these are needed services both for city residents and for folks who are residents of the county. And presumably, if there was a priority need for that particular space, the county would entertain discussions with the city about alternatives for this service as well. And of course, any contract or lease can be amended by mutual agreement.
Yeah, but we would, correct, but it's not a symmetric contract where they could do it for convenience, but we cannot. So I get that.
That's correct, because they're providing services for no cost to the city.
And we're providing land and building for no cost to the county, right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then, oh, sorry, Rachel, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say I did get the answers to the questions you asked.
Oh, please.
So the site, the portion of the site that would be leased is about 39,000 square feet. The portion leased to the Honda dealership is about 15,000 square feet. And we understand that the lease of that particular portion is about 65 cents per square foot, which is about $9,750 with annual 3% increases.
So you said $9,000 a year?
Per month, I believe.
No, so basically the 15,000 square foot lot is about $9,000 a month. Is that what you said?
Yes, I gotta just make sure I got the right numbers. This is what the real estate office reported to us about the value of that lease that is there.
Okay, so for 15,000 square feet, it's about $9,000 a month. This is more than double the square footage, so it would be maybe like 20,000 or more. Because this also has a building.
Good way to assume, yeah.
So this also has a building on there. How big is the building?
I don't have the building square footage here, unfortunately. The buildings do occupy a good portion of the site. Unfortunately, not too much of it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to, have the parking use there. So I would say maybe a third or less of the site, roughly.
A third of it's a building. Okay.
Just to be clear, it was the assistant city manager was noting that your 5 minutes had passed.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know. Thank you. Okay, I'll guess I'll go on the next round then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I've got a couple comments and questions. So first of all, happy to support this program. Thanks to the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Koo for working on it, and Supervisor Simidian for your work. Ms. Hellman-Tincher, thank you for all your help and support on this. How far we've come. Just so everyone knows, Michaela and I went to gun together. So fun fact. This is a absolutely needed service to support residents without homes in Palo Alto. Thank you to everyone for all the emails. I guess I have two concerns. One is about location, and two is about what I'll call the core issues. So on location, are we pushing this problem, the people living in vehicles, out of sight and out of mind? I'll note that this change tonight, it's actually a zoning amendment, a zoning change, which is applying to all public facilities. And what would this discussion look like tonight if we were using the new parking lot at Cal Ave? How about Cubberley or El Camino Park? For Cubberley, we actually tried that many years ago and we canceled it because of public feedback and community concern. And so I guess there's something going on in my head where I'm saying, what does it mean about us as a community that we're enthusiastic to support vehicle dwellers in a parking lot in the Baylands where it's out of sight and out of mind? And what does that say about us? And that's something I can't avoid talking about. The other side of this program that worries me is the core issues. And this program is only effective if we have transitional affordable housing. As Councilmember Cormack and Supervisor Simidian mentioned, Mountain View has been effective in part because they have transitional housing where people can go into these safe parking lots and eventually find a new place to call home. And that's great. That is something we want to support in Palo Alto. But every time this council opposes new housing, we are harming existing and future residents, and we are harming their chances of finding a future safe home. How many people who use this program will not have a future in Palo Alto because we haven't fostered a housing positive future? And that's something we really have to think hard on. This problem, this issue, this reality of people living in RVs that are sometimes falling apart on El Camino, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes out of the fact that we live in an extraordinarily expensive region and we have failed to produce housing at many different levels of income. So that worries me. I don't want a community that is super subsidized and super privileged. And I would encourage us when we have other housing discussions to think about that. That said, I am happy to support this. I think this is one small step. It's a Band-Aid, as somebody mentioned, but sometimes we have to step back and think about some of the bigger issues. Anyways, those are my comments for the moment. I believe Councilmember Filseth is the only one who hasn't spoken on this first round. If you'd like to, feel free. If not, we can go into the second round.
I'll wait on the second round. Actually, let me ask you a quick one here. As many people have pointed out, demand is likely to exceed supply for these units. What's your experience managing that with life moves? How do you do that? I mean, with lots of loves, how do you do that?
Councilmember Filseth, is your question kind of when there's more people than there are parking spaces, kind of what happens to those folks?
Yeah, I'm assuming that there are always that's going to be a common situation. So yeah. How do you allocate them and how do you balance the demand there?
Yeah,
what's Lots of Love's experience in Mountain View doing that is really what I'm asking.
Yeah, Amber, can you speak to your experience with the wait list and kind of how that is maintained and what those folks may have available to them while they're waiting?
Okay. The way it's structured in Mountain View has a set of criterias that people must meet in order to have space on the lot. One of the priorities given is to families that have children in the Mountain View school system, senior citizens that have had ties into the community, people that are working and living in the community in Mountain View, and then also people with disabilities. Those are the criteria that we look at when we to see if individuals fit into this structure that Mountain View has created. Even with that, there is still, yes, there's a need. There's no doubt about that. My thinking is that we can't help everybody, but to stop helping thinking that we're not going to help everybody, so not to help anybody, it's we have to start somewhere. So I think part of that is also it moves us to be able to find the next solution, find the next process for our people, the housing, being creative in terms of maybe not here, but somewhere else. Those kinds of things to open up for the next group of people to come through. It's not easy. And yes, it would be nice to help everybody, but we manage it as best as we can with what we have.
Okay, cool. Thanks very much. And, you know, I think it is actually a reasonable location. It's, you know, it's self-contained, it's got facilities, it's got space and so forth. I'm looking forward to see how it works out.
Thank you, council member. Okay, let's open it up to comments, questions, and motions. We are right about on time. This is scheduled to go to 8:15, so we're all okay there. Council member Koo.
Thank you. I was remiss not to thank Ms. Stein, Mr. Love, as well as Ms. Kiyomian. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong, and also Ms. Hellman Tincher. So I just want to say thank you, as well as to Eileen Altman and to all the faith-based group that has been working on this. A question that had come up about mail. If I remember correctly, Rachel, and correct me if I'm wrong, at the last meeting when Supervisor Simidian had the neighborhood checkup, I remember Philip Dahl from the Opportunity Center who said that there is also a way to pick up mail over there. They also have, I believe, meals that people can get over there. They also have lockers. Am I missing anything else? And would this site at 2000 Gang Road for the occupants, would they be able to get the services at the Opportunity Center?
Certainly. I think too, one of the a commenter maybe talked about the Opportunity Center and Life Moves, and certainly this site would be in partnership with that, as Life Moves provides a lot of services to certain folks in Palo Alto, and they are one of the designated providers of certain services for our city. And so to the degree that folks need something that Life Moves provide, they absolutely could go to the Opportunity Center to receive it. And perhaps, you know, given this particular time, there could be some collaboration between Life Moves and Move Mountain View for this particular site. I did also want to note, just response to a previous question from Councilmember Niss, but relates to kind of what can happen at the site. The children from this school who are would be designated as homeless could choose any school in the school district to go to. So Ms. Baroga from the Office of Supportive Housing provided that information regarding the school district.
Thank you for that and for that answer. So with that, you know, Vice Mayor and I did bring forward this colleagues memo in order to get safe parking going. So I would like to move the staff recommendation and to move forward with this.
I think that's a motion for the staff recommendation by Councilmember Koo, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Koo, do you wish to speak to your motion?
It's a first step into getting people into a safe location and having services provided. And I know that they're in really good hands with Ms. Stein and Mr. Love. So, and the whole objective when we brought forward this colleagues memo was to find a way to help people move into stable housing. So I think this is a first step in accomplishing it. It's I would consider a baby step, and hopefully in time we would be able to not have to find something bigger, but if needed, then we can move to that next project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the staff motion. I just wanted to comment quickly. I mean, to the suggestion that the city is foregoing revenue by only charging the county $1 a year. I mean, sure, we could lease this to a startup or a car dealership, coal factory. But I think we have a responsibility, right, to the residents, and that includes those living in vehicles. And as people have said, this is our first safe parking lot. It's the first step to address an ongoing challenge. And the key, again, is these social services so that we can help address really the underlying issues. So I just want to say, I reject the idea that our city's filter should be maximizing money, and without taking care of people. And I also wanted to just follow up on a comment that you made, Mr. Mayor, that, I do think this is a little bit more than a Band-Aid. I mean, as you pointed out, it's a zoning change. It's not just a one-off. And I just want to say, the longest journeys start with that first step. So I hope we'll make that step tonight. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I see Councilmember Tanaka and then Cormac.
So I'd like to just continue the question I was asking earlier. So Rachel, the building, is it single story?
Yes, and I want to correct the information I provided earlier. Councilmember Tanaka, the whole site is about 39,000 square feet. Of that, 15,000 is the Honda, and then 24,000 roughly is the site for the safe parking, which was the fire station. And the buildings, there's actually 3 separate physical buildings. They are all single story. Some are quite tall, as in, one section is where the fire trucks park. So you can imagine they're very tall bays. That would be more than your typical story in height, but there's only, one level. And I believe there's a mezzanine in the garage.
Okay. And do you know the square footage of the building?
The building's about 5,000 square feet. And I do have to say, I think there's an extra garage there. I'm not sure if that's included in the square footage. It's quite small though.
Okay. And did firefighters actually live there at the time?
Yes.
They did, okay. And how many firefighters live there?
I'm not sure of the staffing of that facility. I know that from my walking through the site, there seemed to be 3 dormitory rooms, and I believe there was 1 firefighter per room, but I'm not sure if that's the staffing around the clock at the station.
Okay. Okay. And you said, how much was the lease per month right now on the 15,000 square foot part?
It's about $9,000 a month.
$9,000 a month. Okay. So if I do the math here, then, so if I take 24 divided by 15 times 9 times 12, it's $172,000 if it was just bare lot. But since there's a building there, then 5,000 square feet, you just times it by, let's just say $5 a month times 12. That would be about $300,000. Whether you get $5 a month per square feet or not, I don't know. But just as a hypothetical. So it's if we were to lease it out, which of course we haven't put on the market, so we don't know, it would be somewhere between $172,000 to $300,000. Might be more, might be less, but something in that range. Is that a fair estimate?
Based on the math that you're providing, that seems to be, I'm not part of a real estate department. I would not venture to guess what our fair market rents for the space would be, and certainly depending on the use of that space.
I would note, Councilmember, it sounds a bit high, but perhaps just to follow your logic, please go ahead. I think you're trying to hone in on the opportunity cost, right?
So what'd you say?
You're honing in on some estimate of opportunity costs. Is that where you're headed?
Yeah, I mean, kind of where I'm headed is, first of all, I think there is a homelessness issue here in our city, and we want to do something about it. So, and so what you have to think about is there's subways of solving it. So this one, we're solving for 12 people at a time, or 12, I guess, vehicles at a time, and they may have multiple people. So that's one way of doing it. Or you could theoretically take, let's say, the $200,000 to $300,000 that we could have got from this property a year and invest it directly into homeless services, right? And so that's kind of the calculation you have to think about. And so that's what I've been thinking about. Like, okay, so how do we, if we want, let's say this is the best in use of city resources, right, to help homeless, to help with the homeless issue, which, we want to invest something in this area. What is better, right? And that's why I was kind of curious to know how many people could actually live in that building, right? It's 5,000 square feet. Makes me wonder, if that was a homeless shelter, how could that you know, what kind of impact could that have? How many, would that help more people or less people, right? You know, we get a certain amount of rent on part of that property right now. So it makes me think about like, okay, what if we used revenue for, you know, what if we used it, you know, we actually got money for it and we actually used it on homeless services. Maybe we give money to Downtown Streets, or we give it to some other homeless program that we already have operating in our city. What would the impact of that be? So that's what I've been thinking about in terms of trying to understand. That's why to me the opportunity cost is actually kind of important. And I wish it was actually in the staff report so we could just all see
Well,
what it
I
is.
think if you wanted to calculate the opportunity cost of the parking area itself, so if we say the site's 24,000 square feet, 19,000 square feet to parking area, and another car dealership wanted to lease it for the exact same use that the other portion is, and we lease it at 65 cents per square foot, it'd be about $148,000 a year roughly in revenue. It's about $12,000 a month. And so to your point, could that revenue be used to support other homeless services programs in Palo Alto? Certainly if the council decided to direct that revenue towards that use, that could be something that happened. I would note, and Ms. Baroga is on the line, I believe, from the county if you want to delve more into that, but there is a cost of operating the program itself that the county in this instance is footing that and being generous as our partner to support that. So certainly perhaps a revenue generation model could be part of the future. And if the city, county, you know, were to partner on a separate site, perhaps that this site could become something else that is generating revenue that could support that program elsewhere in the city. That's certainly something staff can keep an eye out for or be conscious of how to create those opportunities in the future.
To be fair, though, the hangup has traditionally been the site, and that is what is being brought forward through the city's participation in this for the item tonight. And again, in terms of the services, again, a unique type of service that's being provided here by having a 24-hour-a-day location and services provided, which really isn't available in any other form in Palo Alto currently.
And I think, Richard, the only part of the math I have trouble with is that there's actually a 5,000 square foot building that at least until March was operational. So I think it's a little bit, it's hard for me to imagine that would lease for 65 cents, but I don't know. But
yeah.
And what has the feedback been to from the nearby offices?
We have not received any correspondence from the neighboring uses. And we did reach out also to some of the schools. There's 2 private schools that are located there and sent information and have not received any. We made contact, but there was no feedback provided.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine, and I'm delighted to support this. I just want to be clear. This is a comprehensive program for 12 families in need that happens to be in a parking lot. So I just want to be sure people listening know that this is about far more than parking. That's the pardon the pun, like the vehicle. This is the method that we're using, but this is a comprehensive program for 12 families in need. And I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss.
So the mayor got me thinking. One of the reasons this program is successful, and I'd be glad to have someone from Mountain View indicate this isn't the case, but one of the reasons it's successful is there is a place for those who might stay the 120 days, which we heard is the average, to move on to. We have not been providing that place to move on to. We have not now added any affordable housing going on 10 years. We do have one in the works, but we haven't even done a shovel of dirt yet. For these programs to be successful, there has to be a next step. We're not providing a next step here. So, in fact, there hasn't been anything available in our affordable housing for, I would say, a number of years, if you've talked to the housing group. So my question would be, and this is just rhetorical at this point, terrific program. We've answered a number of questions about it, but then it's 4 or 5 months from now. Where are the families going to go? Do they have to leave Palo Alto to find any housing, any long-term permanent housing? And from a truly humanitarian point of view, we've got to think, where do people who are living in their dwellings, living in their trailer, whatever it may be, where do they go next? So I am certainly supporting the motion, but I think we should be thinking of what happens in just a few short months after this begins. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Philseth.
Hi, thanks. Two minor nit observations. Given the 120 days average, if that's for Mountain View, if that's a model here, it's actually 36 families a year, not 12, and that's a good thing. Second, on affordable housing, Mayfield Place actually did open in 2017, which is 70 units of 50 to 60% AMI, 50 to 60% AMI housing as part of the Stanford Agreement. As far as the other thing, I think we got to try a lot of things, and I think we're going to learn a lot from this experiment, and so I'll support it too.
Thank you, sir. Okay, seeing no other hands. Councilmember Tanaka, I see your hand. Is there like one last short question?
No, not a question. One thing I was thinking about is, so I'm just looking for the maker and seconder of the motion, is whether, well, let me ask, so this program is going for 3 years, right? But what I wonder is what input or what control does, let's say after a year we figure out it's just not worth it, or we want significant modifications, whatnot. What power does the city have to change this?
Again, council member, this is the city attorney. A party to a contract can initiate conversations with the other party about modifications that they'd like to see. So there isn't a right to that once you enter into a contract. But there, of course, is the ability for us to talk to our partner at the county.
Okay, so I just wonder, and you know, I'd love to get the maker and the seconder's opinion on this, but what about after a year we have the, because I think the only lever we would have is a right to terminate or something, or right to modify or something. There has to be some sort of right here, because without that right now, it's kind of like autopilot for 3 years, right? So I'm just thinking about whether after a year, after we see some data, we see what if any impacts are, maybe it's fabulously successful, right? And we want to replicate it, right? Or maybe there's issues that we want to tune. I wanted to see if the maker and seconder were open to, and I'm not really locked into any particular idea, but just more that we are able to make adjustments. Versus, because right now we would have to, I think right now the way the contract's structured, we would really not have that right. So I don't know if Councilmember Koo or Vice Mayor, if you guys have any thoughts on that, I'd love to get some of your, because 3 years is a long time, and I just want to make sure that we have some control over this. Not just we have to negotiate again, but something where we actually have some direct control over how this program is conducted.
So Councilmember, is there an amendment you're proposing?
I guess I'm looking for something that I'm looking for something like after a year we have some sort of control to. I'll propose something, but I'll propose something concrete, and then love to get feedback, and I'm open to modifications on this. What if we have the right after a year to terminate, and that way we can we wouldn't necessarily terminate, but if we wanted to make some modifications for whatever reason, we actually have some control. So I'd love to get the feedback from the maker and seconder.
So I assume that that's an amendment, a friendly amendment to have the right to terminate after 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the maker and the seconder?
Actually, no. I believe that that the county, in finding their funding, there needs to be some sort of stability, and they need to submit for funding every so often. And I think that, you know, if anything, if Ms. Hellman Tincher is still here, or if Mr. Supervisor Semidian is here, they can help comment on this. But I really believe that we need to have some length of stability for the county to be investing in this. And as somebody, I think Molly said that we are partners with the county in this endeavor.
Okay, thank you. So
I
that's
think,
Mr. Vice Mayor.
yeah, I think Lydia said it well. I think it's important we give the county 3 years to go fast. They're a good partner. We talk to them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tanaka, I think your amendment is rejected. You can make it unfriendly if you want.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion on the floor. This is the staff recommendation. So if there are no further comments or questions, we'll start with Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We are about 10 minutes behind schedule, totally okay. I'm gonna suggest we take a 10-minute break until 8:35 or so. And then we'll come back to get on to item number 10. Great, thank you, everyone.
Hi, Monique.
Hello, Liz.
These are long meetings for you, waiting for 5 minutes to be up and then waiting again for 5 minutes to be up and having people ignore you.
It's okay. I listen carefully to everything you're all asking. It's good education.
Interesting. Many viewpoints. Allison?
Yes, Councilmember Niss, how can I help you?
What year did you get your MBA?
1993.
I'm looking at the Stanford Business Review. I check it out from time to time.
Don't think I'm in there this month.
Well, it's surprising how many people, though, if I'm leafing through it, that are in it.
Okay, I see 4 of us. I'm just going to give us each another minute or two until 8:40.
Now you tell me I could have actually finished my dinner.
I know, similar. I'm gonna go shove off to the side, need a little bit more.
Mine hadn't arrived when we had our unplanned earlier break, so.
Should we get going?
Let's roll.
Okay. Let's please move on to item number 10, a verbal update and possible direction to staff on COVID-19 related to business recovery efforts. Mr. City Manager, if you and your team want to take it away.
Well, let's see. I may need to stall until Ms. Tanner is also visible. Aha, very good. That didn't have to stall long at all. Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It has been a few weeks since we've had a update on our activities related to COVID-19 and specifically around the area of business reopenings. And so we wanted to give you this opportunity for discussion. We're hoping that this is actually what we'll optimistically consider a turning point at which we're turning from responding to the issues of the day to being able to give ourselves and in service to our community a slightly longer runway in terms of the issues and the strategies that we will focus our attention on. So with that, Ms. Tanner has put together with our team a nice overview of where we are, and look forward to the presentation and discussion to come. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shikata. I'll be sharing the presentation. Excellent. Good evening, Mayor, council members. As Mr. Shikata said, I'm hoping to provide a little bit of context for where we are right now in our reopening, recovery from the pandemic, even as the pandemic continues to wage on, unfortunately. So tonight I want to provide some potential actions that the City Council can consider and provide direction to staff with the idea that if council did want to give some additional directions to staff, that we might have to come back with certain items, may have to research them and come back. But again, trying to set a course for our strategic response to the pandemic in regards to how we are looking at recovery related to our business community. One of the focuses of this report and update is kind of the storefront business, which primarily are retail or personal service businesses, not exclusively. So if you can think car dealerships, for example, are retail businesses, even though they're big, and we don't think of them as a storefront shop in the same way that we might think of the pharmacy or a clothing store. And so all of these items aren't necessarily exclusive to those storefront businesses, but in some ways, those that relied heavily on people coming to their location to purchase goods or to have a service performed on site, those are suffering in a different way than some of the businesses that have been able to pivot to remote operations. We're going to cover a couple of different topics, including just reviewing the statewide recovery framework, and as well as retail and consumer trends, which is evolving, particularly the statewide recovery framework, as there are new restrictions and relaxation of certain restrictions. We're going to talk a little bit then kind of temporally about surviving and thriving right now, supporting businesses that exist and are operating or trying to continue operating here in Palo Alto. Look a little bit at what we might do thinking about the post-pandemic economic recovery. And so how would we help new businesses to open once we get to a certain phase? And I confess, I don't know exactly what phase that would be, but a point where folks are feeling, hey, I could open a new storefront at this point in time because there's a vaccine, something has changed significantly that would allow those entrepreneurs to feel their business would be successful. And then lastly, looking at long-term and larger scale recovery strategies that focus more on long-term resiliency at Palo Alto and really wouldn't necessarily affect our day-to-day experience of the pandemic right now. So we're first going to focus on the statewide recovery along with some retail and consumer trends. So on August 28th, Governor Newsom unveiled a blueprint for a safer economy, a slow plan for living with COVID-19. And I think that idea of it being a slow plan really helps us to think about this isn't a quick recovery. It isn't about trying to get through the recovery as quickly as possible. It's about how do we do this as safely as we can, and what does that look like? So this plan had 4 tiers, and each tier is color coded, and each county in the state of California was designated a color on August 28th. The 4th tier is the purple tier, and that's where, I should say it's tier 1, but it's where you're worse off in terms of COVID. And then it goes up to the 4th tier, which is yellow, and that's where there's minimal spread. Tier 1 is where it's widespread. And we are currently in tier 2, which is red, and that's substantial spread. So we were upgraded on September 8th, which is from the prior week. And these tiers are based on 2 metrics, which is the positivity of the testing rate and the cases per 100,000 people in that county. And so if we can maintain or achieve, let's say, the ratings associated with the orange tier, which is the next least restrictive tier, for 3 weeks, then we can move into that tier. And so last week's movement on Tuesday was a one-time movement where counties could move up just 1 week after the previous designation, and now we have to wait 3 weeks. So it's really trying to get people to get improvements, sustain those improvements before then allowing more activities to take place. It's important to remember, though, and might be somewhat frustrating for residents and for businesses, that even though the state blueprint may allow certain activities to occur at a certain tier, the stricter orders, if there's a stricter order in the county health order or at the state, controls what can happen. So, for example, movie theaters are not allowed to open right now in Santa Clara County. And indoor dining remains not allowed in Santa Clara County because the county health order is more restrictive than the state in that regard. So it's something we have to look closely at. And for businesses in particular, when they're looking at the regulations for their particular type of business in terms of what they need to do indoors or outdoors to safely operate, they need to really read carefully the state guidelines and the county health guidelines and work through that. There is a great county hotline that's available, though, for businesses to call if they're not sure what to do, and they will get answers for those businesses. So they're really trying to do a great job of providing clarity when it can be a little bit difficult. So those are some things that are important to remember. And we do, of course, look forward to positive reports and moving our numbers in the right direction. So that's the framework overall that we're in right now as a state and as a county. And so now I talk a little bit about kind of our local economy and what this cycle here is looking like. So in our local economy, when we talk about those storefront businesses, this is kind of the cycle that hopefully is a virtuous cycle that continues with these dollars circulating in the community and with those dollars uplifting the community. So Palo Altans shop locally, receiving their goods and services. Those businesses generate profit, which they can use to pay their employees. They may give back to the community even, and they continue to maintain their business, offering their goods and their services. Taxes may be paid on purchases or property taxes for the properties that are leased or purchased or renovated. And so those taxes go to support public services, infrastructure, and programs, whether they be at the local, county, or state level. And then that supports our high quality of life in Palo Alto. And so that cycle continues. And that's the idea around shopping locally, supporting businesses here in Palo Alto. This cycle, of course, has been very disrupted by the pandemic in that certain businesses can't open their doors. People can't come in to shop. They can't come in to receive those services. And so that's been very, very difficult, to say the least, on many different businesses. And I would add also nonprofit organizations, civic-minded organizations that also need to have dollars to do their work and provide the services in public. And certainly, think about their arts organizations and ticket sales. So this circle applies to more than just businesses, but again, that idea that we're supporting these activities and then they're supporting our quality of life. And so that's really, I think, this framework of why should the city care? Why should we be invested in thinking about how to support our local economy? Is because when this cycle breaks down, it affects everyone that's part of the cycle. In addition, our business districts often provide or contribute to the sense of place and community and identity that Palo Altans enjoy. So thinking about Cal Ave, downtown, even some of our shopping centers, Town and Country, and other places where folks go to see and be seen, to see their neighbors, to meet together, to be at a place that's often described as a third place. It's not home, but it's not work. It's somewhere else that you are. And they can be really important parts of what it means to live in a particular place versus living in another place. And so ensuring that these places are around during the pandemic to provide us that much needed, at least, seeing each other at a distance and safely, and that sense of community is really important. So some of the trends that I think it's important to think about pre-pandemic, and this comes from David Greensfelder, who gave a presentation at the end of 2019 about retail trends, and he works in the Bay Area in commercial real estate and commercial retail in particular, thinking about strategy. One thing that's often out there is that retail is dying. And we think about retail, which is buying of goods, it's not dying, it's reorienting. And so there's a lot of people, pre-pandemic in particular, buying a lot of things. They may not be buying it, at the store down the street from them or at their local shopping mall. They may be buying it online. They may be buying it from Instagram. They may be getting it from a number of different platforms. And those platforms for the consumer can be more efficient, perhaps, than the way that they previously purchased those goods. So they're still buying things, but they may not be buying it locally, which can be a challenge when we think about the identity and also that virtuous cycle that we want to support. There's also a shift towards enjoying experiences more than purchasing goods. So because retail is reorienting, folks may be doing some of their necessity shopping. Even now we see groceries, people having them delivered online. They may not feel they need to go physically to the store to have the grocery shopping experience, but they will leave their home to have the experience of dining out and enjoying dinner with a friend and then walking around to maybe browse shops and make some impulse purchases or buy certain, let's say, specialty items that it really isn't about just buying the good and having it. It's about the experience of going and purchasing it or interacting with that shop or that experience. And shoppers in cities are trending towards more retail that's walkable from housing. This is a trend that I think there's a lot of debate around what will happen in cities, post-pandemic with people wanting more space possibly. And so that's still, I think the jury's out on what the impact long-term of COVID will be on how we want to live and work. But retail that's close to housing, again, to have those experience retail not be too far away is something that was trending pre-pandemic. we think about retail during the COVID-19 pandemic and what shifts we've seen. And this research comes from a couple of different sources just to share with you. We're kind of picking up on that trend we've seen during the pandemic that the omni-channel retail and diverse options for how to get your goods has just actually ballooned. And the number of people who've been willing to try a new way to get their goods has increased. So you can think about getting on your mobile phone on an app or a website that's optimized for mobile, clicking off the things you want, and then going in store for a contactless pickup, right? And so there's all these different ways that folks are getting their goods, not just in store, not just delivery, but combinations thereof, their subscription services. So really the retailers who have a presence from brick and mortar to online to even, catalogs really are seeing different ways that folks are coming and still being able to get their retail goods and have that same quality of experience across those platforms. We were seeing, this is a research from Raj Chetty out of Harvard. He looked at some big data, he and his team, and found that there's a slower recovery in wealthier zip codes from this pandemic. And that is a lot dealing with shops in wealthier zip codes may be more related to discretionary spending. They may still be closed. They may not be a service that is essential. Whereas in less well-off zip codes, the stores that are there may be more essential or be able to open under essential guidelines. And so that could be a differentiating factor, which for Palo Alto, this can be a challenge. And then some things that brick and mortar retailers are needing to do, both because of the trends before, but also during the pandemic, adapt their protocols, make sure it's really clear that they're following cleanly protocols, that folks can see, oh, what is this store doing? What is this retailer doing that I'll know I will have a less risk of getting the coronavirus if I go to that location. Offering superior customer experience. So again, whether it's online or in-store or all of the above, really having a top-notch experience for the customers and having a digitally native experience. So folks that maybe just had only a brick and mortar and maybe a so-so website, really needing to enhance that online presence in order to drive the sales that may be coming to them mobilely, especially now. And then this is a great resource from McKinsey. They do a US consumer sentiment during the coronavirus crisis. And this data that they published is from the week of August 19th to August 23rd. And they will update this report as time goes on. So a resource that you might refer back to as time goes on to try to see what's happening, what are the trends. And there's just a few key takeaways, and I won't go over all of the data, but that it's shift to value and to essentials. And so even though over the time that they've been doing this survey, the intent to purchase has increased with people reflecting that they're maybe spending some more of their discretionary income on things they hadn't been before, but it's still across most categories, 20 to 40% down of the pre-COVID intent to purchase. So still pretty dismal numbers, even though they were trending up at least as of August. Flight to digital and omnichannel, again, people are trying new ways of purchasing things, and they say that they may continue to use those practices after the pandemic subsides. Shock to loyalty, which is that, a lot of folks have tried new brands, new places to shop, or new shopping methods. Now, some of that could be good, and not that they're abandoning the places that they went to loyally, but think about in the Bay Area where many people are spending more time in their homes, in their neighborhood, they may be exploring neighborhood stores and shops that they simply didn't have time to before if they worked away from their city and away from their homes. And so I think it could be a good thing for Palo Altans. We've heard anecdotally from retailers seeing people, I don't know who these people are, but I haven't seen them before, but they're coming to my shop. And I think that can be a good thing in some ways. And then health and caring economy, folks again want to see that the retailers they're going to are practicing proper protocols, there's masks, there's physical distancing, and wondering how are the retailers and businesses taking care of their employees. They want to support folks who are then supporting their employees, not just through obviously offering jobs and hours to employees, but also taking care of the health of their employees as well. And then homebody economy. So 68% of Americans not engaging in normal out-of-home activities, waiting to see what's going to happen. And many have adopted at-home solutions that they think they're going to continue post-crisis. So some of these may not be shockers. Probably you're thinking of your own self and saying, oh yeah, that fits me. And so some of these trends are also bearing out in the national data that we're seeing. So I'm going to switch to thinking about those three things. What can we do right now? What can we do post-pandemic? And what could we do in the long term regarding helping to support Palo Alto businesses? This slide shows some of the activities that we have already engaged in as the council and staff carrying out these activities from March through July, everything from offering free parking in our lots and garages, all the way down to putting twinkle lights on the trees in Cal Ave, which is a long awaited for project that we're happy to see, as well as distributing grants to businesses, raising donations in addition to that. And of course, our Summer Streets program featured in that photo, allowing outdoor dining on sidewalks and closing streets in Palo Alto to allow for outdoor dining and outdoor retail, along with other items, as well as online permitting services. So folks can get permits for building, construction, remodeling activity online without having to come into the development center, of course, offering that when needed. And I know one of the things that we had talked about previously was like, what's the value of this? And depending on how many permits we have, we've served probably combination of 80 or so different permits, including some businesses that have multiple permits. But even a conservative estimate, we've probably, we waived the fees, council waived the fees. We've not collected probably about $150,000 worth of fees that we would have been collecting for these encroachment permits. And so the city has really been trying to do its part to support our local businesses in that regard. We also are continuing to evolve our approaches to getting input through having regular meetings. We've been looking at University Avenue and downtown, the street closure formats, and have been making changes. I'm really trying to balance the needs of restaurants who are using the closed streets for outdoor dining, for retail activities, with the needs of other businesses, especially as more open, who may be relying more on curbside pickup. And really also trying to make sure that areas that the street are closed are really activated and are places that are going to be providing that positive experience for the consumer. Otherwise, if it's not a really activating experience, it may actually have a negative impact on the businesses that are on that street, and that people may not want to come there, and it could actually diminish their business as well as diminish those who are looking for curbside pickup as a primary driver of their business. We also hosted a retail focus group, which I'll talk about in a minute, which really allowed us to think with retailers about what are things that would help their businesses. They're not restaurants who are outdoor dining. They still have goods that are being sold inside, and how would they best be helped during this time? So that's where we have our Uplift Local campaign, which you can see here, the image on the right showing our new logo, and really encouraging people to eat, shop, and celebrate Palo Alto. We hope this idea and this campaign concept really can be evergreen and carry us through the pandemic, encouraging folks to really turn to their local retailers, local service providers, try a new place, and think about how they can participate. Some of the ideas that we've come up with that we're going to continue to work with our retailers to refine would include thinking about the holiday shopping season. How can we encourage, starting as soon as October in a few weeks, folks to think, instead of turning to an online retailer that's maybe based at a warehouse somewhere, how could they turn to their local businesses to buy gifts, and if they need to ship them off to places, to ship them off as well, and really have this holiday shopping season, which is for many retailers very important, still be very successful for them. So that might be coordinated marketing, outreach, as well as making sure our empty storefronts are decorated, at least perhaps for the different holidays that are coming up, and really again trying to make sure our shopping districts are destinations where people can come to and safely enjoy kind of the public and enjoy being out and purchasing their goods there. Some other measures that we can take, and some of these are underway, and some of them we may not be able to effectuate immediately. Working on guidelines for weatherizing for outdoor businesses, especially outdoor dining, which will likely continue even through the rainy season, which we hope we have a rainy season. Continue our business liaison and outreach. We do have testing that's available twice a month here in Palo Alto, at least through October, we hope beyond. There's been some requests for rapid testing, which is quite expensive and not something that we're able to offer at this time. And again, our testing is offered in coordination through the county. We want to support compliance with health orders, help businesses adapt their physical spaces. So be ready to understand what kind of permits they may need to physically adapt an indoor space so we can serve them quickly. We could look at adjusting our signage requirements. So if you think about A-frame signs, technically you're not supposed to have an A-frame sign, but we have a lot of A-frame signs out there right now, and they are very helpful for people to know that a business is open and that someone can stop in. So what does it look like during the pandemic to think about relieving some of the regulations around signage? A temporary cap on delivery fees is something other cities have taken up to ensure that those restaurants who are using delivery services maybe are getting a fairer share of that. And so we've seen some cities San Francisco notably, but also smaller cities like Fremont take actions to have caps on delivery fees. We're planning to, and would hope to have council support for having some more industry specific outreach to understand how different industries are reacting to the pandemic and what things are looking like. Are there ways the city can help? Again, the retailers is an example of that focus group we just did. We could review how state and county eviction moratoria impact the commercial tenants. As you may know, the AB, I think it's 3088, passed this year. And so that will help to relieve eviction moratoria for residential tenants. But the county's current order eviction moratoria for commercial tenants, we don't know if it will be renewed. We don't know if the governor will do something at the state level. And so keeping an eye on how that type of policy does impact our local businesses will be important. The current one expires at the end of September. And then business and worker support programs, some of these things we may not have resources to do, but whether it's technical assistance for business, e-commerce coaching, essential worker childcare, these are ideas that have come up and that have been part of what other cities have done. So we wanted to put them before you for your consideration. These next few slides, I'm not going to go over each item. You may recognize some of these ideas. These are summaries from the business roundtables that we held and ideas that came up. So you can see in green, a lot of these we have implemented and continue to work on. Some of them we haven't gotten to, and some of them, such as reassessing property taxes, don't really fall to the city to manage, but are certainly things that we wanted to bring forward as what businesses said would be helpful to them during those roundtable discussions. And then similarly, this is another page of ideas from the business roundtable discussions. So I promise I'm not going to be talking too much longer. I only have a few more slides. We're going to move into the second thing of what could the city do when we're thinking about post-pandemic economic recovery, which not to try to be too much of a, using a crystal ball, because I certainly don't have one. I think we probably assume a certain number of businesses have or may close permanently. Some may reopen in the future, and some may not be able to reopen in the future. I think that's a reality, unfortunately, of what we're looking at. And so if we're faced with a certain number of vacant storefronts, we want to understand what could we do to help those storefronts be filled with businesses that are perhaps reopening under some kind of new creation, or that may be opening for the first time. So some of these are measures that the city could consider in ways to help to ease that path for businesses reopening. We could look at the retail preservation ordinance. Do we need as much retail square footage as we currently have? And as buildings redevelop, do they need to rebuild that retail space? Do we have too much retail space? Is a question we could ask and try to understand the answer to. We could adjust parking requirements. So for some uses, it could be difficult for a more parking intensive use to open in an empty storefront if they're required to provide their parking on site. There simply may not be enough parking on that property to provide the number of parking spaces that are needed. And so if we can understand how much parking really is needed, in particular areas like Cal Ave, where we now have a new public parking garage, do we need as much on-site parking as is currently required by the code, or are there some revisions that we can make? We could also look at adjusting our zoning code to recognize experiential retail, and that often retail may have multiple uses. So it's not just a coffee shop, it's a coffee shop and a running store like Zombie Runner. It's not just a place to have Blue Bottle Coffee and Hana House. It's also co-working. It also has meeting space, it has events, has other activities. That's probably going to be more common as, again, we are looking to retail becoming more than just it's one shop. It might need to have multiple business lines to be successful. We want to look at also kind of related to that at the code to see, are there things that we currently don't allow in our retail districts that actually could be good for retail? So something that's become very popular and opening more and more are storefront medical offices or urgent care. And those can actually be a good anchor for retail districts because people are always coming there to visit their doctor or to get care and can be driving foot traffic. So not what you typically would think of having as being an anchor, but something that we may want to look at revising. Similarly, we could consider changes to our formula retail restrictions, allowing non-conforming uses to reestablish within 12 to 18 months. So let's say there's a non-conforming store, it closes. Instead of saying, well, now that that's closed, this use has to revert, we could say, okay, for a year or a year and a half after the pandemic, we're going to allow that to become that store again. Might be a different owner, might be a different business, but again, allowing that to be revived in a space that theoretically has been outfitted and somewhat prepared to be that space might be easier. And similarly, encouraging more pop-up shops, temporary uses, so that folks could try something for a short period of time with limited investment and see if they can make a go of their business. And then the last section is really thinking a little bit about longer term and larger scale recovery strategies, which of course we can return to in the future. We don't have to, decide on these strategies right now, but just to kind of put these out to have them be part of the conversation. These really are revolving around how do we shore up Palo Alto for future downturns. So one might be increasing our local customer base by growing the city's population through those walkable mixed-use neighborhoods that have housing, retail, and services. Already underway with the MVCAP, thinking about that. So maybe continuing more area planning, such as the downtown plan, which has also been identified in our comp plan. Maybe thinking about El Camino Real, which is a major retail corridor. How do we want to help to have these folks, these areas have a strong future that could increase the customer base and enhance the shopping experience? Number two, we could think about how do we support experience retail through destination and placemaking in downtown and other shopping districts. We're kind of giving this a go with our Summer Streets program and thinking about what if we did something different, what would that look like, and what's the city's role along with the chamber, the bid, other entities in helping support really positive experiences, really strong public realm that people want to come out and say, yeah, let's go to Palo Alto this evening, to hang out on Friday night. And then lastly, just continuing to work with major retailers, employers, producers, startups, others to continue to have a strong base of workers, hopefully many of them who can live in Palo Alto or around Palo Alto and maintain those as destinations we hope will be revived in the future, that people will come back to their offices at least a few days a week and again, continue to be part of our local economy here. So staff's goal is to receive direction from the City Council regarding these strategies and measures and what you would like to see staff explore. We do have one more item before I turn it back to the mayor, which is we have Jim Ellis from Town and Country Village to share with us a little bit about his experience at Town and Country and what they're seeing in regards to their response to COVID, how their tenants are doing, what they've done, and really just kind of an on the ground perspective from a very well-regarded and successful retailer, much more than myself. I'm a retail shopper, not a manager. So I want to turn it over to him. I think he is here in the meeting. Jim, if you're here, if you want to come off mute and share a few words with the council, we'd appreciate that.
Great. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for including me in this discussion. I'm assuming you can all hear me.
Yes.
An excellent presentation. It really does touch upon many of the things that I think us in the retail, landlord or tenant side of the business are thinking about right now. And I would be lying if I didn't say that we are in a very challenging time right now with Town and Country. COVID has certainly, for all the reasons we know, has dealt a big blow to our tenants, with a few exceptions. We take a very hands-on approach to merchandising Town and Country, trying to create that, experience retail effect at Town and Country that, our family and our teams have worked on for a decade now. And many of those businesses are small businesses, either small chains or not, or just single store businesses. And it has been brutal, quite honestly. I know we're here to talk about ways to improve things and change, but I think, it's important to acknowledge that that many of these businesses won't reopen. And it isn't because the landlord won't talk to them and isn't willing to defer, abate, or, rework their rent. It's because they've been closed for such an extended period of time, and they really, even though now, for example, general retail businesses are open and able to receive customers, our sales are down year over year for this month, 60 to 80%. So when a retail business has sales impacted to that magnitude, any one cost line item doesn't really solve their problem. And so, you know, we're entering a period now of recovery, very slow recovery, and we are struggling to try to help all of our tenants, you know, find a way forward in a limited operating capacity. And at Town and Country in particular, you know, I think went into the pandemic with about a 6 or 7% vacancy factor for the center. Otherwise, all the tenants were in occupancy and open. I believe right now we are at 15% vacancy, heading to 20 to 25%. We have been working very hard on reopening businesses on a one tenant by one tenant basis. And, you know, many tenants are still up to the challenge. I have to be honest, there are tenants that are having trouble finding the inspiration and energy to try to operate through this environment. And I think it's also good to remember that from our standpoint, you know, the pandemic has been absolutely terrible, but we have kind of a triple whammy. We have our very well-regarded customers across the street, Palo Alto High School and Stanford, and they're both effectively shut down. So we're, I think, bearing the brunt of that as well. So I don't want to take more time than I've been allotted, but I have a couple of thoughts on other things that might help tenants at Town and Country. And I'm obviously very appreciative of the city of Palo Alto's efforts to expedite our outdoor seating programs. We implemented as fast as we could traffic safe barriers around new seating areas in our parking lots. And we are now working with the city to implement a significant tent program where we're going to set up outdoor, you know, kind of like wedding type substantial tents for the winter, so that hopefully our food providers and restaurants can continue operating when the climate is not so friendly. As you can imagine, it's almost impossible to operate a restaurant without having the ability to seat anyone inside. So these outdoor areas are allowing many of these restaurants to actually just extend their life until they are able to operate in a feasible manner.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis. We really appreciate your perspective.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor Fine. Return it back to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tenner, as well. I'll just note one quick anecdote. I believe last Friday, the city manager's office, Lieutenant Kara Apple, myself, and Rob George from Mr. Shikata's office joined a call with Sephora, which was just opening up at, I think, Hamilton and Emerson. And it was really interesting just speaking to them about the process they've gone through to open up with the city, some of the troubles they faced, why they wanted to do business in Palo Alto, and why they were still opening up during this crazy year. But I think one thing that really has shifted in 2020 is our city's attention to our local businesses and how they support residents and how those businesses support our community overall. So just a small anecdote there. With that, let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. We have one speaker at this time, John Schenk. John, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Miner. Good evening, Council. Boy, these Zoom meetings, I'm not sure I'm getting used to them yet, but it's better than just feeling like I'm hiding from smoke. Anyway, I thank you all for continuing to work on this and listen to staff. Staff has been wonderful in that I would say just the level of communication, the outreach, the efforts and the time spent with residents and retailers alike is fantastic. I think it's pretty clear to all of us that the policies so far have focused on restaurants, and those restaurants, certainly on university, have benefited greatly. I urge you to not forget, as you consider what we've done and what we will do in the future, that you've heard from many other retailers that need your attention as well. I forget if it was the last meeting or two ago that the owner of Reposado and Creamery submitted a letter with more than 40 downtown retailers that shared that University Avenue would hurt their businesses. It's a lot easier to hear from the folks that say it's been great. And it has been great for them. I think, as we continue to work together, as staff's been focused, trying to find how do we, weave a middle ground. To steer clear of the misinformation from, informal polls or somebody walking around thinking that they've figured out downtown retail. I do ask that you continue to encourage staff to acknowledge, as Rachel was just talking about, but retail was struggling beforehand. And I think survive and thrive is a little catchy, but not super realistic, because thriving is not realistic in an environment such as ours in the near term, or even longer term, without changes. And that's whether it's more density, more people for shopping, certainly changes to our downtown retail ordinance that's going to broaden the level, the types of retail we can attract, loosen some of our design guidelines that are the most restrictive around, and find ways to make the parklets and the walking experiences more positive permanently. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is James Hendry, to be followed by Michael Eckwall.
Hi, Council. I will be very brief. Thank you for taking up this issue. I just wanted to point out that of the 50 businesses that received the initial $10,000 grant, one of them was 7-Eleven. That's something that I was less than thrilled to find out about. My dry cleaner is on University Avenue, and I've known her literally since before I can remember. She was my dad's dry cleaner. She's a South Vietnamese immigrant and former refugee, and she's losing her dry cleaning place, and I believe she did not get a grant. And just to hear that a grant went to a large worldwide franchise like 7-Eleven, as opposed to a wonderful woman who's been running a business on her own, and it's the business that feeds her family. If you're going to reissue grants, I'd like to see a different kind of process for figuring out which businesses deserve those grants. And part of that process, I would like to make sure that no national chains are getting our grant money. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Michael Eckwall, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Michael, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you very much. I just wanted to, again, say thank you to City Council, City Manager's Office, everybody in the city that's been helping us out in the community during this 6 months now of, pandemic downturn. But a couple of things, and some of the previous speakers actually brought this up, is that we need to have an ongoing cohesive plan. So for restaurants, which is our industry specifically, even if we can ramp back up to 25% or 50% of normal, that is, basically just kind of prolonging our existence in agony. We're facing, the depletion of PPP money, figuring out if we have, which we do, a landlord that's cooperative and trying to, help us go stay in business. That's great. But for the other folks, whether they're retail or restaurants that don't have that, it's really catastrophic. And I know that the city is in the same boat with us because, a lot of the budget comes from sales tax revenues. And as everybody knows, restaurants are the largest employer in the state, largest sales tax revenues come from restaurants and food services. So I understand that impact and the necessity to help our industry. But again, we don't want to forget our retailers. Just one thing that really will kind of put a nail in our coffin is if this Prop 15 passes for all of us folks that are on triple net long leases, we're in for a huge, massive increase in property taxes that we just cannot afford. And likely, it's going to be up to a new tenant, a new arrangement to keep that sustainable. So if you think about that, I appreciate it. And I do, again, thank everyone for the help and support.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Steve Sinchek.
Hey
Rebecca,
there.
go ahead.
Thanks. So I originally was going to respond to John Schenk, but first I'm going to respond to Michael, who spoke before me. I'm actually a member of the official Prop 15 Speakers Bureau. So I'm authorized on behalf of speaking about Prop 15, which I very much support. I want to correct the misstatement that Prop 15 is going to lead to harm to businesses that have triple net leases. I'm happy to talk to you the full detail, but basically, landlords are not required to pass on costs to tenants. And in the case of small businesses, it actually won't impact you at all. Feel free to contact me offline because I first want to correct that misstatement. You can find the exact answer on yes15.org and then click on propaganda stated by the opposition. But real quick about John Schenk. John Schenk has every right to address the council. I don't dispute that, but I'm a little, I find it a little unfair that he doesn't identify his role when he speaks. When he speaks on behalf of retail and restaurants, he should clarify that he is neither. My understanding is that he is the owner of one of the largest commercial developer firms in the state that local financial press estimates to be worth many hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. He doesn't disclose this publicly because he doesn't have to, of course, as a private business, but also Palo Alto doesn't ask for that information because Palo Alto has decided not to tax our wealthiest businesses. I just think that when a landlord speaks on behalf of its tenants, that it should specify that they're landlord and not the tenants. Hopefully maybe that'll happen in the future because of everybody who should pay for this recovery. It maybe should be John Schenk. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Steve Sinchek, to be followed by Cherry LeBrun. Steve, go ahead. Steve, you may need to unmute from your end. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I will identify myself, taking a cue from the last speaker. I own Local Union 271 Restaurant as well as Old Pro Restaurant, both downtown. I want to thank the city council and city manager, Kara Apple, Rob George, all you folks that have done such a great job in helping us adjust from 0 to 60 to getting restaurants open on the street and adjusting back where it was needed to help retail or however it could. So mostly I just want to thank everybody and all their efforts with that. I was able to get my entire staff back to work, which is incredibly important to me and all the families that they support. Giving it the fact that University Avenue was closed and what we did with our seating at Local Union. Old Pro, I'm hoping to get it open when the time is right, move on from there. But I also want to address basically what are we going to do in the winter? I know we've had some talks about it. Town and country with the tents. Hopefully the tent decisions and discussions will come to downtown as well. And that's really all I have. It's just a big round of thank you for everyone. It's tough times for all of us to get through this. And I'll finally wrap it up with my landlord at Local Union is Thoyts and John Schenk, and they've done a tremendous job helping us out. So I want to make sure he's thanked as well. So just a round thanks, and that's it. Bye.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Cherry LeBrun, to be followed by Deborah Seetzy. And sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Cherry, go ahead. Cherry, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I have also would like to express my appreciation for the city created an outreach program to talk to retailers and restaurant owners and other business owners. It's been really nice to communicate with Rob George and Kara Apple about concerns that we all have and not feel so isolated as an individual business owner. I own De Novo Fine Contemporary Jewelry on Ramona Street. And I've talked with a lot of other retailers in town, and we understand that the street closures of University Avenue and half of Ramona Street are very beneficial to the restaurants, which of course is good for the whole downtown. But we also feel that the street closures have been really detrimental to retail. And I've known myself and other businesses on my street saw a distinct decrease in foot traffic as soon as University closed, and then even further when Ramona Street was half closed for restaurants. So I would like to propose that as we go into the really crucial and important upcoming holiday season, I don't think the restaurants will have as much outdoor business at that time. And I think that the business they have could possibly be contained in parklets and sidewalk seating so that University and half of Ramona Street could be reopened to traffic to make it easier for shoppers and customers to get to the retail stores during the really important holiday season. So that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherry. Our next speaker is Deborah Seitze, to be followed by our final speaker, Peter Atz. Deborah, go ahead.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Deborah Seitze, and I'm the owner of Vino Locale. We're over on Kipling Street. We're a small little wine bar restaurant. And, you know, we're hanging on by a thread. I can't believe that we're actually still open, but we are. I do really appreciate all the effort of City Council and the staff, and you know, helping with them keeping downtown Palo Alto going. We're really pretty suffering from being on a side street and the street closures, and we could really benefit by having better signage and just something that would alert people that there are restaurants over on side streets. Maybe the universal symbol for food or something, you know, A-frames are good, but just something that alerts people that we're there. And I'm also really worried about the wintertime and the rains, and wondering if there could be some assistance with tenting with material that could withstand patio heaters, you know, being under the tents. I think we have to really think about that. And also just wanted to express that John Shank and the Thoids, they're our landlords too, and they've also been really great in helping us out. So those are my concerns, and just hoping that we can survive another year before we get to the recovery.
Thank you, Deborah. And our final speaker is Peter Atz. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually Peter Katz, K-A-T-Z.
Ah, it just says A-T-Z. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I do want to echo what a number of the other speakers have said. Very appreciative of what the city of Palo Alto does. I'm the owner of the counter on California Avenue. The whole Summer Streets program has been, you know, kind of a savior for us. But there are a lot of other things that I know folks have worked on in the background just to help things run smoothly and just make things easier. And very appreciative of that. I did want to actually direct a question, if possible, back to Rebecca, because I know she was talking about her interpretation of Prop 15, as Michael alluded to the fact that small businesses would be impacted by Prop 15 if it was passed, in terms of higher triple nets, higher property taxes. And what she said was that landlords were under no obligation to pass on these higher property taxes, but I need to tell you, Rebecca, unless I'm misunderstanding, which is why I'm asking this question, all of our leases give the landlords the right to pass on the property taxes. And in almost every case, I've never seen it where those property taxes increases were not passed on to our tenants. So I'm just curious, and I'd like to understand, perhaps we're all misunderstanding what Prop 15 does, but as Michael said, this would be fairly devastating to most of the small businesses that are barely making it, if making it at all right now, to see our property taxes increase potentially exponentially.
Thank you, Peter. And that's our final speaker, Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Clerk Minor. Thank you to all of our speakers. Unfortunately, the council is not allowed to respond to specific requests or discussions between public speakers, but you're all certainly welcome to email each other. With that, we now return to council. Probably a round of questions and comments is warranted, and then we can have motions if needed after that. The first hand I see is Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so I have a lot of thoughts about this one. I don't want to sound harsh, but I really think we should get written staff reports issued, like a week ago. There's a lot of interest in this topic, and I just want to say I'm uncomfortable with the lack of transparency. I also really like to see us start getting more data. We're getting a lot of anecdotal evidence. And one thought I had is if not all of our city staff are back to work, could we have staff call up the handful of hotels we have and get us current TOT data? And are there more creative ways we can start to get a read on sales tax? So I just want to see us get more creative and start to using data in some of these discussions. As John Schenk said, we've taken a lot of good steps with the focus on the restaurants. We have a lot of other businesses in towns. I do see other cities trying different things. It's not really the cities, it's the businesses. I've seen significant discounts, like 20 to 30% for food ordered for takeout versus eating there. And that's up to the restaurants, but maybe driving volume through pickup could be a smart strategy. The presentation tonight was really wide-ranging list, and I think we need to be very thoughtful. I mean, it looks like we're just throwing things up against the wall and trying to see what will stick. And so as I thought about this, I thought, what's a framework that we could apply? I think we need to come at this with some organization. We have limited resources. We need to update on our city budget. We need to be strategic. So at the top level, I think there's the economic impact of COVID on the country. And concern is if we're entering a major recession, are those macroeconomics going to outweigh any small program that we may do in the face of a global recession? So I think we need to understand the macro climate. I think we should talk a little bit about what is the role of government and private enterprise. What are the kinds of things that make sense for city to do? And then I think a really useful framework is really looking at things in kind of the short term, the midterm, and the long term. And for the short term, we've done some things like leveraging public space temporarily. We've eased parking regulations. I think for a city, focusing on public health and safety is a very important area. So I think more rapid testing is just a good idea for all of us. It's a good idea for the businesses. It's a good idea for the residents. I think childcare is another one. It just gets people more functional. I'd really like to start to understand what the city is doing in terms of thinking about itself as an employment center. And how do we look at ventilation, and do we need to upgrade our workspaces? So when we start to think in the short term about tents, same kind of questions about ventilation. How do we deal with an enclosed space in the winter, whether it's inside or outside? And I think the points about thinking about enabling a good flow for holiday shopping, that seems to be a very pressing short-term concern. For me, then from the report, kind of the shift to values and essentials, to me, that says we need to maintain our retail preservation ordinance. We need to help keep rents at retail levels. If we allow a lot more uses, those rents are going to go up. If anything that would require a subsidy from the city, I think we need to really have it come back with a budget. I really don't want to do like one-offs. And it's been quite a while since we've really gotten a budget update. So that was short term. In the medium term, maybe short term, some temporary signage. Signage isn't really meant to replace advertising, but if it can help with some location finding, I think that makes sense. People use their phone quite a bit. And then long term, post pandemic changes. I really think tonight we should focus on short and midterm, and for several reasons. I mean, first, there's a lot there. And second, back to this issue of what's the macroeconomic situation going to be, and does it make sense to try to make long-term decisions now? And then third, and it's a real issue, is I think we want continuity, and I don't think this council should pass some things in the long term that could potentially get reversed with a new council in a few months. I think what the business community really values is continuity, and we don't want to really create whiplash. I really appreciate how staff and the business community has been talking, and including council members. And I do think it's time that we start to include some residents in that discussion. I think we have to figure out if we're facing some long-term changes in behavior, and how locally serving businesses are going to survive versus businesses that are maybe relying on commuter business. And I don't know that the city can do anything to accelerate that commuter business coming back. I also think it's going to be important to get community buy-in. And there'll probably be some difficult decisions we need to make. So I would urge us to get a little more formal and include some residents in those discussions. I know I kind of ran through a bunch of stuff there, but again, I would urge us to really think about a framework, because it's going to be a very random discussion otherwise.
Councilmember Ness.
So I'm listening to the vice mayor. I'm not quite sure. Maybe when we get to our next round, we can talk about what kind of data you would be looking for. Several of us have been following what's going on downtown almost since the beginning, listening into the meetings that have taken place twice a week, one on University Avenue, one on Cal Ave. The pivoting, I think, is absolutely amazing. I noticed one today that was above and beyond. Have any of you seen the Taverna installation that has gone in? It is amazing. And I thought I don't know what that cost the restaurateur to do it, but it's quite impressive. And it literally begins to be almost a structure. So what we've watched from the beginning is a small parklet that went in, and then more and more it's become more a comfortable and almost enclosed space where you can eat. And I think that's long-term what people are going to look for. I'm thinking of one of the comments someone just made about wanting to drive University again. And I think we'll keep hearing that theme. Lots of fun to have it open in the summer or closed in the summer, whichever way you look at it. But as we come to a hopefully rainy season in the winter, we probably will have to think that through again. And I'd certainly like to commend both Ms. Tanner and our city manager for staying with this and on top of this. Ed has been in on almost every one of the conversations, and they've taken a fair amount of time every week, and I think we're very valuable at the same time. But I think that's why I'm thinking, I don't know what kind of data exactly is going to indicate where we are in an absolutely changing world. This is not going to go back to what it was before. There's a big urge now to get people to stay home instead of commute. That changes the whole retail scene, especially on either of those streets, Cal Ave or University. It changes it dramatically, so that when we look at this now, I think we're going to look at streets that look different. You're not going to see what we think of as the retail in every store. You will see something like a different kind of service. In fact, you see a lot of it on Cal Ave right now, where it has varied. I'll come to this later, but I think it's also, we're going to have to look at the discussion we've had about chains in the past. The chains do manage to survive. For some of the chains I like going to the counter. I like going to Pete's. They're more Starbucks than Pete's, I think. But I think we're watching a tsunami in the retail business. And so far, I think we've done a pretty good job, especially supporting businesses. But, hearing the gentleman from Town and Country talk about being at a 15 to 20% vacancy rate, that's really breathtaking. So when we get to action later, Mr. Mayor, I'll chime in then, but thank you. As I said, I think these times are maybe the best of times for some people, but certainly the worst for others. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. There was a lot in the slide set. So I'll take part of what the Vice Mayor said, which was sort of short, medium, and long. And I think there's certainly some short-term things we can discuss and some medium ones that I think are very important. But I want to suggest a different lens. I want to suggest a lens based on the people who live here, what we need and what we can support, because that's what's going on now, and that's what's going to go on for the foreseeable future, even if you think about what Councilmember Niss was just describing, because the future will look different from our immediate past. So if we take the lens of like, what do the people who live here need and what can we support now and in the near future, the rapid testing is what's allowing universities to reopen. It's what's allowing some medical places to function. I think rather than focus on what the testing that we have, I think we have to get all the way to what testing would be required for us to reopen our schools, right? We would need to be able to test everybody twice a week, 15 minutes, boom, done. I'd like to really push our thinking on what it is that's important to the people who live here, what we need, and what we can support. Other things that are super important are childcare. I draw everybody's attention to the piece that Lisa Rock and I'm forgetting the name of the other person wrote. This is a really important industry and people are not going to be able to go back to work, families, unless we have childcare available. Other short-term things, the holiday campaigns, great, empty storefronts. Don't know about you, but I remember, I'm a terrible artist, but I remember when I was in elementary school painting like some Halloween contest on like storefronts. So I'm confident we can come up with something great there that would really engage the community. The industry specific things I think are very important. We learned this in the business roundtables. We talk about retail, but even within retail, there's so many different variations, even personal services. So I'm very supportive of the industry specific things. Very interested in what Ms. Tanner was suggesting around medical services, right? That is a reflection of something I've been talking about for years. I know most of you agree that we're moving from goods to experiences. And medical care is a huge part of this community. Not just our largest employers, but also part of the reason sometimes people choose to live here and to retire here. And having more medical care available in the neighborhoods, I think is a fantastic idea. I want to thank the members of the public who spoke about the staff, how wonderful the communication has been and how much time has been spent. I know others have said it, but this has truly been extraordinary if you think about what the staff has done in partnership with the business community and how flexible everyone has been from week to week, block to block. That's the overview that I want to provide for now. And I think two people have said tonight something that is, it's hard to say, but it's true. Not all of these businesses will reopen. And so we need to take a step back and think about, what is it that we want here for the people who live here?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you, staff, and thank you for everyone who called in. This is a really important topic, and we're basically in a crisis right now, and we need to figure out how to get out of it. So, while I think it's a wide-ranging slide deck, I think staff really did hit upon a lot of really good points. I just want to start off with just some basics here. So I don't know if my colleagues, you guys saw the informational report, and I don't know whether we can talk about it now, but I think if you guys haven't looked at that informational report on the sales tax digest summary for 2020 Q1, I just want to encourage you guys to do that, because it kind of tells you how it's going to look going forward. Anyways, if I don't know whether City Attorney, we could talk a little bit about that now, or whether we have to kind of wait for it to be maybe at one of the finance committee meetings. And also Mayor, I don't know whether you want to derail us in this or not.
I would encourage us to keep on the topic at hand, but if there's public information.
Okay, so maybe we'll talk at one of the finance committee
I think, I mean, to the city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's public information out there that's relevant to the topic, I believe we're to discuss it, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'll focus it per the mayor's suggestion then on the slide deck here. But anyways, if you did look at the numbers there, it's pretty dire, right? Definitely encourage you guys to look at it more closely. I think, is Jim Ellis still online? Okay, if Jim,
yes,
I'll
yes,
love,
I am.
Yeah, you mentioned that you had some suggestions specifically for town and country. I don't know if you quickly summarize some of the ideas you have that we could do as a city that would help.
Sure, thank you. Well, just going by what input we've gotten from our tenants, some of which won't be reopening, unfortunately. One common complaint was that I guess Palo Alto's residential customers pay about 30% less on the utility bills than PG&E customers. And meanwhile, the small commercial business rate category in Palo Alto is 30 to 35% more expensive than the neighboring communities. We have had several complaints about how it's very difficult for them to pay their utility bills. And it adds up between gas, electricity, trash. We are in a time where the full service restaurant industry is in the process of being fully disrupted, and there won't be any full service restaurants in Palo Alto other than very high price point restaurants. And part of the reason for that is the minimum wage. And I'm sure that's probably a sacred topic, but if there were a way to modify the rate of increase in the minimum wage, even for a temporary period, that would be a very strong signal to the restaurant industry that Palo Alto was looking for a way to help them. And I think the final thing is there's been a lot of talk about the evolution of retail and what creates experience-based retail. And absolutely, it includes things like, medical services, even some cosmetic services, some types of education, pop-up stores. Even, we're seeing interest from event-oriented tenant places where it's a flexible event where you can do a wine tasting one day, or you can do a meeting of some sort with food service. So, those are the immediate ones that come to mind. We do have a letter request into planning, requesting that they consider some of these evolving uses in retail, which have been adopted at some of the best in class retail centers in the country already. But we have a request into the city for them to consider some of these uses as an amendment to our current zoning.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for your feedback. So I think this is a really big topic, so I don't know whether we can solve all of it tonight, because I think there's kind of easy ones and there's really hard ones. So some of the easy ones I think we should definitely consider is to look at redesign of university to allow parklets to exist permanently, because a lot of people I know are on the fence. A lot of the small businesses I've talked to are unsure about how much they want to invest in their parklet if it's only going to be there for a few months. So I think that's something that to me would be very, very interesting. I think we heard before and heard it tonight, more signage on the street helping to take the foot traffic we have and make the most of it. So I think having more and better signage. I've heard the utility bill issue from not just from Jim Ellis, but from so many small businesses. It's pretty insane. So I think we should think about that. One thing we did, and this is back when I was on the planning commission, but we formed the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission, which I was part of. But I wonder for some of these longer term ones, whether we should try to convene some sort of recovery commission or something like that to
5 minutes.
think about how to handle some of these bigger topics, because I think this is not unfortunately something we're going to solve in 1 or 2 hours. I think it's actually a very, we're talking about some big fundamental issues, and it probably needs to have some sort of think tank on this. I have a lot more, but I'll go on my next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
So thank you for the report. And, I've been in on the calls with California Avenue businesses when, staff is getting their weekly updates. This is a really tough issue. But I do have to say, on this report, the title of this of this agenda item is verbal update and possible direction to staff on COVID-19 related to business recovery efforts. But it seems like it's a very long discussion and going into retail strategies and changing ordinances and so forth. I wonder if that is something that we should be discussing tonight, given there is a larger group of stakeholders that should be involved in all of this, right? So hopefully this discussion can be would come back. And I see Molly attorney has raised her hand.
So thank you for that, Councilmember Koo. It's a very broad topic, and I think intentionally was set up that way to allow council a range of feedback. But whatever council does tonight, if anything, it's going to be in the nature of direction to return. So there won't be, to your point, it's not ripe. It's not noticed specifically for any particular final decision on any program or ordinance tonight. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It kind of eases my concerns. When I'm listening on the calls, I do have concerns about the farmers market at California Avenue and their interaction with the restaurants on the Sundays. So I would hope that we can get a little bit more clarity as we go forward and future discussions, right? Then, hearing from some of the businesses that says that they're being hurt because the University Avenue is closed. Yeah, it would be nice to kind of see how many businesses are actually on the side and how many are actually on the street, which ones are open and which ones are still closed up. So right now, I don't really have a good idea of what is what in terms of what kind of businesses are open. So a ratio, right? And then in terms of the minimum wage, to revisit it, I'd love to hear from the employees themselves, because there is a cost of living. So I can understand, I've heard the restaurateurs talk about, lowering the minimum wage, but that goes across the board, right? It's not just for restaurants, it's for everybody. It's for all employees. So I'd love to hear from the employees themselves. And then in a couple of the slides, or in one of the slides, it says, I'm not understanding, what does belt tightening mean? And then also reassess property tax. Can you give me a little bit more idea of what that leads to in your presentation, Rachel?
Yes. Councilmember Koo, those are two items that came up from the business roundtable discussions that were held early on. And I have to confess, I wasn't present for some of those meetings. And so my best understanding is that with the property taxes, I think some of the businesses thought that lowering their property taxes through a reassessment could help. In some, some county assessors, do, I think, for example, in 2008, in that Great Recession, there was some reassessment because the idea was that maybe property values went down. And so the value of the property is lowered. And so that the tax rate should be lowered kind of concomitantly. Typically, you think of property values going up. And so then the taxes kind of going up. And then similarly with the belt tightening, I think the idea was that maybe there would be more frugality at the city. How that would lead to direct help for the businesses, I'm not quite sure, but I know council knows we did tighten the belt quite a bit through the budget process. So I don't know if that's what everyone had in mind when they suggested that, but it certainly has occurred.
The suggestion came from council or came from whom?
It's from the business roundtable. Those that's memories, yeah.
They said to have us tighten our belt.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we can tighten. We've already tightened a lot, but then we still have to provide services to the residents, right? So, so that's a question. About possibility of adopting a temporary cap on delivery fees. I think that's something that is, good to find out and maybe see what other cities have done. And I like that you said to host an industry-specific outreach. It'll be interesting to see what other industries, what kind of issues they're faced with, and maybe how to help them get back on, in line. And if it's even possible, right? Okay. I'll go to wait for my second round. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple comments here. This has been a really extraordinary year. And one thing I am proud of the staff and the council and the community is our work and partnership with businesses here. People have always accused me specifically of being in the pocket of X or Y. And sometimes it's businesses, sometimes it's developers, you name it. For me, it really comes down to the fact that businesses provide us services and I support those businesses. I got my dinner tonight at Zorene's. Yesterday, I got a coffee at a pop-up shop downtown. Last week, I got a child's car seat from Sprout at Town and Country. These businesses support residents in many, many ways, and residents support those businesses. I think as one of the diagrams in this presentation, which certainly is widespread because there's a lot going on, explains, there's a virtuous cycle here. And I think our budget troubles this year and the cuts we had to implement really pointed to what a couple of us called a visitor's economy, that a lot of our services that we deliver to residents are funded by businesses, by sales tax, by hotel tax, people who do not live here in Palo Alto and yet pay to come here, to work here, to stay in hotels, to go to a conference, whatever. So our 5 neighborhood libraries, the Journey Museum, some of the reasons that we have these best-in-class citizen services is because of our vibrant business economy. And I really want to give staff kudos for stepping up to that this year and beginning to sketch out what that sort of cycle looks like. And I would encourage us on council to not beat up on them. I've been really impressed with staff's professionalism, iteration, and continued outreach to the business and residential communities this year. I think it's something new in Palo Alto. With regard to the Vice Mayor's questions about the macro issues with COVID, I don't think we're going to solve them here. I think, again, that's an iterative thing where we have to keep on working on this, figuring out how we provide services, how we support businesses. But I will say, at least in my philosophy, our role as a local government in this is to support our whole community. That includes businesses as much as feasible and residents. With regards to short, medium, and long-term strategies, great. I like what Councilmember Cormack mentioned about supporting the people who live here and their needs and their wants. I think that's really important as well. I have a couple things in mind that I would like to see us pursue tonight. I am completely open to my colleagues. I'll just mention, I think, a few things that really come to mind for me. One is our retail preservation ordinance. I do not think it is helping us. I don't think it has since we voted on in 2017 when we expanded it to the entire city. Since then, we've waived it for Wilton Court. We waived it for Portage Road of the old pet food store. We recently waived it for a small school along Bayshore. North Face and other sites are still vacant. Requiring retail shops does not create retail shops. I think we need to look at different types of retail. We shouldn't be picking in winners and losers. As I mentioned, Sephora opened up the other night. I don't know if some of you remember, but a few years ago, we had a big discussion about window space and coverings of retail. And one of our former council members argued we really need to provide something like 70% open windows, and we can't have diagrams or advertisements on them. One of the things that delayed Sephora from opening is that they couldn't cover their windows to prevent their products from melting. None of us are retail experts, and I think we need to take a somewhat more open attitude to what retail types are there. Whether it's a Sephora, whether it's a gym, or as many people always joke about, Palo Alto used to have 100 yogurt shops. We don't anymore. It's a self-correcting system. Finally, if you talk to some of the retailers and property owners in CalAv, parking is routinely pointed out as a consistent issue. It's actually one of the reasons we have so many gyms on CalAv, because they have the lowest parking requirements. And I wonder if there isn't a way that we could temporarily lift some of these requirements to enable a more diverse and mixed set of retailers to support our community, to support our residents. Let people vote with their feet, vote with their wallets and checkbooks. That's kind of the philosophy I bring to this. So I know we're still on comments, but I really do want to emphasize, and many thanks to the city manager and staff on this. I think we have done a really good job this year of stepping up to the issues in our business community, really beginning to understand them, collecting a lot of data and working with them to understand what's going on and what those businesses and commercial activities mean in Palo Alto. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, like Councilmember DuBois, I thought the staff presentation covered a great deal of territory in many different dimensions, and so yeah, I would have liked to see something sort of at least a little bit sooner and on that. But within that context of what's there, I think the short and medium term is sort of where I think our attention ought to be. The long term, there's a lot of variation and a lot of unknowns in exactly where that's going to end up. Some of the long-term things, a couple of the last slides there, that's the kind of thing where, we ought to take a pulse of the community and see if a majority of Palo Altans really want to go that direction, because, we can't be totally sure. So there's that factor, as well as just where's the economy going to go. So within the context of the staff report, thank you very much for that. First of all, I think really happy to see the staff working hard with our local businesses. And I'm glad that they're giving staff a good grade on that, because I think that's really important. Within that context, I like the promotions that we've done, and I think we got created with the summer streets and uplift and so forth. So I think all that's good. I like the industry specific outreach. I think that's a good idea. I think somebody pointed out that there's a lot of different kinds of retail, and maybe we ought to dig into that as well. And I think that makes a fair amount of sense. I mean, the reality is that the hardest hit things in our city are going to be where demand has collapsed, and that's primarily retail and hotels. And we're not talking about hotels, hospitality. We're not talking about hospitality tonight. So I like that. It occurred to me listening to Mr. Ellis talk. If we're doing an industry specific outreach, I mean, Town and Country Village is almost an industry by itself. I mean, you could do a Town and Country Village outreach, for example, right? Or maybe one or two other buckets in town. So I like that. Some of the sectors that we're talking about, the tech companies are doing great right now, right? I mean, there really is sort of a K-shaped thing going on. You got sort of the tech sector is doing fantastically well, right? Some tech companies, some of it's doing better than it was before COVID, and then other parts, especially where demand has collapsed, is going the other way. The stuff pertaining to regulations and city regulatory environment, especially as concerns, sort of aesthetic concerns and environmental concerns and so forth, A-frame signs and physical space reconfiguration and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it makes sense to look at that and be more flexible than we would normally be on that kind of stuff. I mean, if a bigger than code sign can help somebody during this period, or whatever it is, in sort of that category of stuff, I think that makes a lot of sense for us to look at and try to facilitate. We shouldn't be in the way of that at this point in time, right? On the other hand, some of the other kind of things where, and certainly well-meaning, but where the city gets involved in sort of regulating operations like delivery fees and stuff like that. I think we ought to try to stay away from that. I mean, it's our role as kind of the environmental space, right? Not sort of trying to dictate this practice or that practice, or as the mayor said, pick winners. Let's see. So that was sort of what I liked in the presentation was, again, anything involved in sort of the regulatory stuff and how can we help in, that kind of stuff is we should look at, and, stuff where some of the other stuff maybe a little more discussable. So the retail ordinance, okay. It's hard for me to see how getting rid of the retail ordinance helps retail, okay, right? I mean, I'm not trying really to go there, right? We're not really trying to go there. But I remember this discussion, the whole discussion about online and this, and very clearly it's had a huge impact. But I remember when we put the retail ordinance in place to begin with, it was like, oh, we're going to be awash in empty storefronts and so forth. And, it didn't really happen until now, okay, right? Until COVID. And so I think we got to be judicious about that. The danger is that, again, it's the K-shaped kind of thing. If we say, well, I think the argument is, certain kind of anchor functions could help drive retail business. I think, that's a useful thought, and we should look at that. But we need to be pretty careful, because if what we're doing is we're just taking stuff off the upside of the K, instead of the downside of the K, then so that'll sort of help the rents, but it's not going to help, the parts where demand has collapsed, right? So I think we got to make sure that we don't mix those two things up. Okay. And then finally, working in residence, I thought that was a good idea. Particularly given that, most of the collapse in demand in our hospitality and retail environment has been from visitors. And so not only are, residents a part of the picture here, right? But residents are, at least during the pandemic, residents are a proportionately larger share of the demand that remains. And so I think having residents involved in this kind of thinking actually that's a useful perspective. Okay, and I'll stop there.
Thank you. So I want to open it up for a second round, comments, questions, motions. First one I saw was the Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I actually appreciate everybody's comments, good discussion. What I meant by data, I think it was primarily talking about city revenues, really understanding what our situation is. And, we haven't talked about a lot of other areas outside of business. And so I just want us to really understand our budget before we make some financial decisions. And again, I do think the more we can get even preliminary reports on the local economic scene, the better, right? And we've gotten very few updates. We did get that information report on Q1 sales tax. I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Cormack said, that I think businesses serving the needs of the people who live here be the ones that will survive. Things are going to look very different. I think we're looking at a lot of work from home through 2021. I also don't think we should be imposing price caps or delivery caps. So I'd like to suggest that staff would focus on 3 areas in the short term. I still think that testing is important and that we can be doing more there. And so I'd say let's look at rapid testing, how we can innovate in the North County and see how that really impacts our economic environment. Again, I think childcare is crucial. I think we should have PACC coming into us. You know, we need to make sure we're not losing these childcare providers that are going to be really difficult to replace. And the third short-term thing is really moving on a holiday shopping strategy. Easy pickup, you know, order online, come through, pick up stuff, have a communication plan in coordination with the city. I think that's something that we could do and we should do. You know, I think longer term, again, I tried to say it before, I think we need to be strategic, and I don't think it's the time to be kind of rash. I think we need to tell her what the big businesses, the property owners, and the community want to do to maintain the ambience that is Palo Alto. I think we can't lose all of our aesthetics. I mean, that's the reason that people come here. And I don't think we want this crisis to be used to undermine our retail ordinances and make long-term changes. I think Council Member Filson said it more eloquently with this K shape. But you know, I think any adjustment to our retail ordinance is going to require a lot more detail. We have had a ton of new retailers and retail-like businesses come in during the time that the retail ordinance was in place. And we've only had 2 or 3 exceptions filed in that period of time. So I think if it had been in place, we would have had a lot more ground floor office space. And so I think it's actually been highly successful. And I wouldn't dismiss it too quickly. So I don't know how you want to do this. If you want to get the ball rolling, I would make a motion with those 3 things I just said.
Please go for it.
Yeah, so again, I'd like to suggest that staff focus on 3 areas. One would be rapid COVID-19 testing and what we could do as a city to ramp up testing even more in the North County. Number 2 would be focusing on childcare and how the city can support childcare services. And 3 would be a holiday shopping strategy for our primary shopping areas.
Okay, if the clerk, thank you. If the clerk would please put that up on the board, at least so we can follow. Do you want to speak to your motion?
I think I have. I just want to make sure the motion gets put up there correctly. But if you want to go on to somebody else, that'd be fine.
And your seconder is Councilmember Tanaka, if you'd like to speak to this.
Yeah, so I do think that the testing is actually really key to the reopening. I think Councilmember Niss is really championing that, so thank you, Councilmember Niss. I think that the holiday strategy, I was about to make a motion kind of similar, but I think you know, winter is coming, right? I think we heard it loud and clear from several of the people on the call, right? So what's going to happen when the summer streets were great, but what happens when it starts raining, it starts getting cold, right? So I think we're going to have to figure out, you know, some sort of semi-permanent, more weather resistant type parklets. I think that means that we need a strategy around making these parklets more permanent, because people aren't going to invest in all this money unless they're sure that it's going to be there for a while. And so I think we have to kind of figure out how to make this more year-round, because literally winter is coming. And I think there's also kind of need for really, like I said, maximize the foot traffic that you get, right? So advertising on the street. So I would have added more detail to see, and maybe, you know, I'll look to the maker of the motion, see maybe we could add a little bit more detail around that, because holiday strategies for retail is a little bit broad. But I mean, I think there's
I think I said, yeah, if I could update it real quick. Sorry, Greg. Yeah, to support holiday shopping in our major shopping areas.
Okay, I think that what might really be good is the parklets have given the streets somewhat some life support. So I think, you know, some sort of path to permanency and making more weather resistant, and, you know, we heard about heaters and all that kind of stuff. So I think it might need some I'm trying to think of how much detail we need to put for staff, but to me the two, and I think this is something which I think most of the council could probably agree upon, is some sort of strategy around making the parklets more permanent, and also, you know, utilizing advertising as much as we can on street advertising. So I don't know if you'd be open to that.
I mean, because it's such a broad item, I would kind of like to keep it high level and let staff come back maybe with some proposals.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I've got a couple things. Just speaking on the motion, rough important, really to enable business recovery and reopening, and making our residents and visitors feel safe. COVID-19 testing comprehensively is super important. Childcare and how the city can support that. I agree. I think it's maybe something where we believe there's a problem and there may not be quite as much of a problem as we think. Like on our weekly Citizens Core Council calls, we haven't heard much about this recently. I've been in touch with Palo Alto Childcare. Haven't heard enormous concerns, but certainly willing to reach out to them again. And a holiday strategy to support shopping safely, great. And I think our staff is on that. There are three things I'd like to add, and maybe I should have been a little clearer when I spoke earlier. I don't think we should completely remove our retail preservation ordinance. I do think, though, in 2017 we expanded it to the entire city, and I think that was a poor move. And so what I will propose as amendments, one is that we temporarily suspend the retail preservation ordinance, or direct staff to return with options that temporarily suspend the retail preservation ordinance to outside of the commercial cores. And I'll talk through these as I send them to the clerk. 2, temporary alter or suspend required parking changes for change of use, change of retail use. And 3, allow diverse retail types in all retail sites. So 1, temporarily suspending the retail preservation ordinance outside of the commercial cores. I continue to believe it was a mistake for us to extend the retail preservation ordinance to the entire city. There are a number of sites outside of that which were not naturally retail, which we have waived the requirement for, or which remain vacant. And I think in this economic environment, we should be looking at temporarily suspending that ordinance outside of the commercial cores. And we do have specific maps of those areas from, I think, 2008 or 2009, in which staff, property owners, retailers walked the streets and identified what are good retail sites and what are not. Letter B is temporarily alter or suspend required parking changes for a change of use. This is something, excuse me, I've heard for many, many years, particularly on California Avenue, and the business roundtables have confirmed it. Certain sites on Cal Ave are unable to go into the retail use they want because we require extra parking spaces, which there is no way they're able to provide. And so, if you look on Cal Ave right now, Palo Alto Baking Company and the shops on either side of it are empty. And one of the reasons I've heard is that they're unable to provide the extra parking the city is requiring of them, especially in a year when I don't think parking is the highest impact or the highest concern. We may want to look at temporarily suspending that. And third, and clerk, please let me know if you need me to send this to an email or something. Allow diverse retail types in all retail sites. We have pretty prescriptive rules in terms of what retail uses can go into what retail sites, whether it is, banks, personal services, pharmacy, etc. To the point of not picking winners and losers, I really think we need to be much, much more flexible here. I know this is crazy. I heard like almost a year ago, somebody wanted to bring one of those Las Vegas style, like vitamin oxygen bar places where you go in and like you put on a mask and you get oxygenated and you feel better for the day. That's crazy. I would never go to one of those places. But I think in this kind of environment, if somebody wants to open that business, we should consider it. Sorry?
Same. I would go today too.
Oh, you go to, I guess, yeah, the fresh air. It's true. Fresh, clean oxygen, right? We all might try that place. So let me see if this language is right. Temporarily suspend the retail preservation ordinance outside of the commercial cores. Temporary alter or suspend required parking changes for a change of use. And I may need planning staff's help with the language here. And then allow diverse retail uses in retail sites. So those are my proposals. I've heard you guys on a couple others that I've been interested in, such as limiting delivery fees. I think you've made a couple good arguments, a few of you against that. That's my proposal.
So Mayor,
Yep.
I mean, these are kind of major changes to zoning, and I don't think I can accept them as written. I think if you were going to have staff come back with an analysis of these things, that would be a lot more useful. But
So the language I originally had was direct staff to return with options that could implement these. I think doing analyses now is really beyond the situation we're in.
again, I see these as longer term things, not short term things. And I don't even understand if we temporarily suspend the zoning, we're going to have something that could be there for 10 or 20 years.
Yep.
Right? So,
I mean, it may be a year, it may be 2 years, that may have some changes that last longer. I understand that. So are you not accepting this?
no, I'm sorry. Maybe we can do
Understood.
Mayor, I'll second it if you want.
Yeah, I'll make it unfriendly. So there's an unfriendly set of amendments on the table. Vice Mayor, to your point, these are all directing staff to return with options that could implement these. We will have to evaluate and vote on them in the future. No question about that.
Can we add that to the motion?
Sure. I mean, are you looking at the top level?
Well, I want to implement a holiday strategy, but I'd like to have staff come back with options for D, E, and F.
I mean, I think staff's gonna have to come back with options for A, B, C, D, E, and F, all of them. Given that this is none of these are agendized, this is all further direction to staff.
Right. Okay.
I think we're agreed on that. So to the clerk, D, E, and F are an unfriendly amendment by myself and Councilmember Tanaka. Just speaking to these, the retail preservation ordinance, I think, is a good strategy for our commercial cores, but there are numerous sites that we've had to alter over the years, and there are others that remain vacant. And I think it's time we pull it back to the commercial core for the short to medium term. Parking changes, I explained that one on Cal Ave particularly. I know staff has seen some of that evidence as well. And letter F, just looking at our retail requirements compared to other cities, we are much more strict and prescriptive. And I think a more laissez-faire approach is what's warranted. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so Mayor, thank you for proposing this. You know, I think one thing that we have to think about, and the reason why I think this is important, is that retail works when there's complementary retail around it. But what's happening is that with COVID and the recession, or what some might call a depression, is that we're going to get a lot of blank spots in our downtown, in our retail areas. And what happens is as you get these blank spots, like these boarded up shops, it really has a dramatic, it has a kind of like a chain reaction type of effect. And so I think you really don't want blank spots. I mean, so my day job is actually working with a lot of different retailers, and this is like the kiss of death when you start getting a lot of empty shops, empty restaurants, right? People are shut down. It's really not good, right? Because people don't want to go there just for one thing typically, right? You want they kind of feed off of each other. This is the whole concept of a mall in a downtown, and you kind of want to focus that on a specific area that's walkable and has enough activity to be vibrant. And if you let it diffuse too much and let too many holes show up, what's going to happen is that the retailers aren't going to be it's going to be really tough for everyone. The restaurants, retailers, the vibrancy of the street. Oh, I think we lost the motion here. But anyway, so I think that's really important. And like I think some of the speakers talked about and staff talked about, there's other uses of other retail-like uses that help draw traffic. Now, some may argue the oxygen bar is a medical use, but that's a little questionable. But still, these kind of quasi-retail type things helps draw traffic, right? These are non-traditional things, or having mixed type of retail, right? It's not just pure retail; it's kind of retail-ish, or like a beta store, or things that draw the traffic. And this is kind of like the new era of retail, is these kind of hybrids, these kind of not clear cookie cut type of concepts. And I think we're going to need to be nimble because it's crazy hard to survive right now. And so we need to give if we want to have, and I think I think our residents want to have restaurants they could go to, retail shops they could go to, or yoga places they can do yoga, or oxygen bars, right, that they could visit, right, if they so desire because of all the smoke. And so I think these are actually important steps to consider. And I agree that this is going to come back to us anyway, so we're going to look at it in more detail, because I do agree that pretty much all these steps are pretty big ideas. But I think these are urgent ones, because what happens is when the retail starts crumbling, right, it's really hard to get it back. It's hard to get back because people get used to shopping in other places. Redwood City, right? Redwood City could really start booming, right? Santana Row, other areas, and so you don't want to get on that slippery slope as things start to decline, because it's so hard to get it back. It's so hard to get these concepts back into our city, and so I think this flexibility. I was even before COVID, I was talking to a guy who was trying to do a smoothie shop, right, on University Avenue, right? He was having a crazy hard time, and it shouldn't be like that. We gotta make it a little bit easier, because it's like very hard to survive right now. So I think the mayor made a good amendment here, and hopefully you guys will support it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next I have Councilmembers Nis, Cormac, and then Koo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I strongly support this. I have for a long period of time questioned what we did, which is now a few years ago. But our attempt at that point was to require that retail often be located in odd locations, with the understanding that they would still be successful. And I still don't believe that you can pass ordinances or rules or laws that say this must be retail and therefore it will make money. It doesn't work that way. So I think if we now pull this back so that we don't have empty stores, like certainly North Face is the poster child for that. But if we do this, we give those retail stores that exist a good chance to survive. So I also think that having the diverse retail uses is fascinating. I don't know whether the oxygen store will really attract everyone and be an experience or not, but I think that's part of the fascination of retail, is try something. Does it work? Is it something that people will really take advantage of or visit? So I think this is just where we want to go at this point. So thank you, Mayor Fine, for this amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Nis. Just a quick time check. It's 10:30. We still have one more item, which is the selection of state and local measures and our support or not for them after this.
Can we get the wording right on the motion?
What wording are you talking about, Mr. Vice Mayor?
So again, we talked about having staff explore options and bring back these items, right?
Sure. So at the top level, if the clerk could write something like direct staff to bring back options to council on ABCD, whatever it is. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cormac.
Speaking to the amendment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then does that mean that your A, B, and C would also be in the explore options and return to council? They would be a subset of that? Okay. I'll just go in reverse order. With respect to C, I think this is the one I feel the most strongly about, because I think we've talked about medical things today, education. We heard from Mr. Ellis. This is changing. The experience isn't good. So I'm very interested in letting 1,000 flowers bloom, as they say, and letting people be creative here in these spaces and figure out what are the experiences and things that people who live here need, and what will we support in the next year or two. With A and B, I think I'm the only one who wasn't here and went through all of this in excruciating detail. So I'm less confident that I would support those. But I'm certainly willing and interested in having them come back to us so I can see the maps and understand the changes suggested in A and B.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Koo.
So on the amendment, the wording over the, okay, I see it's changed. Direct staff to explore options and return to council. Now, the word temporarily, it's actually not going to be temporarily, because once a use goes in or a tenant goes in, and if they're using it for a different use, such as office or something, doesn't our code allow them? Doesn't it allow it to stay being an office after it's been there for a certain amount of time?
Is that a question?
So I'm not, I mean, staff can ask it, but I mean, that's my understanding, is that it does change the use. And so then then we can have retail be changed into office. And then the other thing about suspending the retail preservation outside of the commercial core. So it means that for those who are living on the southern end, we're going to have to go much more further into downtown or onto California Avenue in order to go shopping over there or to go to use the restaurants. And so you're also suspending required parking changes. So we're not thinking this out, thoughtfully. And in addition to everything, this is something that what I was concerned about is that it's to direct staff to explore options and return, but that was not part of this very, very broad title for this subject matter. And so I really have concerns about that. I do agree with Councilmember Cormack that I would actually like to see C allow diverse retail use in all retail sites and explore that. But also, I just find that for us to go in and say whether retail is right or retail is not, and to do all this based on what property owners are telling us. So at this point, we're letting property owners dictate what they're looking for on their site versus what we want to see our city become. And I don't think it's right even to do it that way. Property owners can also look at what their rents are at this point, which they're not looking at it. They're still wanting to charge what they want to charge. If anything, we should be looking at this comprehensively and strategically and actually employing a marketeer and somebody who knows about retail and does research and look at this long term, coming in with the short, medium, and long term recommendations or suggestions after they have talked to our retailers, our business people, as well as the residents. Right now, we're leaving out the residents in all of this discussion, and I am not liking this.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, I wonder if we ought to not actually split up some of these. On the second three, I'm kind of with Councilmember Cormack or with Councilmember Koo a little bit, and Cormack on this one is, I could be interested in seeing what some of the possibilities on C are. The first couple, I hear us sort of trying to rationalize a little bit, but I still haven't had a good argument why suspending the retail ordinance helps retail. Okay, when we put in the original retail ordinance, it was gonna, and we knew it was gonna constrain property owners a little bit in exchange for, basically trying to reduce some of the rent pressure on retail. And, we knew that going in. And of course, one group really liked that and another group didn't like that. And so here going back, and it's the same old thing. But again, COVID aside, demand is going to come back one of these days, right? and which I think, it's going to come back at some point or other. And temporarily suspend the retail, that's not temporary, okay? Because somebody puts in something, okay, what are you going to go to them 2 years from now and say, okay, you got to stop your business and go back to being, an oxygen bar, right? So it's not temporary if we do it. So I don't think we should do A and B, right? C, C is worth exploring, okay? But so I wonder if we shouldn't split out some of these, right? I just as soon vote on the second A and B sort of separately from the others.
Fair enough. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so maybe staff can clarify, because I thought our retail ordinance covered retail and retail-like services. So can anybody tell us what's currently included in our retail ordinance?
Vice Mayor, this is Rachel. I'm going to refer that question to Director Jonathan Late, who's also on the line. Jonathan, can you address what's included and not included in the retail preservation ordinance?
Actually, let's see. Sorry. Yes, actually, I need to look it up. So,
yeah, it was quite a lengthy discussion. I thought we had updated and expanded the definition at that time. But, I kind of was feeling the same way. If we could split the second A, B, and C, when we talked about this, we wanted places for locally serving retail and retail-like businesses. But we had a lot of discussion, like we can't have Sephora everywhere. We needed some cheaper retail locations, for things like the shoe store on Middlefield or the West Marine store, or the flower store in Elton. And so we did want kind of a Class A, Class B retail space. And so again, I'm just concerned about how substantial changes are. Coming back with some detail and some options would be good. And then I think just council having clarity, kind of what our current retail uses are, and with C, options about what are we loosening it to. I think that's where you're hearing a lot of angst. Some loosening makes sense, but how loose, right? It's kind of the devil in the details. So I don't know, Jonathan, if you've had time to find that.
yes, I did. And I'm sorry, I don't know if it's my connection or yours, but it was a little choppy for me, but I've sent this list to Rachel also if it's my connection, but it includes retail and retail-like uses, includes eating and drinking services, hotels, personal services, theaters, travel agents, commercial recreation, commercial nurseries, auto dealerships, and daycare centers.
Okay. So I think like the oxygen bar potentially could be I forget what that was, personal service. We talked a little bit about the testing centers, and we purposely left those out last time, but we had the childcare services. But again, I think it's going to come down to the details of what's on that list. So, thanks.
Thank you. Just two quick things, and then I think I would encourage us to vote on this. So one, in terms of the temporary provision, it's temporarily suspending the ordinance. And some of you have made the comment, it's not temporary, it's permanent. There may be permanent changes because of that, absolutely, but it's only temporary suspending the ordinances. And I think that's a distinction. And for the point about the retail core and our retail preservation ordinance, I think requiring retail in our commercial cores makes a lot of sense. But there's just a fact that there's less brick and mortar out there today. And unless we significantly increase the residential population, which we've been unwilling to do, we need to contract the area to have it be vibrant, actually, right? And the metaphor that's been used for me is really loosening up the exterior, but tightening up the core. And so in the core of retail, we absolutely want retail. That's what we require. But outside of that, we should loosen it up to other uses. And then the diverse retail uses, the part C, is in those commercial cores, like, try out different things, whatever it may be. So that's the understanding I have from folks in the retail, restaurant, and business communities. I'm going to suggest we vote on this. Councilmember Tanaka, do you have a very quick point?
Yeah, just two quick things. So, this is going to come back to us. So I think, we could do the outreach to residents, get their input. So I don't think this is this is not going to necessarily be enacted tonight. So I think that's one thing to think about. And then I think that the second thing is, I think if you guys were to actually talk to retailers themselves, and I've talked to a lot of retailers, I think you would find that retailers kind of want to have a focused retail area. It's not good to spread it out and have a bunch of holes like Swiss cheese. It's not good for retail. Retail lives off of other retail, and so anyways, that's the other thing is I think what we're talking about here is not necessarily a landlord perspective. It's a perspective of what retail wants, and also what would be able to provide sustainable businesses and services for the residents of the city, right? To have dining, to have places to shop, and to have kind of these kind of experiential places. So, anyways, I just want to kind of make those two comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Philseth?
Yeah, I'd like to see us split out 2A and B separately, and the whole thing into two motions.
All right. Are you saying A and B and then C?
I think C, I'd be willing to have C, B, D in the first A, B, C.
Sure. Okay. Just for clarity, then I'm going to suggest we vote A, B, C. Fair enough.
Which A, B, C?
And the amendment, the unfriendly amendment, A, B, and C. I'm going to suggest we vote unfriendly A, unfriendly B, unfriendly C.
Oh, individually?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. All right.
Because we're still need the amendment, not the main motion. All right. So for amendment A, temporarily suspend retail pres ordinance, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No. No.
Councilmember Philseth.
No.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Okay. Letter A is incorporated on a 4-3 vote with Du Bois, Philseth, and Koo voting no. Letter B, temporary alter to return, have staff return with ideas to temporarily alter or suspend required parking changes. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Philseth.
No, and wishing there weren't cars won't make them go away.
Understood. I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Nope.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
That passes on a 4-3 vote with Vice Mayor Du Bois, Philseth, and Koo voting no. For letter C, allowing diverse retail uses. Sorry, I think I started with Cormack last. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
So this would be exploring options for more diverse, right?
Yes, all of these are exploring options.
Yep. I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Philseth.
Yep.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's incorporated unanimously. I'll open it up to you all in just a moment. Thank you for that. I know some of this is contentious. I think this is one of the divisions on our council about, how we support and work with businesses and what that means in our community. But these are all ideas to explore, and I encourage staff to work hard on them. Let's come back with them, get some data and maps and ideas, and see what we can do. Floor is open. All three of those are incorporated into the motion, I guess, is D, E, and F. If a clerk would do that, and hit your hands if you have any comments or questions further. Councilmember Tanaka.
One's just kind of a logistical thing. So, we got this rather consequential informational report on the sales tax digest. I don't know if it's worth it for the whole council to talk about all 7 of those, but I'm thinking about either we talk about on the finance committee or we talk about it here on council, but I want to make sure this is properly agendized. So I don't know whether we need to put I guess, I'm not sure which letter we're on now, but whatever next letter is to talk about at the finance committee. But I think it's worth it because it's pretty consequential. It's basically going to talk about whether our revenue projections are on target or not.
So I will just suggest one thing. I think we spoke this morning at pre-council that we're planning for a budget review session in, is it early October, Mr. City Manager and City Clerk? Is that what we said?
I think it's the 18th.
18th of October,
That's
so
correct.
middle of October. And Councilmember Tanaka, we will certainly talk sales tax and hotel taxes and other revenue sources at that point.
Okay, that's fine. And then the second thing is, you know, there's actually some longer term, more weighting type of things that we have to kind of figure out as part of this recovery plan. I think there's kind of some short term stuff, medium term, and then there's really long term stuff. And what I'm wondering here is whether we should do kind of what we did on some other really tough problems in our city and have some sort of like recovery plan commission or something like that. Or we get, because we have a lot of smart people in our city who know a lot about these various topics, and try to get some people cranking on some of these longer term things, because I think it's obviously not a V-shaped recovery right now. And the question is, how do we accelerate this? How do we position ourselves well for the city? So I'm thinking about whether we should do like a G here that will, you know, so we could think about how do we put together a solid recovery plan for our city? Because I don't know whether on council we're going to do that because we have a limited amount of time, or it could be part of the finance committee. But I'm just trying to think of how do we get things in place to figure out some of these longer term issues. I don't think, or I don't know if we have time to talk about here on the finance committee. But I'd love to get your input, both the maker as well as the mayor, on this topic.
I mean, I think it's going to be a focus for every council, you know, the new council coming in. I mean, that's just going to be a natural thing that they're going to focus on, right?
Yeah, I guess my point about this is try to leverage some of the brain power we have in our city. I think we have a lot of smart residents in our city, and they could probably add a lot to this.
I agree with you there. I think I also agree with the vice mayor. You know, this is a long-term thing that'll take 2, 3, 4 years. You know, we do have the business support ad hoc of council members Nis and Cormac right now, and staff is hosting these bi-weekly or twice a week meetings, checking in with the business community. I'm open to more than that. I guess I would just, the one caution I have now, especially as we approach the end of the year, is kind of staff bandwidth. I know there's a lot going on, and setting up a new commission may be a heavy lift.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will take that lead to say that having 6 items on this motion is already a pretty tall order, and just acknowledge and appreciate the fact that having some clarity, again, our hope here was to have some sense of where you want us to focus, and the more letters on the motion, the less focus there will be.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thanks to Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Cormac.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. With respect to the Q1 sales tax report that Councilmember Tanaka continues to refer to, I just want to be sure everyone understands that those numbers are not apples to apples because of the extensions and the deferrals. Anybody who takes a look at that really needs to spend some time in the 3rd section with the avenue examples, so they understand that you just can't compare those numbers. Okay, so that said, I think there's something to this idea about a recovery commission. I'm not ready to make a motion tonight about what it is. The number of ad hocs we've had this year is frankly unsustainable. There's just no other way to describe it in terms of, you know, we're not set up to do that level of detailed work in an ad hoc format. So whether it's something like the X cap, I don't know. I don't think finance is the right area, and I'll tell you why. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about how we run city operations and prioritize things. And so yes, some of it's in finance, but I don't think that would be sufficient. So I think that's worth us thinking about. What happens at a council level, what happens at perhaps a commission level, but not yet. Just speaking to the main motion now. The rapid testing and what the city can do to ramp up testing, I'm hoping that staff understands from that there's that's really about getting our society back on track. It's not just about businesses, certainly about us as an employer as well. Childcare services we've talked about. I think the holiday strategy is not just about shopping. I realize that this is the topic tonight is about businesses, but I think it's also about experiences. And I don't know that we're going to be able to have carolers singing, but maybe we'll be able to pipe in music from when carolers were singing last year. Parades, socially distanced parades. I don't know what it is, but I think there are a lot of options there. And I don't think they should just be limited to our major shopping areas. I don't need to make any amendments, but and we talked about D, E, and F. So I guess at this point, I would just turn to staff and ask, I realize having heard what the city manager said that 6 is plenty. Is there something that we're missing in here that you think is important for us to include?
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. This is Rachel here. I don't know that there's anything missing. I think the thing that I will just say is most on staff's mind is letter C, as it's just coming very quickly, temporally, and then clearly also wanting to come back quickly with all the items so that we can get information to begin developing the strategies for these. But I'll also ask Mr. Chikata if there's anything that is not there that we had perhaps thought might be a topic of interest.
Well, in effect, we're getting what we asked for, which was the council's general reaction on the areas of priority. So I think the challenge before us is to weave these now together in a way that do help take our next steps. I don't pretend, and quite frankly, I don't think that the council intended that this list of 6 to represent a strategy. And again, it's been said many times, but I'll reiterate, we are not in the retail business. So we are not experts in this area. And in large measure, I think the steps that we have, that the council is outlining here, reflect going with what we know, not necessarily, and necessarily not what we don't know. So, I think it represents our best shot, and we will follow up on your direction to start with these elements while recognizing that there very well perhaps should be other voices that help inform how these pieces do fit together.
Okay, just want to be sure we're not missing something that's important, since there was an awful lot of information in the slides. C could be as simple as the branding work, right? That the city is already engaged in, the communication work, et cetera. It could be, amplifying things that the business community chooses to do themselves. So I'm confident that we'll come up with something great. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I know it's getting late. And again, there's a lot of work items. I mentioned it earlier. I do think at some point we should be looking at how we upgrade indoor air quality and, kind of those standards. And again, we can sit back and wait for the county, but I think it's something that we could at least be looking into now, not just for city offices, but standards for public spaces. I also wanted to say livable wage has come up a few times, and I hope staff will just stop listing it. One of the speakers said it was sacred. I'm absolutely against reducing livable wage. I think it's a complete non-starter. And I actually feel it's even somewhat immoral right now. I mean, we're talking about workers who are on the front lines, people at grocery stores and these other stores. They should probably be getting combat pay and getting paid more. And I just can't see us, lowering their wage. The last one is, again, we have enough on this list, but I'm just throwing out ideas and thinking about next summer, seeing a lot of communities for the spring. They're doing drive-in events, drive-in concerts. Maybe we can do something with Stanford where there's some space. But again, kind of adapting and still trying to have some community-based events. And like I emailed Ed today about Halloween. We have several neighborhoods who do major decorations and things. Maybe we could do something that's a little more car-based this year for safety if neighborhoods still want to do decorations. Especially like Old Palo Alto, we have thousands of people that go there. So again, we have a pretty big list here, but I just want to throw those ideas out there.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I would second what he mentioned about the minimum wage. We've heard that for a few months now from retailers, and I don't think there's a political will in the council or the community to address that at this time. Councilmember Niss.
Quickly, on looking at rapid COVID-19 testing, simply to say that's complicated. There are a couple of counties that are doing it, I believe Contra Costa, but the counties are actually paying for it. So I've been in on most of the calls with the county, as has the city manager. I don't believe the county is going to do a whole lot more for us at this point. I think getting tested twice a month is, I think they think they're really going all out for Palo Alto. So I'd say look into that, but I have a feeling that that would have to be paid for out of our own pocketbook. And as much as I'd like to see that happen, I think that might really put us in a difficult situation financially. But great idea, worth looking into, but I think maybe out of the realm of what we can afford.
Thank you. I keep on seeing hands going up. I do want to let everyone know we're approaching 11. Councilmember Tanaka.
One of the things that I want to bring up is I've heard it many times from a lot of the small storefront businesses. Is just utility rates. This is one of the reasons why I didn't want to do the natural gas increase, is because it's quite pricey for a small business, for a restaurant, for a retailer, and so one thing I was thinking about, maybe as a possible G here, is utility bill forgiveness, right? And not for all business, but just for our struggling storefront businesses. So I wanted to see if perhaps the maker of the motion would accept that amendment.
So again, I'm not sure that what was described today is actually accurate. We have a methodology for setting our pricing, and I don't believe we're 30% higher than PG&E. I mean, I've seen some of those reports, and again, it feels all kind of random. I think we have a process for setting utility rates. We operate our utility not at a profit, so
it sounds like you're rejecting that amendment.
I'm rejecting it and also saying I think it deserves some more thoughtful analysis. Yeah.
Mr. Tanaka, the floor is yours.
Okay. How about, rather than utility bill forgiveness, how about research on potential utility bill forgiveness then? Because if you talk to a lot of these, especially restaurant owners, it is crazy hard. And so, you could defer the bill, but if you're not getting the revenue in, it's just more debt you're racking up.
So I guess the other thought I have is, Greg, when times were booming, you were against businesses paying their fair share. And now you're basically asking the residents to pick up the utility bills for the businesses. So again, I wouldn't accept that.
Okay.
Councilmember Koo.
So, I'm still interested in knowing. So Rachel earlier said that there's approximately 150,000 in wage fees for all the table uses out in the street, encroachment. I guess those are encroachment fees. So how much more have? So ballpark. I'm sure there's a running tab. Has the city been paying for? Cleaning, for I don't know what else, lights, whatever else that we've been paying for, signage, etc. So is there a ballpark figure that we were able to kind of have an idea since this all started?
I believe the largest line item, well, to the extent that you could isolate the business specific, it would be those types of permit fees that have been waived as a part of the ongoing recovery support. Beyond that, it does become, we'll say, pretty difficult to distinguish this particular effort from our COVID response overall.
So there's no tracking of what is being
I think
kind
things,
of like,
to your point on banners and signage, those have all been pretty small incidental expenses. So I'm sure we can get a line item on that and actual invoices and the like, but I think you'll find that those are pretty small expenses.
okay, well, it would be nice for you to include that in our next, when this comes back, you know, just so we have an idea of what is being spent and what is being waived. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion as amended. Sounds good? Okay. I believe first up is Councilmember Filseth.
No.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-2 with council members Filseth and Ku voting no. Thank you all so much. I'm going to suggest we take 5 or so minutes before starting on our last item of the night. Thanks, everyone.
Hey Siri, set the timer for 5 minutes.
Your timer is set for 5 minutes.
Hey Siri, set the timer for 10 minutes. Just messing with you.
Hey Siri, bring me a beer.
I think Eric got lost at the Balins.
You went for that beer.
It looks so soothing out there, but Eric, yeah, it does look like he disappeared.
Yeah. Like the picture of the rose and crown on the retail slides for the digital thing. So
Yeah.
I could download a Guinness.
Hopefully this next one's a little more straightforward. I know it's late.
By the way, we had Zareen's for dinner tonight too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
The place is great.
so good.
We have 4, and I assume our colleagues 5 will join us in a moment. So let's get back to session. Our last item is number 11, review and selection of select state and local measures on the November 2020 ballot. Does staff have a brief presentation for this?
Sure, we'll just set it up for you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Council has expressed interest over the last month or two in having discussion of the ballot measures in order to give you the opportunity to discuss any of those measures that you'd like to. We've put them all in front of you. That said, and hopefully not needing to be explicit, but your call as to which measures the council would like to weigh in on. So with that, I'll ask Heather Dollar, our legislative intergovernmental manager, to give you a quick snapshot on the items before you.
Thank you. And as the clerk is pulling up the presentation, I would just note very briefly, maybe 2 points. First is that you have before you 12 state measures, and of the 20 local measures, 3 for your consideration. I would note that the staff report did mention that we had not yet heard about the League of Women Voters of California, mentioning that specifically because sometimes staff is asked what their recommendations are. At the time the report was published, they had not yet made their recommendations. They have now, so happy, maybe I can pull that up when you deliberate. And then the last point I would mention is that as we were developing these recommendations, we really looked closely at the legislative guidelines. As you recall, these are the pre-approved guidelines, and they reflect council's priorities. So this is the document, thank you, that we looked at to develop these recommendations. At some points, we offer no recommendation, and that is generally for one of 2 reasons. One, either the measure does not affect the city at all, or secondly, there are no legislative guidelines that speak specifically to the measure. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Let's please go to, and the staff report lists all of staff's discussions here in the lens through which they analyze these measures at the local and state level. Let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak on these items, and then we'll come back to council. I'll suggest that we just go through each of them and through the staff report and confirm or change our position.
Any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, the state and local measures on the November ballot, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. At this time, we have 2 speakers. The first is Ryan Globus, and the second is Kevin Ma. Ryan, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I have 4 recommendations. So first is I agree with the staff recommendation on Prop 15 regarding property tax and Measure RR for Caltrain funding. Those are both great. Please support those. I would also ask you to support Props 18 and 21. So 18 would allow 17-year-olds to vote in primaries if they can vote in the general. We've seen a large movement of smart, engaged young people urging this council to lower the voting age to 16. We've seen those same young people or, young people in Palo Alto leading Black Lives Matter protests. And I can tell you personally, when I was 16, I would sit at the breakfast table and read the voter guide cover to cover, and then give my analysis to my parents who hadn't read it. So 16, 17-year-olds are ready to go to vote. So please support this measure. I'd also ask you to support Prop 21, which would allow Palo Alto more flexibility to enact its own local rent control. Note that Prop 21 just gives us options. It doesn't force us to do anything. It also fixes some of the flaws that Prop 10 had 2 years ago, including it adds a 15-year rolling window for new construction, so we don't disincentivize new production of housing. Prop 21 also fixes flaws in the statewide rent cap. Many renters, myself included, are not covered by the statewide law. But Prop 21 would give Palo Alto the tools to fix that and apply rent control to more tenants and potentially lower rates if that's what we choose to do. The housing crisis is worsening during the pandemic and the recession. It has not gone away. So please support renters and please support Prop 21. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by our final speaker, Kelsey Baines. Kevin, go ahead.
Okay, evening City Council. It's been a long night, I guess. I agree with everything that Ryan has just specified. I would like to see the City Council at least take either no position or actually support Prop 21. Prop 21, again, is just gives the ability for the city to pass a more stringent rent control law. It does not mandate it. So there should not be any effect unless obviously someone, either the council or the community, puts up an actual ballot measure to actually enact what 21 allows. Additionally, I support the city taking the position of pro on 15. It's been a long time coming that there's been this weird allowance of certain large corporations to basically get scot-free off the same Prop 13 benefits that was originally just meant for the older members of our community, not for businesses to basically use the 50% ownership rule to try to weasel their way out of paying their fair share for basic services like local government or local schools. Additionally, I do want to see a pro position on Prop 18. We've seen locally work from our local students on trying to lower the voting age to 16, especially for school board, except school board is state law, but for city council, it was actually brought up before you a few months back, but due to various reasons, it's mainly pandemic. It's a path forward on that measure. Other than that, I do hope you support the measures like Prop 16 and the No on 20, because our justice system and our general system we live in there's racial tinges that we should try to ameliorate so that everyone in our community can be equal. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And our final speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So I agree with Kevin and Ryan's previous comments and would like to urge you to support 15 and 21. The analysis of Prop 10 in the packet for me was pretty lacking in that the argument kind of relied on the council previously saying no to Prop 10. So I think it's important to recognize that Prop 21 is not Prop 10 and that it actually fixes a lot of the problems from Prop 10 by exempting new construction from rent stabilization for 15 years, as well as the other things that Ryan named. And then I, for Prop 15, agree with the staff recommendation to support Prop 15, which would bring in much needed revenue for the city and for the county to provide services at this time where, we're really struggling with our budget. I did look up an answer to the question about the triple net leases for the retail tenants. And some commercial leases are definitely triple net, where the businesses leasing the space pay the property taxes. But it was written into the law. They actually started collecting signatures for one version of the law, and then they had to go back and collect more signatures, specifically to write in these provisions for small businesses. So for buildings where more than half the tenants are small businesses, Prop 15 wouldn't kick in until 2025, and most commercial leases are around 5 years. And then there's also a tax cut for small businesses where the existing tax on equipment and fixtures is eliminated for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. And that's the end of our public speakers.
Okay, thank you so much to our speakers. Just for the sake of brevity and organization, what I'll suggest is that we go through each of the state and county ballot measures. And if anybody would like to propose an alternative from what staff has recommended, hit your hands. We can vote on it quickly. If that sounds okay, we can start with Prop 14, which staff has no recommended position. So if you'd like to suggest something, hit your hands like Councilmember Filseth.
Hi, I was just going to say, I'm probably going to vote no on most of these. I kind of think that the city shouldn't take positions on most of these. I think we should take positions on stuff where there's a direct impact. I mean, a really direct impact on Palo Alto, and like the Caltrain one, for example. I think it makes sense for us to take a position on that one. But a lot of these sort of broad social initiatives, I mean, a lot of these I'm going to personally support, but I don't think the city should take a position on it as a city. And there's too much difference of opinion in the city, and it's sort of much broader than us and so forth. So fair warning, I'm probably going to vote no on most of these.
All understood. Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Councilmember Filseth beat me to it. I actually thought we should have just a little discussion about kind of what's the purpose of the council endorsing certain measures. And again, I think maybe just having a little discussion about where that makes sense. We all have personal choice. We can all endorse things individually, but many of us have already. I too am probably going to lean pretty heavily to only things that benefit the city, and that's not just financially, but I think it's going to keep it pretty narrow. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
All good. And just as I mentioned earlier, each of these has gone through kind of the lens of the legislative priorities that we vote on as council. And so staff use those to choose these positions. Councilmember Koo.
So what happens if you abstain? So if you vote no, does that mean that you're saying that you don't support that proposition? Or, but if you vote abstain, what does that mean?
So an abstention, as far as I understand it, means you don't have enough information to make a decision and you leave it to your colleagues to make the call.
Yes, that's right. So under your rules, the abstention actually counts as a vote for whatever the majority is. So to answer Councilmember Koo's question, what does it mean to vote yes or no? It depends on what the motion is. So if someone makes a motion to support the item and you don't want to do that, you vote no, obviously. But someone might make a motion to not support the item or take no position. So you have to listen to the motion.
So
is there any difference between an abstention and a no vote? What difference does it make?
It depends on what the motion is.
What if you get 4 abstentions and 3 yeses?
Yes to do what? Yes to support the measure?
Yeah.
So 3 yeses and 4 abstentions, I think I'll have to look the rule up if there's no quorum. I think it passes then with essentially 7 votes.
But I think what Councilmember Koo is asking, we're voting to say whether the city should endorse it.
Right.
Not saying whether you personally endorse it.
Right. No, absolutely. So like, for example, Prop 14, staff has no position. So if all 7 of us agree we should have no position, we just move on. But let's say, I really am against Prop 14, and I would say, I move that we take an opposed position, and then you can vote yes, no, or abstain on that. Does that sound reasonable?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Be interesting to understand what we've done in the past. So this is my first time in an election cycle, and all of you have done this before. And I wonder if staff could, in general, do we do this on 2 or 3 things? Do we do it on 10? What has been the history, most recent history of how many of these things we participate on?
I would have to go back. I can look at the link. I believe September 10th of 2018 is the last time that this occurred. And I know that council did take recommendations on some ballot measures. I can't off the top of my head recall if it was all of the ballot measures that were on the ballot that year.
Okay, but in general.
There were a lot.
Okay.
So just colloquially, my general recollection from going through this with council many times is that council does what you all are saying you'd like to do, which is focus on the items that really relate directly to the city and the city's business.
Okay, and we have an exhaustive list here of all the propositions. Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Niss. You're on mute.
As I recall, in the past, we have usually endorsed, but we've focused on things such as Prop 13, which, as it says, benefits the city. So 40% goes to, 60% goes to local governments and so forth. So in this case, the staff has recommended that we support this. And I know I heard what you said, Eric, but I would vote that the city supports Prop 15 because it benefits us.
Okay. I still see 2 more hands, but I would love if we could actually get to the item. Councilmember Filseth, then Tanaka. No. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to highlight to my colleagues, it's almost 11:30. And I'm just thinking about, whether, there's a heck of a lot of propositions and whatnot here, whether we want to try to plow through this tonight or make this a super restrictive set or try to, I'm just trying to think of, because I can imagine if we go through one by one, we will be here.
Oh my God, no.
We'll be here quite late. So I'm just trying to think of practicality. How do we handle this?
As I proposed, I really don't think we're going to be here that long. A bunch of these are no position. Most of them have been through the staff lens already. For those ones, like if you want to change staff's position, just do it. Otherwise, we vote for them in whole.
Should we, just to speed this up, rather than going through each one, should we just see which ones we want to take positions on? And so we don't have to go through each and every one of these one by one.
If nobody has anything on them, we just don't say anything. So like for 14, let's start. Does anybody care about Prop 14?
No. I don't know.
I don't think anybody does. Next one. Prop 15. Would anybody like to change staff's recommended position of support?
No. I agree with staff.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I was just hearing some of the feedback from some of the retailers and restaurants tonight. And so I would like to understand that more. So I think I might still support it, but that's something I'm concerned about because I heard multiple people tonight just talk about it. So it just seems like something that needs to be looked at more closely.
Okay, if you're not going to make a motion though, this support position.
I think we should move to no support, or not no support.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka moves that we.
No position. Sorry, no position.
For no position on Prop 15. Is there a second for that? Seeing none, it fails. Anything else on Prop 15? Okay. Prop 16, overturning 1996 Prop 209. Staff is recommending we support. Any changes on this one, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, for me, 16, 17, and 18, I think should all be no support. I think they're not directly impacting this.
Okay, let's just 2 things. One, let's stick to 16 just so I can keep my cards straight.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think 16 is philosophically similar to 17, 18.
So are you making that 16, we take no position?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. I'm going to suggest we vote quickly on these just to move through. Council member, this is for no position on 16. Let me just get my notes. Council member Philseth.
Yes.
Council member Fine. I'm a no. Council member Niss.
I'm a no.
Council member Koo.
You know, I'm not clear what this one here.
It's a no
position on Prop 16.
Staff
Yes,
recommend.
I agree with this.
Okay.
So that's a yes.
Council member Tanaka.
No position?
Yes.
Or, yeah, I guess that's a yes.
Okay. Council member Cormac.
Yes.
Council member Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Sorry, I'm confused by the double negatives. So what do I vote if I want no position?
Yes.
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 Okay, so that passes on a 4-6 to 2. Sorry, 5-2 vote with myself and Council member Niss dissenting. So Prop 16 has been changed to no position. There. Prop 17. Staff is not recommending a position.
Hang on a second. Clerk, that should be Niss and Fine, not Niss and Philseth on that last one.
Thanks, Eric, for catching that. So Prop 17 is voting rights to adult on state parole. Staff is recommending no position. All move that we support.
Second.
Okay. I'm just going to suggest we vote. I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo. This is to support Prop 17.
No, I don't support.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Philseth.
Actually, we're doing 17, right?
If I want no position, how do I vote?
Can we get it on the board?
Position, you vote no.
Wait, we're talking about 17, right? Can we get it on the board though, so that we know what we're voting on?
It's about adults on state.
Everyone, hold on. I'm trying to track this. Councilmember Philseth.
No position.
Great. You're voting no. Okay, that fails. That fails with myself, Niss, and Cormac in support. Sorry, I'll try to go a bit slower so we get it on the board first. Prop 18, staff is taking no position. Is anybody hoping to change that? Okay, seems good. Proposition 19 is about property tax savings for those over 55. Staff is saying that we should support it. Are there any changes to that one?
Move no position.
Second.
Okay, who is the second there?
Koo.
On 19, Councilmember Philseth moved no position. Councilmember Koo seconded it. First up to vote. So this is taking no position.
Mayor Fine.
Yes,
Right.
Councilmember.
I had raised my hand, I think.
Please speak. Sorry.
Well, I was going to propose that we oppose if there was a second. So now I don't know how to do this.
You would make a substitute motion.
Oh, okay. May I make a substitute motion that we oppose 19?
I will second that. Okay, so the presiding motion right now is to oppose Proposition 19. Let's vote on that. So vote yes if you oppose Prop 19. Councilmember Niss.
Abstain.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
Help me.
If you oppose Prop 19, vote yes.
No.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, I want no position, so that means I should say no on this and then yes on the main one, right? Okay.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Philseth.
No.
Myself is a yes. Okay, and so that fails with 2 yeses, myself and Cormac, 1 abstention of Niss, and no's from everyone else. We return to the main motion, which is by Councilmember Philseth and Koo to take no position on 19. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So yes means no position, right?
Correct. What's your vote?
Yes, no position.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Great, that passes unanimously. I admit this would be much easier with a Google spreadsheet, but as we all know, we cannot do that.
Madam Clerk, just for the record, the substitute motion failed 5-2.
Because the abstention counted as a majority vote.
Well, yes, correct.
It failed 2-5, not 5-2.
Also, is the one on 17 correct? Is that, I don't know if they.
It is not. So the 17 failed 3-4 with the no votes, Ku, Tanaka, Du Bois, and Philseth.
And if we need to go over the video tomorrow, we can do so. Proposition 20, staff is recommending no position. Would anybody like to change that? Proposition 20 is related to state laws for increasing criminal penalties for some theft-related crimes. I'll make a motion that we oppose Prop 20.
Second.
Thank you. So this is a vote to oppose Prop 20. If you support that motion, vote yes. If you oppose it, vote no. Councilmember Ku. I think she's saying 1 second.
Oh, while we're waiting, perhaps the clerk can go back and fix the first part of 19, which was Philseth, I think, and Ku. No, sorry, now you're changing the substitute. The one above. Right, there you go. That was Philseth and Ku. Great, thank you.
Okay. Returning to you, Councilmember Ku, the motion at the bottom to oppose Proposition 20.
I'm going to go with no position, so that would be.
Probably abstain.
That's a
No, it's a no.
It's a no, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I mean, no position on most of these, so I think.
Okay.
I should say no then, right?
Correct.
Okay.
If you guys like, I can vote for all of you. If that makes it easier. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Philseth.
No.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
I guess I'm the only other yes.
All right. That fails on a 5-2 with council members Niss and Fine voting yes. So I presume for Prop 20, we're remaining with our no position.
It's not a no, right? It's oh yeah, you're right.
No position.
Correct. Okay. Proposition 21, staff is recommending that we oppose this. This is allowing cities and counties to introduce new rent control laws. Would anybody like to change our recommendation to oppose this measure? Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I'd like to have us be in favor of the measure that increases local control.
Second.
Okay, so this is changing our position to be in favor. So in favor of Proposition 21, allowing cities and counties to introduce new rent control laws. Councilmember Tanaka.
So this is changing it from what staff recommended, right? So
Staff recommends oppose. The vice mayor is trying to change it to support.
No, keep it the same.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Actually vote yes, local control.
Okay. I'm a no. Councilmember Niss.
No.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
All right. That fails on a 4-3 vote with council members fine, Nis, Tanaka, and Cormac voting no. And the other three voting yes. Mr. Vice Mayor, are you trying another motion on 21?
No, I just left my hand up in the air.
Okay, sorry. So our position remains that we are opposed to Proposition 21. Thank you everyone for your patience here. Proposition 22, a reaction to last year's AB5. Staff is recommending no position. This is the one where you've probably seen all those Uber and DoorDash drivers on TV with the ads. Would anybody like to change our position on Prop 22? Okay, I guess that stands. Prop 23, requiring in part dialysis clinics to have at least one doctor on site. Staff is recommending no position. Would anybody like to change that?
Nope.
Didn't think so. Moving on. Proposition 24, expanding existing consumer data privacy laws and rights. Staff is recommending no position. Would anybody like to change that?
Nope.
Okay. Proposition 25, eliminate the practice of release on bail and create new process before arraignment. Would anybody, staff is recommending no position. Would anybody like to change that? Seeing none, I think we are done with the state measures. Moving on to local measures relevant to Palo Alto, the Santa Clara Valley Water District, renewal of the Safe, Clean Water and Natural Flood Protection Program in the amount of $45,500,000 annually. Staff is recommending we support this measure. Would anybody like to change that?
May I
So,
ask a question?
Please.
So this here, we already have that this tax that's on this parcel tax on our tax bills. It's just extending it, right, Heather?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Until when?
Until it's repealed by the voters.
Oh, okay.
so Adrian, I'm not going to suggest changing it, but I would suggest that people keep an eye on the Valley Water District, which is known and casually as the Golden Spigot, for the amount they pay staff and the amount they pay others. So just keep an eye on it because they're not known for being careful with our money.
Thank you, Councilmember Nis, for that editorial comment. Much appreciated. All right, so seeing nothing here, we're going to stick with our support position for this program. Okay. Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Authority, Caltrain, also known as Measure RR for railroad, I think. This is dedicated annual funding for Caltrain. Staff is recommending that we support this measure. Would anybody like to see something else?
Nope.
Okay, moving on to our very last one for the night, the Palo Alto Unified Local School Funding. This is the parcel tax, their renewal, approximately $16 million annually. Staff is not recommending a position. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I think all of us have endorsed it. I think it's been the practice of councils in the past to support the school district. So I would move that we officially support it.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion to support Palo Alto Unified School District's parcel tax renewal by the Vice Mayor and myself. Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yep.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I know that was a little confusing, but we got through it. Does staff need anything else from us on this item? Is that, I mean, I just want to check with the city attorney. Do our non-votes on things count as endorsements, or should we do some kind of cleanup measure?
No, the way that I understood what you did is that you essentially moved the staff recommendation with the following exceptions. So
Okay.
I think Heather and Mr. Shikata, can we interpret it that way?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's what we all intended. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, that finishes our items for the night. Next on to council member comments, questions, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
So everyone's spending an awful lot of time at home on their devices these days, and people are trying to find things on the city website, and people have been really patient. That includes both people who live here and people who are trying to do business here, and those of us. But I just want to mention that we're still waiting for our new city website. So looking forward to that coming at some point, and anything we can do would be beneficial because it's really been a problem for years now.
So who is responsible, Mr. Shikata?
That would be me. Along with the city team that is furiously working on migrating content over to the new platform, and we'll provide an update on our go live date. Thank you for that reminder that it is eagerly anticipated outside City Hall as much as it is inside.
Cool. Vice Mayor, I thought I saw your hand.
Yeah, changed my mind. Thanks.
Cool. Anything else? All right, everyone. I think
You're
that
done before 12. Is there a problem?
we got 16 minutes to go. No, thank you, everyone. I know that was a long night, so appreciate all the work. It's 11:44, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Wednesday night.
Good night, everybody.